Hey, how's it going? Wow, six people already in. So, I guess the reason why I'm starting 20 minutes late is right as I'm about to start, I check and I realize, oh, my mic's the cord to my microphone's out. So I'm like, okay, just plug it back in is what it is, and we're all good. Lo and behold, it doesn't recognize the mic. I then try to re install the mic, it doesn't work. So then afterwards, I'm like, oh no. So I restart the computer, recognizes the mic, so the mic's there, doesn't work. So I'm like, what do I do? I spend like 10 minutes checking around for troubleshooting fixes, troubleshoot the computer, still nothing. And then finally, I was like, why don't I just reinstall again, see what happens? And lo and behold, um, yeah. So lo and behold, it finally worked after I restarted the computer, removed the mic, re-put in the mic, replugged it back in, which then reinstalled it on my computer. So that was fun and stressful, and I was definitely not feeling any kind of strain over what was occurring because I was like, it's 20 minutes before the show starts. So that is the sup and they was up. I was gonna say after action report, but that's not entirely accurate. But how you guys doing? It's a fun couple of weeks. Been doing a lot of shorts. I finally got that video for the book review out. And I was like, okay, that's cool. Vibing. And then I get to copyright claim, and I'm like, okay. Try to appeal that, doesn't work. Then I got some information wrong, which I think just came down to the fact that I had either missed a page or misremembered when I was taking my notes, and then put that in the video. And it was so far along, I was like, oh, I'm just gonna have to do a small edit to remove that and then re-upload it back on because I was like, I had put so much time into that. I was like, this cannot wait any longer. So yeah, that was fun. And then now I'm working on another project. So outside of the fact that there's definitely gonna be a video next week, but there might be another video next week as well, or it might come this week. We'll see. But I have something. I had something promised for the 22nd. Those of you who have been asking me about it probably know what I'm referring to. So that's fun. I finally saw GXK about a week ago. Do me no likey. Yeah, me no likey either. A lot of people know likey. And that is what is going to be a big emphasis for the start of the stream because of course this is a kaiju roundtable. But even though it's a kaiju roundtable, I'm thinking that to kind of help wait for the people who want to join in and talk about like their own creations, since obviously everyone lives in different time zones, and it's the world and time and stuff that makes these wonderful experiences not able to be done in the best way possible. So unfortunately, that's kind of what ends up happening. But yeah, since I'm not a big fan of it, and a lot of people are not big fans of it, there's been a lot of talk when it comes to the film Godzilla X Kong, the New Empire, and I'll also be doing a not response video. I'm just gonna be looking at what someone else had said, but yeah. So we got Rick the Squirrel. Of course, now I am no longer blocked, which he has his own beefs with the video that we'll be talking about, and the impetus for my doing a video before the start of these is this person right here doing their comments on this video here. And there's a lot of them, but I did not think a lot of them were very good. In fact, if we're gonna go back, I am wholeheartedly convinced, however, that everyone assumed that when I said these critiques are really bad, that was referring to the video, when in reality I was talking about the critiques made by this person. And I said I was really gonna say more on it and kind of disengaged because I was like, I'm gonna talk about this on the stream anyway. So there's that. But yeah. Can you imagine how badass and deadly Takir would be if they put him in a movie? He could be John Wick 89's action heroes Kaiju. Yeah, I would love to. I wish. I think I haven't looked at it in a while, but I do remember at a certain point from the PS3 to the PS5, you could get War of the Monsters on the PS4. I think you can get it on the PS5. I honestly haven't checked. I've been saving up money for the younger figure, so there's that. Yeah. Um, but yes. Hello there. And where was it? Hey, it's Primo. What's your StreamYard link? I will be putting the StreamYard in the Discord channel. So for everyone's curious, I do have a Discord, and unfortunately, besides the fact that I had to restart the computer, I for some reason had to like Discord decided that it wanted to be mean to me, and when I needed it most, it just went completely and no longer worked on the computer. So I am probably gonna hang in the Discord after the stream ends, but I sent the Discord link to myself. Well, not the Discord link, the StreamYard link for anyone who wants to join later on to myself so I could post it via my iPad, which obviously where I do all the art from. So I'm gonna put that in there. So for anyone wondering, the StreamYard link is in the Discord link is in the description. So if you want to join the Discord, that is kind of the best place to reach me if you have any questions or want to do stuff like about writing. I just want to kind of get as many people into the Discord so I can be talking to them, but also other people can talk about things as well. So there is that. But what? Oh, wow. Look at this. It's the first stream super chat. $5 from Monstrosities. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. I do have something actually waiting in the wings for you. It's on its way, I'll tell you that much. So, yes, that's going to be fun. But thank you. That means so much. I got my first super chat. So, for anyone who is curious, now the super chats are available. I will be a lot of this is going to be going towards equipment. So I'm transitioning out of the stuff I do have, i.e. the laptop into a desktop, getting an extra monitor to help with streaming, because a lot of things I'd probably be doing would be so much easier if I actually had a second monitor, which I don't. I do all of this on a single monitor, and everything looks absolutely awful. So there's that. I'm doing really well. Thank you. I hope you were doing well, Matt. We definitely need to chat sometime in the future. I should be free Thursday if you want to do anything Thursday. All I'm going to be doing is working on videos and probably should be open to chat and do some stuff. So that is definitely one time you can reach me. And if you want to join the Discord, I never sent you an invite because obviously super busy and all that, and I respect your job and all that. But if you want to just join so that you know like when I'm like active and stuff, you can just DM me on Discord and I can send you an invite to mine. But yes, again, super excited. Have you heard of Ran Before Life, the movie review? No, I have not. But if you do want to send me suggestions for things to cover on the channels, definitely you can. But besides the fact that I have myself and I'm gonna have other people on later, I do have people in the back right now. So we got Crazy Kraken. How's it going? And we also got the big BBR, the Rudy that's black.
What's up?
Blah, 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 blah. Also, I you're probably gonna hate me for this, but it's only because of your icon that I actually looked up what it thought the character was because I had not read anything relating to Radiant Black at all, honestly.
The comic is relatively new, so I don't blame you.
It's yeah. Although a lot of people say it's like very similar to Power Rangers, but like I only just started it, so
It gets better.
I've heard it's really good though. So that's I get all my discounts on my comic books and stuff in my store, so it's nice. But it's a good thing that you joined because everyone else is gonna be probably talking about the kaiju stuff. Will probably want to join later after we do the video, but yeah, we're gonna be looking at the little Platoons, Godzilla X Kong equals Dumb featuring B Diddy or the Puff Daddy.
The fuck? Huh? Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing that a little bit beforehand and coming in like a hurricane. We got actually 2 more in, and this is why I pay for StreamYards. We got Zaprimo.
Oh shoot! What the heck? Okay, there we go.
There you go. Welcome,
You
welcome.
guys can hear me. You guys can hear me.
I
Yeah,
can,
we
sir.
hear you.
Yep.
I can't. Okay, because my computer's making this weird noise. I think it's gonna explode. But I mean,
Yeah, it probably just like what's it called? It's probably just trying to chug and run.
yeah. I tried closing all the windows. I'm like, dude, calm down.
It's finally gonna give out and die.
Yeah, don't die on me.
Don't die on me just yet. But we also have Zavik,
Hey,
whose other character makes up part of the thumbnail. So, for anyone wondering, no, I did not change the art styles on the thumbnails because there was another artist there that asked for some of his art input.
thank you.
But yeah, so this video is about an hour and some odd long, but we're gonna go in on 2 times speed because we're men. We can handle it. We can take it.
Now that we're men,
Now that we're manly men, we
Now
can
that
do
we're men.
anything.
I'm the only
But-
kid
We got
here.
facial shit.
But let's see. The entire stream. We're streamception ourselves. There we go.
Oh no.
But yeah, it's gonna be fun. Hear it with everyone probably hearing my own thoughts because everyone's got something to say about this one. 'Cause everyone's
Honestly,
mad.
I don't fucking know.
I just realized there's my thing. Okay. And I'm gonna hide that and make sure. Yeah, no, we're not playing this on 1 time speed. We'll play this on 2 times speed. And hopefully the gods in YouTube do not like absolutely destroy me for playing copyrighted music. So
Have mercy.
have
By
mercy
the
upon my
power of
soul.
four.
You're gonna
I'm-
have to. You're gonna need to put on the subtitles because this guy's British. So
British people, they don't know English. That was auto-generated.
Whoa,
No.
whoa.
Let's go.
Yo, sex scene.
Yeah.
People are reported killed, thousands of others injured. Civil defense stations are being set up throughout the island of Manhattan since the World Trade Center bombing. Hundreds of thousands of people have jammed
What the
streets,
fuck?
largest earthquake in history. For this city, and many people are not happy.
YouTube's monetization rules frown on gratuitous swearing and graphic sexual imagery and such within the first few seconds of a video, so this review of Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire will begin shortly.
Wait, why is the video so fast?
Oh, I have it on 2 times speed. That's why.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, don't worry. You're not going crazy.
This film is a fucking disaster. Oh, we should probably be clear. The entire MonsterVerse, with the arguable exceptions of Skull Island and that Godzilla movie from 2014, yeah, the entire thing besides those 2 is a fucking disaster. Its target audience is made up almost exclusively of brain-dead morons, and people who are careless about their children, so take them to the movies ensuring that they too grow up to become brain-dead morons. There are 2 typical defenses made for schlock of this sort. Some will say that, well, you know, they're only in it for the monster fights, and so that's fine. Others will make the broader point that it's just a blockbuster, and not everything can be Shakespeare, so stop complaining. Why do you hate fun? So whenever a new expensive terrible film comes out that involves monsters or dinosaurs or giant robots, we are apparently expected to put up with a whole bunch of people who are, shall we say, homo without the sapiens, and who tell us that we aren't allowed to be mean about the terrible films they consume because in effect they are meant to be bad. That's what makes them so good. Neither of these arguments are accepted by those who offer them when the subject is a film they dislike, of course. Both strands of this defense of the cretinous are severely deficient. In the first place, you might just be in it for the big monster battles. Yet the MonsterVerse films in particular average, what, an 80-20 split? If you're lucky, 20% of the film might be big CGI monsters fighting each other, but the remaining 80% is invariably taken up by human plot lines that would depress a room full of monkeys on typewriters. Why must we use the typewriters, they frustratedly ask, when these guys just throw shit at the paper and run with whatever sticks? See, even the film accepts that this is what it's doing. This movie doesn't respect you. There's absolutely no cast iron rule that states monster movies have to have terribly written human plots. Every single monster movie with terribly written human plots would be improved by better human plots. This is how we can say that Godzilla -1 is better than anything the MonsterVerse has to offer, that Godzilla 2014 is better than Godzilla X Kong, that Jurassic Park is better than Jurassic World, and that Jaws is better than Meg 2: The Trench. Which
So,
My brain is still processing shit. Holy fuck.
Oh wow, is that still too fast for you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just my brain is like, holy shit.
You're good,
I'm trying
don't
to process
worry.
all that.
Need your subtitles, thank you. We'll do
I would say a
that.
little too fast, but I've watched the video through already. So.
I haven't.
I watch everything at 2 times speed, so this is absolutely normal for me. I have a problem. I definitely have a
shit.
problem.
Oh, that's why it was speed, because it's a fucking hour long.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
Oh,
I'm
shoot.
sorry. I didn't realize that.
no, you're good. Don't worry. But what I was gonna say is, a lot of people are like, oh, it's a bad video because it has stuff about Godzilla -1 in it. even though I would say, well, let me go back? Yeah. So I want to hear the first thing he says, and we'll stop it actually here.
Have to have terribly written human plots. Every single monster movie with terribly written human plots would be improved by better
So we have King Kong
human
05.
plots. This is how we can say
Godzilla
Godzilla
minus
minus
one.
one is better than anything the MonsterVerse has to offer. That Godzilla 2014 is better than
2014.
Godzilla X Kong. That Jurassic Park is better than Jurassic,
In Jurassic
World, and that
World.
Jaws is better
Or
than
Jurassic
Meg
Park
2:
two.
The Trench.
So like, wait, I'm confused. Why? I'm confused on what the situation is.
So a lot of
like people calling
people-
it bad, or what's
well,
going on?
So people will say Godzilla X Kong has a bad plot, and then say -1 had a good plot, so therefore there's no excuse. And then people are like Godzilla X Kong and -1 are two different films. Just because they have Godzilla in it doesn't mean that they are comparable. So as a result, when anyone in a video says, "Oh, anything about Godzilla -1" or praises the merits of Godzilla -1 to downplay GXK, people are like, "Oh, video automatically bad because they bring up -1."
What?
But yeah,
I think-
that seems to be the meta argument at the moment.
I think that depending on how the argument or comparison is made, it can be either valid or invalid.
I think that's true, yeah. But a lot of these people who bring up the fact that -1, like if -1 is even in the discussion, oftentimes don't or are not that nuanced with their take.
I've
they'll be
been
like,
seeing that lately. Like people are fucking getting pissed that when -1 is mentioned. Like I don't know. Usually I don't watch these type of videos, but like, I guess if you're like, pulling a -1 and saying that it's better, then I guess I don't know.
like I don't even need to bring up -1 to this say it.
What's the point of bringing -1 in this? Like we get it, we understand.
I mean, I could argue wholeheartedly from the bottom of my heart and from the tips of my balls that Megalon is better than GXK, just in terms of just pure plot and plot holes.
Yeah, I agree.
But
I'm on the opposite camp of that, I guess. I wholeheartedly compare -1 to GXK because I both think they're good. I think they're both excellent examples of what the subgenre films they try to accomplish.
okay, well, we'll see as we move further in. But we continue.
Which
sorry, never
I
mind.
know you're good. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say like it was I haven't seen people say this, but I'm glad he said that Jaws was better than Meg 2.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much.
everyone knows that the Meg was a critical masterpiece. That's why he didn't bring up the first Meg movie.
Oh,
The
thank you.
I
music
like
was better. The music.
I
I
have
like
a-
Meg too.
I have a bit of a question. So,
Mhm.
if so, I've heard this. I just heard this from Vic, and this is something that I've heard the sentiment before in the past. But a movie that is trying to achieve something, is it? We all know that GXK wasn't trying to be well written. I mean, it was like I said, they were just throwing stuff at the wall. But
Yeah.
should that really be praised just by merit of succeeding? Because we could argue different things that people were trying to make something bad on purpose, and well, where is the inherent value in succeeding and doing something bad? That would be like me intentionally trying to build a table with only 2 legs, and the table falls over, and it's a completely unusable, but I succeeded in making a useless table. So where is the merit in that exactly?
Well, for one,
Yeah.
I highly doubt that GXK, the process for it was making a bad film on purpose. The film genre it was trying to go for was an adventure thriller, and it was written in such a way that it emphasizes that, and I believe it succeeds in those merits.
Well, there are plenty of
Um,
films one can argue that are adventure thrillers, that they're wacky and crazy. Journey to the Center of the Earth, for example, had a very light tone and a very tightly written plot, but it was still fun and enjoyable. So I have to ask, why can't that be achieved in this movie? Because with a movie, if the like Platoon says later in the video, if the movie was well written, nothing bad comes out of it. Like nobody suffers, nobody gets to call out the plot for being the way it is. On the contrary, people would praise it more because there's more to praise.
mhm. Or
I'd
like, for
say
example, we have Jurassic Park is like a prime example of a action thriller,
Yeah,
and
and it
that
was
film is
like
praised
pretty.
for its
Yeah,
plotting.
yeah, and they, it was a pretty well written film, but they were able to, have that genre in, but have it well
Or
written.
if we want to bring up giant monsters, that he also brings up Pacific Rim as well as being a pretty good example of a blockbuster that had a serviceable plot. Like, he doesn't say it's the best thing ever, but he does say that it is serviceable. So there's that.
then I'd argue it's a matter of something that's being written differently than something written terribly.
But then we could go into writing details as well. Like, but that's when he gets in the movie, we could talk about that. I guess I just don't think there's. I think that sentiment is left wanting, if that makes sense.
Yeah, he breaks down the plot. So I mean, if we wanted to go into details, we could just watch the video. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't like the plot of GXK. It's different, but that's not an inherent quality to have. That just every single movie is going to be different. That's just the status quo. No two movies is going to be exactly the same. Well, maybe okay, maybe that's a bit of a generalization, but it's very rare to see two movies. So being different, I wouldn't consider that a virtue. That's just normal.
But I could also say, like, even if movies are different, we could still make comparable like inferences. It's easier when they're within the same genre or within the same franchise. Like Force Awakens and the original Star Wars both have very similar plots to one another and very similar structure to one another. To the point that like the entire meta behind like the arguments with that film is that it's essentially a ripoff of A New Hope, and whether that's a good or a bad thing. So, like overall, I think that it's a matter of like whether I think it's a matter for people who don't find a problem with it, whether or not like they have a problem with it. But I think that's wanting. But yeah, like I said, execution too. But let's hear it. Let's keep going. Oh, there we go.
Us neatly into the second strand of this audience retardation. It's only a blockbuster, don't you see? Blockbusters are not Shakespeare, as though the great playwrights didn't aim for big summer grand slams themselves. But anyway, this idea that simply being a blockbuster in some way makes a film immune to the usual standards of criticism is dumb for a host more obvious reasons. Before this film released, I had half a mind to make a lengthy comparison with Godzilla Minus One, since Minus One is a wonderful film, and the MonsterVerse generally is the cinematic equivalent of an enema. But Minus One is much more a genre piece than it is a blockbuster. Minus One uses Godzilla sparingly and as a kind of mythic representation of a lost war. Godzilla in Minus One is the psychological Earth threat, and the film is pretty well exclusively a character study concerning itself with how specific people react to loss and with how a culture redeems itself after the great defeat. Godzilla in Minus One is the embodiment of the alien victor, almost a surrogate for the Allied forces in the new world they forced upon an isolated people. Defeating Godzilla is a story of indirect redemption. Success is not final, failure is not fatal. It's the courage to continue that counts. It is a truly excellent film, and it's not completely incomparable to blockbuster entertainment. It shares many points of commonality with Jaws. It is essentially Jaws with socio-historical context, whereas Jaws was primarily concerned with individual characters on the local scale, and Jaws became known as the first summer blockbuster. It's the socio-historical point that differentiates the two and makes Minus One less useful as a comparator with the blockbuster category in general, because the importance of its historical grounding, as well as its foreign language and its specific cultural trappings, make it less universal in its appeal. It objectively does character, romance, world-building, kaiju, and arguably even action better than any MonsterVerse movie, if your definition of action rests on action having a point and a purpose.
So, where I might be getting my PC from ad plays, or no, I can skip it. Yes, I can skip the ad, but like, even in this instance, because I do know someone specifically says it, and I said to watch the stream because I knew I'd be responding to what they'd be saying. On Twitter, someone specifically, Scylla Hector Light, had said 3 minutes in, and he already brings up Minus One. We struck gold, people. Update: he chickens out probably because he saw the backlash people had against those kinds of takes, and even brought up that was the original idea of the video. Sure, like, I think that he's not chickening out. I think that overall he makes a good point about why Minus One isn't comparable, but also explains why, like, the merits of that film. But again, I think that people just can't fight against the Minus One argument. So therefore the entire point has been to say it's a bad comparison, and that's been the like cancel move for that meta of an argument.
It's a bad comparison because they don't like it, because it proves them wrong, and they don't want to be proved wrong because they want to feel like they can still enjoy it, which is not something that anybody is preventing.
Mhm.
Yeah, literally.
Not to mention the fact that like you don't really need don't need -1 to say that this film's bad. There's a lot of other films from the show Heisei and Millennium Era and earlier MonsterVerse films. I'd say just did everything better than GXK. But let us continue. Or unless anyone wants anything quick they want to say.
I guess I have one thing to say. I mean, this is just like, I guess for when he says for at least kaiju action wise, he said. I mean, this isn't like objectively. This is just subjective, at least for me. I don't know. I think 2014 has. I mean, yeah, -1 has pretty good kaiju action, really good. It's just for me, subjectively at least. I think 2014 is a little bit better.
Oh, it is just leaps and bounds better. Like
Yeah,
that
I
can
know.
be.
Yeah, that's just me. Like I just
No, 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 no. You're absolutely right. I know a CGI guy, and Zim knows him too, Braden. He can explain to you in detail the minutia of why
Mhm.
the CGI in 2014 works compared to -1, even like excluding the budgetary reasons for why things look the way they do and everything. He can just go into the technical details of everything.
for real.
Yeah, my
I
ex-wife
think
is not on the stream to do this, unfortunately. I'll drop him. I'll drop him an invite, but if he wants to come on to explain that, although again, I think that'd be like a whole thing in and of itself.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think subjectively, I think I might like -1's kaiju action more than 2014 in some instances.
Mhm.
CGI wise, I guess 2014 might hold a better candle to it than -1 in a few instances as well.
I
Yeah,
personally, yeah.
I was gonna say I think that technically 2014 is better in a lot of ways than -1, just on the technical level. But I think in terms of just everything else, -1 is still better overall.
Yeah, it's like -1 has the better story, and then it's like 2014 has the better, CGI visuals, and
Mhm.
If only somebody could combine the two to create a good-looking movie that is
oh,
also
that
well
would be
written.
amazing. That would be
Yeah.
fucking amazing.
Speaking of which, Dune Part 2 got an extended run in IMAX. You should watch that instead of GXK.
I've been thinking. I've been thinking to watch Dune 1 and 2. I've been thinking
Yeah,
about it.
Dune 1's I think still on Netflix. So if you want to watch Dune Part 1, you can watch it there.
Oh
I
no, it's
think
not. They
it's
removed it.
no.
I can oh, I'm in here. I can always yo ho pirate life for me.
The
Just be a
legal.
filthy pirate. Illegals.
I think for me,
Captain
oh,
Jack
sorry.
Sparrow.
I think for me,
No.
I think for me, I'm not much of a criticizer, but I think for arguments for this movie, GXK, I think most of us are forgetting that it's just an installment of a franchise. It's not like a new story or anything. It's just supposed to be a sequel for a franchise. It's not -1 has like a fresh set of characters, fresh story. Get the whole new story out and like right out of the oven. Godzilla x Kong. It's supposed to be a sequel. We're all looking at from the previous films of the franchise, following events. It's got limits. We've got returning characters, so there's limits for that movie. So of course, a lot of people are going to trash talk it, but -1 is a good movie. I like how we got a fresh set of characters and new Godzilla. That's why it was like so good because we got this like it was like what you guys were talking about was like 2014, but what am I saying? It's got like this new fresh POV of a story instead of being like a fourth installment to some franchise. But yeah, it's got limits, so of course it's gonna be pretty dumb. But I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
You know what I realized about -1 that kind of soured the movie a little bit? It's that in terms of writing for this particular genre of movies, I think they achieved the bare min. Not to say that the movie is badly written or that it's mediocre or that it's passable. It's definitely excellently written, but in comparison to the rest of the franchise, it feels like it's the bare minimum. Like I feel like most movies should at the very least have interesting characters, or at least kind of like how Pacific Rim does it, where there's hints that the characters are more interesting, and so you latch onto that. Now, of course, there aren't enough scenes to truly latch onto someone, but you latch at the idea of who they are in that regard. And I think Minus One is probably one of the few Godzilla movies to do this. And I don't really know why it took so long. I'm happy that we got this movie. This is definitely like one of my favorite movies of all time now, but I feel kind of bitter that it took so long to achieve it after so many years, because again, I know for a fact that it's been done before. It's been done so infrequently that you wonder if they're ever going to do it again. And then a movie like Minus One comes out and you're like, oh, so it can be done. And then you never see stuff like that happen ever again, and until like years, decades later. And it's just a constant cycle, and I don't really know why this is something that needs to happen, especially when people can just evolve as writers, and as more movies come out, as more stories exist. I mean, there's a near infinite amount of stories that humans can tell that uh one can extrapolate from and go, oh yeah, I can apply that to a Godzilla story. I can make the characters interesting, I can make the world interesting, I can make Godzilla interesting and the monsters interesting as well, without contradicting itself, without creating a bunch of plot holes and contrivances, without creating any inconsistent character writing, stuff like that. I don't really see why it needed however long it took to make this movie in comparison to the last movie to do something like this. I don't know why it took so long.
It's
I think-
yeah, it's crazy though, because what didn't Adam start making GXK at least in 2021?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that surprises me. I'm like, what? No way. You had plenty of time to really think about it.
Yeah. It's like,
Not to mention you have people dedicated to
Oh yeah, you have
the
plenty of people.
lore
You have
of your
plenty.
universe.
Yeah, you got plenty of people to help you with ideas. To help make a good story. It's like
And this is also like even taking into account things like the writer's strike, which I don't think really affected the film all that much.
I mean, for the kind of film that it was, I don't think the writer's strike would really care about a movie like this, to be honest.
Yeah, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
But let's continue.
Yeah,
a
shit.
useful comparator when looking at individual elements of any movie. But I'm going to resist the urge to do any point-for-point contrast in this video. That's in part because the MonsterVerse generally, and Godzilla x Kong specifically, is just not worth the effort. In part because I can't be bothered to deal with all the comments telling me that these are different films trying to do different things, so they can't be compared at all. And in part because there's more than enough for which to bully Godzilla x Kong without going for the nuclear option that comparison entails. It's absolutely true that the blockbuster tends to be defined by its general mass appeal. These are the filmic all-rounders. They tend to have a little bit of everything: action, romance, comedy, tragedy, the broadest range to hold the broadest appeal. None of these components might be quite so well done, so fleshed out as in a more particular genre film, though the best blockbusters typically do excel in every element. But the point is that blockbuster entertainment is not synonymous with dumb. Popularity does not entail mindlessness. The audience has never looked at the truly great blockbusters throughout history and demanded they be made dumber. The biggest and the best blockbusters, the ones we remember most fondly, are remembered because they are good, not because they are supposed to be bad. If Godzilla Minus One were an English language film, if it was slightly less reliant on the specifics of another culture's history, and if it were published in the summer by a major studio, I suspect that, like Jaws, we would now be calling it a blockbuster. It's not, so we aren't, but any list of the great blockbusters rather bolsters the point. How many of the following were good because they were supposed to be shit? Die Hard, Men in Black, Terminator 2, Blade Runner, Saving Private Ryan, Spider-Man 2, Jurassic Park, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Babe, The Iron Giant, Back to the Future, Ghostbusters, Chicken Run, Empire Strikes Back, Avengers, Aliens, WALL-E, Jaws, The Dark Knight, Finding Nemo, E.T., and Kevin Bacon. These are all blockbusters. Very many of them are the sorts of films you take the kids to see, and absolutely none of them has to be defended by hordes of absolute on the grounds that they are meant to be bad because they are blockbusters.
Did you want to say something, or was it just like laughing at the response?
I was just laughing. I was like, damn.
Okay.
Oh, I do have something to say though. Number one, his use of the insult "homo without the sapien" is my new favorite insult, and I'm going to use that for the rest of my
Oh
life.
yeah, I heard you put that.
The second thing is that the writing of Spider-Man 2 has been brought into question, and over time, like the writing has probably not aged all that well, but it's still, one of the greatest Spider-Man movies. So I just wanted to
I
throw that
haven't
out there.
seen that one yet. I have to
How
watch that.
dare you.
I'm watching the first one. The
It's
Tobey
back in
Maguire one.
theaters.
All of them
no,
are back in
I
theaters.
saw I saw it on Disney Plus. I'm watching the second one next.
Mm.
Oh wait, is it MCU or is it
No, like
different
the Raimi
universe?
ones.
The old ones.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. The next thing I wanted to mention is that what was it that he said about the blockbuster thing.
Mhm.
I have a question. Because Godzilla movies, created this argument over time, is that not an indicator that the majority of the movies are badly written? Because I don't think anybody that who is a fan of a franchise whose contents are well written and well put together would I don't think anybody would ever make this argument. I don't think anybody ever made the argument when the third Star Wars movie in the original trilogy came out. I don't see anybody making that argument for the Spider-Verse movies, although the quality of Across the Spider-Verse is and should be brought into question. um Nobody said this about Lord of the Rings, the trilogy. I don't think anybody's saying this about Dune. Nobody said this about like well, I mean, yeah, no, never mind. They did say this about Jurassic Park. Well, I mean, to an extent. I'm not completely familiar, but I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
that
Roger Ebert, I think, said that about Jurassic Park.
Wait,
so
what was the argument or whatever?
That like it was not that well written or like it didn't engage you enough. Although granted, I don't really
okay.
take what Ebert had like actually says about like reviews with like any
Is he
sincere.
saying that about -1 or GXK?
No, we're talking about Roger Ebert, like the big critic
Oh.
from Siskel and Ebert. Like he's dead.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, no. I just remember that like that was something. Roger Ebert's like a rabbit hole in and of itself, but I would honestly say that like in terms of his like critical acumen, I don't think he was that good of a reviewer. And that's probably gonna get me clip chimped somewhere in the world in the future. But yeah.
So yeah, to my question, and this isn't really much of a rhetorical question. I want to know genuinely, like, would a fan would a would a fandom whose content they are a fan of, would you as a fan make this argument if the movies were good, if the majority of the movies were well written and well made?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think there is a large contingent of people in the community, and some of them who do have big voices, who who watch the movies ironically, and just sort of are like, yeah, no, these are bad, and we watch them because they're bad, but like we still like them regardless. And then there are people who genuinely think the films are good, and I find it interesting, at least in the case of Godzilla, because there is a sincere like it's slop and we just love slop like contingent of people, and then people who generally think the films are good versus like other franchises and fandoms like Star Wars, where they do like take it seriously, and almost any attempts to downplay Star Wars as a brand or as a franchise and say that it's bad, it was always bad, usually are doing it in bad faith. At least that's like my like understanding and my analysis of things, because I can name names. I'm not gonna, but there are a few people who I can think of who like are literally just like, oh no, these movies are bad. We just watch them for the monsters. And like if you generally try to like argue plot and story with them, they'll just be like, oh no, you're wrong. It's just bad. And like they don't really have much arguments themselves, but like a lot like that. I guess that's the only thing I could say is that like there's people who just will engage actually in good faith and do like it unironically for being quote unquote bad.
Yeah.
At worst, I think it's like that kind of mindset is like, at worst, I don't care. And at best, fans are generally more forgiving of things because they love the franchise or character so much. So I guess it just depends on where they fall in that.
Yeah.
I think it should also be noted too that like outside of like comedy series or kid friendly films, there hasn't really been major blockbusters or sci-fi films that were remembered very well and continued into franchises off of an entry that didn't take itself all that serious. And if it didn't take itself seriously, then they were usually low budget productions. So like Carnosaur took itself kind of seriously, but like that was also like a very low budget Roger Corman production. Whereas Jurassic Park started serious and then went down goofy. Same thing with every single Godzilla era. Always starts up serious and then only becomes silly after several films in, and then always demands a reboot or a restart to the franchise with a serious entry.
Yeah,
I
I
Hope
think that's
Dune
what
goes that way.
Batman.
Maybe I'll like
I th-
it more.
Dune?
That's what happened
No,
with-
yeah, no, Dune's not gonna go that way. It's probably gonna get more psychedelic, but it's definitely not gonna get nicer.
Yeah, no, it's gonna get darker.
It's gonna get
On
darker.
that note, that's kind of what happened with Batman, actually.
Yeah,
Sort of.
and that's funny because a lot of people will compare Godzilla to Batman and be like, well, Batman had his sillier entries. And like, if I'm not mistaken, the Adam West TV show was canceled, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
I'm gonna look it up on my iPad because I do think it like was canceled.
Remember,
I think most
sorry.
comic book fans would agree. Sorry for cutting you off. I
No,
think
you're
most
fine.
people.
You go.
I think most people can agree. Most comic book fans, anyway, especially Batman fans, will agree that the transition between a serious Batman and between a goofy Batman and a serious Batman worked for the character the best, because now look at the amount of stories that we have. We have Batman Year One, The Dark Knight Returns, Batman: The Killing Joke, the comic, not the movie. We have Injustice isn't really much of a Batman story, but Batman is heavily involved in it. We have Under the Red Hood. We have and those are just the ones that I can name off the top of my head. I'm probably missing a
Nightfall.
lot more. Nightfall.
Battle
Yeah.
for the Cowl, I think, is not that bad.
Oh, Gotham by Gaslight. That's another one.
Although I think that the writing has come into question over the years as well. Tower of Babel.
But yeah, those are just examples of all the best Batman comic books. I'm definitely, there's one in particular that I really like, where it's just a Scarecrow having a therapy session with Batman. I really, yeah. It sounds so simple and innocuous, but it's super cool as a concept.
Mhm.
There's some comics involving Deathstroke and the Batman Arkham series. As far as like Batman stories go, those are what you would call the best ones. Then you got the Dark Knight trilogy, excluding the Dark Knight Rises. There's the Batman, and yeah, like, and we're getting the Batman 2. We're getting.
Oh, yeah,
I
I
mean,
forgot about
I wouldn't consider like Joker a Batman story per se, but it is heavily tied to Batman. And
I
Folie
mean,
à
like, I
Deux-
guess you can call it like a result of serious Batman because you don't get a movie like Joker off of Cesar Romero's Joker, for example.
Yeah, and that movie was both rated R and super serious, and also it became the most successful superhero movie of all time. Well, one of the most successful superhero movies of all time, at least like the most successful rated R superhero movie, excluding Logan, which was also super serious, mind you. And we can point at like the Marvel comics too. A lot of the Marvel characters have very consistent tones. Now, again, like I have to emphasize that tone is not an indicator of quality, but rather an indicator of identity.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And like a lot of people really only like, for example, like Silver Age comics because they're I like so bad. I was like, oh, this is so goofy. I love it. Whereas like they're unless like a character was like revamped for the modern age out of the Silver Age, people don't really remember a lot of like stuff from the Silver Age as being the best.
oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I wrote a script for a video. I mean, I don't think it's gonna come soon, but I wrote a script for a video talking about like the versatility of Godzilla, and like sometimes I wonder, is Godzilla's quote unquote versatility really a virtue? Because that just tells me that, because if Godzilla can be anything, that just means he means nothing. And like if you can just mold him into whatever it is you want, that means he doesn't have a set thing that he is. Because when you go in the streets and ask people about Batman, they're going to tell you, oh, he's the Dark Knight. They're going to tell you his morals and what he believes in. Superman is also an excellent example. Spider-Man, the big three. And you can even go to more obscure characters like Daredevil. They're going to tell you what Daredevil believes in and who he is. And Moon Knight, for example, I mean, for Moon Knight fans, they're going to tell you the type of character that Moon Knight is. He's not exactly a good guy. In fact, he's rather unhinged, to the point where he scared Deadpool at one point and made Taskmaster cry, which is hilarious to think about. Punisher, Iron Man, Captain America. If you ask these people on the street whether they be comic fans or not, because they're going to have some familiarity, at least thanks to the movies, and their characterization from the comics is often translated to the movie, so people already have an idea of who these people are and how they behave and how you expect them to behave. So they can tell you a lot about those characters, but with Godzilla, the most they can tell you is that he is a big nuclear dinosaur.
Yeah, it's like when people think of Godzilla, they think of his appearance. They don't really think about like his story or like
His
a
meaning.
core
Yeah,
thematic
yeah.
theme. Like it's also telling because like anytime non-fans do like video essays on the original Godzilla, they always like do something to the effect of, "Did you know Godzilla was like super dark and anti-war?"
That's the
And
funny thing
then-
is I was literally talking to a friend about this today, and I just asked him a question like because I was curious if he, I was curious, and I asked him, "Yo, so what do you know about Godzilla?" And he straight up said, he's a goofy lizard."
He's a goofy.
Oh
lizard.
yeah, see, he's a goofy
Yeah.
lizard. He's a
Like
goofy nuclear lizard. That's all people know because
Yeah,
Godzilla
'cause, like,
doesn't have a fixed identity.
Well, that's the thing though, is like I think I don't know if this is how people see it, but like maybe the reason people think he's goofy is like I don't know, it's just kind of like a theory. Like maybe it's because of all of the much older movies like Showa or something. I
It
don't
most
know.
definitely
Yeah, I think
is.
that's definitely true.
Because like
but
there
I-
was so many, because like 54 and then wasn't like Raids Again dark and serious?
it was
mean,
not dark and serious,
yeah.
but it was like it was more serious than like King Kong versus Godzilla or
Okay.
It was
so-
grueling.
So that
That's-
basically, and then like the rest of the Showa era was just like, I mean, weren't there like a few other serious films, or is like just the rest of them all, goofy?
Like I would probably say Gojira is serious. Well,
Yeah,
I think
them- yeah,
Gojira's
that's definitely
sour.
serious.
Raids Again's serious. King Kong versus Godzilla was literally meant to be a satire, so that's why it's sillier. Mothra versus Godzilla, I say, is not. It like takes itself seriously, but I wouldn't call it like over.
Not like a
overly
full on serious, like like
Yeah.
a little goofy, but like it has a bit of serious to it,
goofy. Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster tracks a little bit more into goofy. Same with Astro Monster, tracks a little bit more into goofy. Sea Monster more into goofy. Son of Godzilla isn't that silly. I think the silliness just derives from the fact that we find Minya to look goofy and derpy.
the designs don't really help all that
Yeah,
much.
the designs
Yeah,
do
they
not
don't.
help. Like I think like
Yeah.
honestly, if you take the film for what it is, and like if you replace that like with a Minya that looked more like the 54 Godzilla, and you took the 54 Godzilla's design into that film, it wouldn't be that silly. And honestly, like it doesn't make
disagree.
like how though? I would say like ignore like removing
Because his
elements
actions,
like
his actions in the film, they're
Yeah,
more
like he
humanized.
jumps and then he
fatherly.
flies.
no,
Oh,
Godzilla
yeah,
doesn't fly
that's
in
true.
Son of Godzilla.
He throws
No,
a
not Son of
tantrum.
Godzilla, just a natural.
Yeah, well, Minya. I would say like sure, it would be more sillier, but like it wouldn't be seen as silly.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
means
I
they'd
think
have
he
to
would have to
change his
portray it
behavior.
more animalistic,
Yeah,
like
Yeah,
how real
it-
animals
oh, yeah,
teach
there
the
you go.
young and stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe
Because here's
it's
very
just like the
human-like.
looks of them.
It's the looks combined with the actions.
Yeah. And it's
Like,
oh sorry.
I
Godzilla
was gonna
literally
say,
raises his hand to
yeah, to
discipline
smack,
him. So
yeah, to smack that Minya.
Seriously, Minya looks like he has Down syndrome.
Destroy monsters, I'd say, isn't overly like silly. Outside of like Minya's little dance at the end on top of Ghidorah's corpse after you like Fortnite
It's-
blasts him.
It's funny though when you mention destroy monsters. It's like, God, I don't know, for some reason, I don't know why, but I'm one of those rare people who, I don't know who else likes it, but like, I just have a huge passion for that film. I don't know.
It's a
why,
good
though.
film. I mean, I like it. I wonder what would have happened had they done their original idea, but like I like it for what it is.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, like it was gonna be a little bit more like Jurassic Parky, where they were gonna be mostly on Monster Island, and there was other versions where they were gonna have more monsters, and King Kong was gonna be in it at one point.
What?
Yeah,
Oh, that would have been sick.
and then Hedorah, like
Imagine
Hedorah's just
fucking
like I
Kong
think
just jumping on Ghidorah and being like fucking Smash Hulk style.
yeah, but like I think Hedorah, yeah, we can consider Hedorah goofy. Gigan, more goofy. I'd say it's goofy because of the characters. I would say like the monster actions are not as goofy as like Son of Godzilla. Megalon is like obviously where people think most goofy because of Jet Jaguar and tail drag meme, haha, funny. And then Mechagodzilla is more serious than Megalon, and then Terror Mechagodzilla is more serious than Megalon or Mechagodzilla. And then the Heisei films are overall like take themselves seriously across the board.
Yeah,
God,
yeah,
I
but
need to
the
rewatch
writing
Millennium.
is the
Yeah,
writing
well,
is
this
what
is
they say.
not including writing. This is just purely like visuals and shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned Gigan earlier, and I just want to say because I love Gigan. He's like one of my favorite monsters. I think the early 2000s were the best thing to ever happen to Gigan.
Because of the Millennium one.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Like
got
minus what's it called? Final Wars is probably my favorite incarnation of Gigan.
Oh.
Like as much as I don't like the film, one of the few things that I do like about the film is number one, Kaiser Ghidorah, number two, Godzilla's design, and number three, Gigan. Gigan is just
Gigan
so
was
cool.
sexy in
Mhm.
Final Wars.
Hey yo.
Yeah, don't give a man a stiffy, but let's keep going. And I'm moving it up to 75 times speed. We're doing a little bit more chipmunky.
On the grounds that they are meant to be bad because they are blockbusters. In short, Godzilla X Kong has no excuse. If you like kaiju films, if you think kids deserve good entertainment, the best entertainment, since it's the most important at that formative stage in their lives, if you want big things smashing into each other, if you want CGI extravaganzas, if you want your favorite big monsters to get the mainstream love you think they deserve, then you should want this film to be better. You should not be excusing it because it's meant to be bad. Nobody suffers when a film is better. Culture generally suffers when its biggest budget productions are this kind of bilge. And if you acknowledge any of the preceding list as being better than Godzilla X Kong, then, much like all those people from whom I had to drag the conclusion that Jurassic Park is better than Jurassic World Dominion, you are beginning to engage the very critical faculties you insist do not apply to blockbusters. TLDR, have some self-respect and stop watching this absolute dog shit. I don't think there's much point doing any lengthy recap of the Monsterverse story because I've got a Dune video to get back to after this, and none of it makes any sense anyway because it's meant to be bad and therefore it's good. Am I doing this right? Suffice it to say that there are big monsters and Godzilla is king of the monsters. He and Kong defeated Mecha Streisand in the previous film because some evil people had the evil idea that we might need a weapon to fight against these big monsters rather than leaving it to the big monsters to police themselves at a cost of hundreds of billions of dollars in property damage and tens of thousands of lives lost each year. Also, there's this place called Hollow Earth that the humans have discovered, and Kong lives there now. One of the humans is a mystical, deaf Indian kind of child with psychic powers, and though she's absolutely not a character and she has the expressive range of old toast, she is most definitely important. So I'm sure we'll have to suffer more human anti-drama in the film that's good if you ignore the 80% of it that's human anti-drama and you just
Can you
focus on
pause here?
challenge.
Yeah.
So number one, I've noticed that he used some clips of Monarch, and he says he hasn't seen Monarch. So that leads me to believe that someone edited the video for him. At least I hope that's the case, because if not, then there are some things I have to ask him about that. Another thing I want to say is that I pretty much want to point out that he has been saying what Zimzilla and Braden and I and CGF movies have been saying for months now in a more eloquent way, and I lost my mind when he said that, because Jesus Christ, I couldn't have said it any better than he did. I couldn't have said it. First off, the Mechagodzilla thing. The Mechagodzilla fighting for humanity will always be a good thing. The reason why it failed is because how they built it was stupid. Then there's like the quality of the whole thing, the whole story being nobody suffers when a film is good. Nobody, absolutely nobody. Nobody. No, I don't think anybody hates a good. I don't think anybody truly hates a good movie solely for like the plot or anything. Maybe they would hate it because a certain plot beat didn't pan out the way they wanted to. The second reason I would imagine is they don't really like the genre, and this is something a lot of casual viewers do, which I think is fine, as long as even you can go up to your parents and show them a movie like Dune, and they're gonna go like, oh, it's good, or even like your mom is probably not gonna like a movie like Dune, and
Unless she's based.
oh. But yeah, no, like if you show your parents a specific type of movie that you like that is based off of a franchise that you absolutely enjoy, they're either going to passively, watch it and be like, yeah, that was good, and not really acknowledge what was good about it, or and then forget about it, or they're going to be like, oh, I didn't like that, and you ask why, it's like, I don't know, it just wasn't for me, and so they're not really arguing quality, but overall the film is still good. The film will always be good. It will always be recognized as good. Nobody will argue that, and if it's any what was I gonna say? If it's impactful enough, like Lord of the Rings, then it will set the precedent for how movies of its kind should be moving forward, and how they should evolve, and that they should evolve from that specific movie. So again, like nobody really suffers from getting a good movie, and I don't think it's like the video that I made. Demand better movies. The video that got me so much notoriety, the video that people hated on me for, the people that kind of flame me on
I called
Twitter
you a
for.
fun phobe.
Yeah, I
You
hate
fun
fun.
phobic. You
Even though
funophobic
Godzilla,
bigot, you.
even though Pacific Rim and Godzilla -1 were fun movies, yeah, no, I hate fun. No,
I
absolutely
had
no.
fun.
Yeah, I just despise fun.
We all are
I
just
love fun.
wonderful little fun phase. No, you're on the stream. You're a fun phobe. Don't you
You
realize?
you
You-
hate fun too. You
Colin,
did not choose this.
Oh,
You are
no, I'm a
you,
prisoner. That's what this is.
You're a prisoner. You're a prisoner of the fun phobes.
you're a prisoner of boredom.
But yeah, like definitely, like nothing is affected if movies are good. That's definitely for sure. And
True
I think that like even if someone says, "Oh, well, you can't demand something like that," that just you sound entitled. Then you know what? If someone sounds entitled, then they don't have to spend money on it.
Yeah.
And if like something makes a lot of money, like this film is doing right now, or Transformers movies did, then well, like diminishing returns will come and we'll see what
Yeah.
happens.
Are
At least keep it
we
going.
really seeing anybody like? Have we seen anybody say that -1 should have been dumber?
No.
All right.
Exactly.
Monsters or whatever. This brings us up then to Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire. Quite what the new empire is in this film is entirely unclear. There are no empires in this film. Nobody creates a new one. Nobody discovers a new one. Nobody takes charge of a new one. But it succeeds Godzilla versus Kong as surely as make-up sex follows a fight. This title is proof that there are no depths of depravity to which shippers will not sink. Look, here's an example of the sort of heathen nonsense shippers go in for. Godzilla X Kong Rule 30. Or, oh my god, and it's still less offensive than Godzilla, the Fallen Empire, whatever the fuck this shit's called. We begin by ruining Elvis Presley harder than barbiturates and burgers.
Welcome to my world.
Oh, fuck, no, it's Jim Reeves, isn't it? I think it might be Jim Reeves. I don't have any Jim Reeves jokes. Oh, well, whatever the case. Welcome to my world. He croons as the film gives us Hollywood's latest ludicrously expensive, entirely flat and tedious CGI vista. Won't you come on in? I'd really rather not, actually, but, the Dune script's taken ages to put together, and the channel needs content, so here we are, I guess. There are pterodactyls. There's Kong. He's being chased by giant hyena, rat, man, bear, pig monsters, and oh no, he gets stuck on the edge of a cliff, but oh yay, it turns out the entire canyon is a trap that he laid, and it kills a bunch of them, and he rips a corpse in half and sprays its blood all over himself, and fans of this sort of thing start feeling all
Can I
heart.
say one tidbit?
Yeah.
You guys might have noticed it since you guys like to analyze things. But fun fact is that it might hurt my case, but the wolf he tears in half comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
No, I was about to say the first one fell through the thing, so I don't know where that one came out of, unless it crawled its way out and then died or something. I don't know.
He literally,
Oh, no.
he
See, what
literally
happened
used
was
the
that
force.
he respawned. He had an extra life, so he respawned.
Oh, he respawned. Bro had Halo CE spawn system spawn on his teammate. Too close. Kong grabbed him. Was like, bro, I'm gonna do it again.
Armor lock.
Armor lock. Yeah, armor lock.
Funny thing, I was watching Russian Badger earlier today, so
They put your Master Chief in your soda.
they put the Master Chief in the soda.
They put your Master Chief in the soda.
Put the Master Chief in the soda.
Giant monkey. But instead of monster guts being sprayed all over them, it's creamy monster cum. And this scares the other man bear pigs away. Monkey man goes for a shower, then sits down and admires the view. He tries to snack on a hyena rat thing, but he chips a tooth. And then some lizard goober steals his lunch, and now he's sad.
Lizard goober.
I hate Doug. I absolutely despise him. I don't know why people like him so much. I hate him, and I was so pissed off when I found out he was going to be back in the movie. I was like, I threw my TV.
I think it's just that people like Doug. I think it's like one of those things where it's like it's so silly, therefore we excuse it type thing. Like there's nothing outside of like Doug's appeal besides he's a cute face.
Yeah, Matt Alsop did a better Doug than whatever this movie was trying to do. I hate Doug.
Alsop never misses.
I like this more than the Alsop one. Movie Doug's better to me.
Like, but
Matt's was cool.
It makes sense too. But
bad
Yeah.
berry tooth is a significant development in the plot. No, I'm not being sarcastic. It really is. You'd be surprised by how significant Kong's toothache turns out to be. And then you'll be surprised at how insignificant that significant thing turns out to be. But we'll get there in due course. Unfortunately, this is where we leave one of the best bits of the movie, and we hop away to the humans, which is when things get very, very dumb. Oh, Platoon, we just watched these films for the monsters. So yeah, why are these people here, and why are they taking up all of my time with their annoying fucking humanness? Our segue is the form of a lecture that attempts to clumsily remind everyone what happened in the previous movie. You know, the bit where they take a spaceship down to the center of the Earth and find another world down there. The bit that should make you very depressed because you're sitting here watching this, when you could be watching Journey to the Center of the Earth instead.
Most of human civilization, we believe that life can only exist on the surface of the planet.
Oh yeah, it's Eileen again. Remember Eileen from the last movie? What a terrific character. And also, what an absolute fucking moron. Eileen, fish are not a new discovery. We've known about them for a while. Same thing with ants. Moles exist. Our ancestors lived in caves. We've known about things living underground since before we had writing. I mean, come on, Eileen. See what I did there? Yeah, that's kind of
I
the level
think
we're
that
at.
as a critique is really stupid.
Yeah, hold on. I actually have a thing to say. So this is what you would call a nitpick because it doesn't necessarily affect the plot in any significant way. However, I would argue that the criticism is rather indicative of how the writing is going to be moving forward. Because number one, the dialogue choice was rather bad, all things considered. Of course, you know, we all know that she's referring to the hollow earth and everything, but there could have been better ways to say this, as little Platoon is going to point out later in when you decide to pause it. But yeah, no, there are definitely better ways to be subtle about it without sounding kind of dumb. Now, as for the writing quality, and this is something that little Platoon points out later, I believe. Well, actually, no, I don't think he points this out, but pointing one thing I have to argue about nitpicks in particular is that wouldn't you want your movie to not have anything to nitpick in the first place? Because, like, I mean, if you can iron out chinks in the armor, of the movie, of the writing, if you can iron out anything wrong with it, then why wouldn't you? I mean, clearly this is not consequential. This is just the one thing. But in a much better movie, this would be the only thing to critique. However, again, this is like a prelude. It's like a preamble, a portent, if you will, of what is to come, because again, it's indicative of how the writing of the movie is going to be moving forward.
yeah, I think it's definitely a nitpick, but it comes down to the fact that, like, if your, like, essentially if your exposition isn't this thorough, sure, okay, but like then we get into the point two where there are plot holes in the movie, like major ones. There's one in the movie that he doesn't even mention that occurs, but like the point being is that if your film has like plot holes, then it also brings dialogue like this into question because it shows that they weren't caring on the small things. So it shows they weren't even going to care about the big things either.
Exactly. Yeah. Like if you don't care about in small itty bitty things like dialogue, which I don't consider dialogue to be all that small, to be honest, because for starters, dialogue informs us. They're like the windows into the minds of characters, and character writing is very important in a plot, depending on, of course, the type of story that you're writing. But like dialogue is a window into the minds of characters, and you kind of want that. You want the dialogue to reflect their intelligence, and that phrase was not very intelligent. So for like a genius, like, well, no, she's not. I don't think she's established to be a super genius, but like a scientist, you would think a scientist would know that. Hell, I don't think anybody past the age of 7 would not know that life exists underground. So yeah, again, it's indicative.
Yeah.
I would disagree. Like, I don't think the line is entirely indicative of any bad writing, especially if you yourself said we all know what she meant. But like, why point it out if it's like I don't even think it's worth a nitpick.
Well, for that, you'd have to acknowledge that the film is badly written in the first place, which we can get to later because Platoon is going to explain it. But yeah, there are several plot holes that damage the movie, and I would also like to preamble for any potential criticisms, both here and out there, and by out there I mean outside this stream, that this does not necessarily have to affect your enjoyment. Of course, it could, although that depends on the person, and that's the part where I would argue that is subjective. But I mean, this doesn't necessarily have to affect enjoyment, but these problems do exist, and I think it's important to talk about them because I mean, film is an art, and well, refining art is probably the best thing you could do with art. I don't think we could ever reach a peak, but that just means that gives us an infinite potential for evolution in terms of writing, and we can only get better from here. So there's no really any point to stagnate, which is why I value film criticism like this so much, because I value writing as much as I do.
I think it all, like, again, it comes to the point that you can make better dialogue, but I would say that ultimately, if this was the worst of it, then yeah, it's a nitpick, but it does.
Oh yeah,
kind
this
of
isn't the
find
worst thing that
come-
people say in this movie in
No,
dialogue wise.
it's not. But let's keep going.
Yeah, if this is the bottom, it could only get worse.
I had a laugh at the expense of this stupid line on Twitter, and one or two people attempted to autistically tell me that it's actually a perfectly fine
So it's like, where it would still be considered on the surface of Crustus Mouse deal.
line, because Eileen was
What? Wait, hold on. Worms and go back. Worms
Twitter,
and
and one or two
moles.
people attempted to autistically tell me that it's actually a perfectly
Okay, worms and moles and even most caves would still be considered on the surface of the earth. The crust is miles deep, and the woman is referring to life in the mantle/core of the earth. Okay, first of all, no, the maps in Hollow Earth do not indicate that there is a mantle in the, like, okay, so if you look at the maps, right? If you look at the maps as well as how the heaves travel through the Hollow Earth, it's like there is a void, a black void of both light and darkness in between the crust of the earth and the hollow earth, because there is no mantle in this planet, which I don't really know how that works, considering that we kind of need the mantle, and it just completely throws off the existence of tectonic plates and volcanic eruptions and stuff like that, because a lot of it has to do with seismic activity. Okay, so
Not entirely, I
no,
don't think.
no, they do. At least most volcanoes.
It's not a void. In
No,
the scenes,
that's
they
what
do
the film
show
shows us, though.
cavernous
That's what the-
areas.
Well, it shows us cavernous areas, but then when we see the portals transition them down, you'll see that black void there, and then you come off on the other side.
Yeah,
Which either it's
But
implying
in that
that,
void,
like,
there's still a cavern. At least from what I remember in GXK, in the new
I mean,
scene.
they do show us
GVK, it is a bit of a void.
well, no, in both of them there are, and I think we see it here in the video as well, because I think there's a clip of it. But
yeah,
it's
more
weird because,
evident in
like,
this
we'll
movie.
see like the tunnels that lead into the Hollow Earth, which then implies that either those tunnels are the same as the portals, but then with how the portals function, are we mapping like the length of the portal, or like we know where the portal is and therefore we're mapping a trajectory route into the Hollow Earth? And again, this is just going off the fact that Hollow Earth from KSI and King of the Monsters was different from how they do Hollow Earth in GVK and GXK as well.
Yeah,
and then
yeah. Might I
ignoring
add?
Axis Mundi and all in entirety. Yeah.
Yeah. Might I add that? So from what I remember in GXK, because I've only ever seen it once. Okay, and this is based off of GVK, which I do remember. So they go through the portal, and they have this sort of. It's kind of like when you're pushing through a piece of plastic with a like a plastic bag with a pencil, and then it kind of dents in until it breaks through. That's kind of like how the heave travels through the portals of the Hollow Earth. But you can see that there is a void there. Now, after they exit through that void and that tunnel of light, which is, I assume, the fabric of the between that divides the Hollow Earth and the normal Earth. After that, they come out of a cave. So what I imagine that to be is, I guess you could call it a canyon, an upside down canyon, because that's what it looks like. I mean, that's how it behaves. I think in GVK, that's how it behaves. So you come out of the portal, and then you come out of like the crevice of a canyon, which is like the ceiling of the Hollow Earth, and so you have to adjust gravity. But no, that void that void is, I'm guessing it's like the midway point between the fabric made of light, which the heave cuts through. Which, I mean, I'm not really sure why that's even there, especially when Godzilla can just drill a hole into the center of the earth and the portal required. That's the
really
thing. Like, they have the
becomes a big
portals,
issue.
and yeah, like they have the portals, and they behave this way, implying that the Earth doesn't have a mantle. But then Godzilla drills through the center of the Earth, and clearly there is a mantle that Godzilla bores a hole through. I mean, we see magma and lava pouring out of where he shot down. So, like, I don't think the film really and that's GVK, not GXK, but the hole still exists.
Yeah, it's
So
well, it's then like with how the magma shoots up because we don't really see like magma seeping down or up into Godzilla. It's almost like there's the mantle with like the liquid rock part, and then Godzilla essentially blasted that piece of the mantle like down, 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 and then finally what was left of it popped up on Kong's side,
yeah,
and then
that's
he
what it
climbs
is.
back down.
And that's the crux of my whole point. You can't just have no mantle and a mantle at the same time. You got to go with one and pick it. The reason
Mhm.
why they can't pick it, however, is because no matter which one they pick, the plot is negatively affected anyway. Because if they pick the Godzilla option, then the heaves are completely useless, and all the people that tried to take Kong to the Hollow Earth all died for nothing. And the heave part doesn't work. Um, because then now Godzilla can't bore a hole into the center of the earth, uh, because then it would, screw up all the wormholes in the hollow earth, and he can't really reach Kong, and so Godzilla and Kong can't fight. So no matter which one you choose, it doesn't work.
I would say in GVK, well, I can only assume that Godzilla's beam did go through a makeshift portal of some sort, or maybe one was created after the fact.
Yeah,
And
but then
I know for a GXK that there definitely is a mantle of some sort or some sort of cavern that they do go through because they do show it with all through the heave scene. It's dark, but there's still the light reflecting off of the energy of the heave going through it at that speed due to the gravity shenanigans. But there is something there. They are going through something. It's not an endless void.
The
the
mantle
problem
isn't dark, by the way.
is
It's molten rock.
yeah, well, the
I
problem I would say is that like with that argument is that we then have to like make up the fact that either there was a portal there that Godzilla hit or Godzilla made a portal on his own, which then has to be accounted for in future films, or it seems like a weird one-off occurrence to justify this one film. And if we're
Yeah, it
talking,
also affects like the power scaling too, because if Godzilla can just create portals now, and also wouldn't it be that just a major convenience that Godzilla happened to, like, if we're going with there was a portal there already, if we're going with that argument, then that would just make the whole thing extremely convenient.
I
So
wouldn't go with
yeah,
that for justification. Something I thought up right now would probably be that Godzilla's ability is probably specifically unique enough that he's probably one of the only times that can do that due to his ability. And I would argue that only Mecha Godzilla with the Hollow Earth radiation might be able to do the same.
I would say
well
the
then why
problem
didn't
with
he?
that though is that like we don't see portals near the Kong temple, and when the radiation interacts with Godzilla bits and the rest of that little like empty castle cave fortress thingy, we don't really see anything to imply that there are portals there. It seems to just be an energy source. And the only justification I could say that Godzilla's like energy could possibly make portals is that Godzilla's readings are similar to the energy, and then Godzilla in Monarch is explaining to be putting off more energy than the Hollow Earth itself. But like again, like it just becomes convenient. Like for example, in At the Earth's Core, which is the influence behind how they designed the Hollow Earth in GXK moving forward, is that there's an ecosystem underneath the ground. But in that story, they do kind of do a Godzilla and they just drill down through the core. But they end up going through like the mantle and the molten rock and stuff, and then finally they end up on the other side, which would imply that there is either a way that the portal, like their little tunnel, closed up, which is why they weren't able to go back. Plus, they couldn't shoot themselves back up with their drill to go back the way they came. So there was at least good enough reason as to why you weren't able to go to and from Pellucidar as easily as like you would be able to in the Monsterverse, given the technology of that of Monsterverse.
Yeah, here's how I would fix it. I would just cut the heaves out entirely from GVK and just replace it with just an expedition through a cave that goes down into the hollow earth, as opposed to just having the heaves there. Just a cave, and not no portal, no anything. Just a cave that leads down a massive pit that Kong and the people can just fall
It would
free
actually,
and
like, honestly, it would kind of be a more interesting visual to see Kong either equipped with something which then could sell toys, or with like his hands literally just bringing down people down into the hollow earth, which would still be like dangerous as using new technology that was quote unquote designed for this, although like we don't know if it was ever tested. So like if we're concerned about like we're losing that hollow earth flute visual, then like you could still have a sequence that provides tension and has visual intricacies to it.
oh
So
yeah,
that's why like
that,
I don't take the idea that well we'd be losing a cool visual from it, because then you can make a cool visual in a hypothetical to justify its new inclusion.
What
yeah. Like,
I
if
would
you need
do,
like a oh, go ahead.
what I would do to fix up any of those like contrivances or plot holes is one, I would switch the location of the. I would either switch the location of the temple and the power source, because essentially Kong has to be on the other side of the Earth for the beam to come from under him. I would either have it come from the top and switch it to that the temple is somewhere under Hong Kong. I would also have a scene where Walter Simmons says that they built their base on the closest reading they had to the power source, which was over Hong Kong. And then I would have a similar to how they do it in GXA with the pyramid portal. I would have a scene where the ground sort of like collapses in the same way, and then the beam comes up, implying that a new portal has been created, just to show the portal, just to keep the rules clear and consistent.
Well, I think in the case of like the Egypt portal, it seems that like that portal was always there, but since nothing was being pushed through it, that's why we don't see like major upheavals in the ground. At least that's like what it seems to be the case, and the reason like what I'd use to support that is that since obviously the iwi aren't going up to the surface, there's no reason for them to be flooping around with the portal, so that's why like something like that has never happened. Plus, given how big Kong is, even if like we got small things from this portal shooting up, they wouldn't be big enough to actually cause like too much disturbances on the ground in Egypt.
Yeah, I think there's enough enough material seen to imply that portals can be closed or covered up, since a lot of them are in deep caverns or
Some of them are,
can be closed.
yeah, some of them are, then some of them aren't, but
some are higher than others in the surface.
yeah.
Definitely.
A fine line, because Eileen was obviously referring to the entirety of the Earth's crust as the planet's surface, not just the surface of the Earth's crust, which is quite explicitly defined as the meeting point between the ground and the atmosphere. One person in particular attempted to explain away the problem with this line. Having attempted and incorrectly set out the difference between the Earth's crust and the Earth's surface, this person then had the gall to accuse me of being pedantic for taking the line at face value. This is the kind of autistic nonsense you get used to when you are, for instance, accustomed to arguing with fans of Jurassic World. So yes, I'm familiar with this sort of thing. I am familiar with fans desperately trying to make dumb movies make sense, rather than accepting that many of their flaws are so simple and stupid that they'd be incredibly easy to repair. There were a million other ways to write this little recap section Eileen is giving us here, and they went with that. You shouldn't be excusing this sort of nonsense. You should demand it clears the lowest of low fucking bars.
Well, after certain, you have to wonder. What else were we working on?
We weren't wrong about that, Eileen. This is a you problem. Why are you giving this TED talk when you apparently failed the second grade in pretty much every subject? Anyway, this is our excuse to start telling the audience that only 5% of Hollow Earth has so far been mapped, but Kong's moved in there now and he seems to be enjoying himself, except the fact that he is lonely, because his species is supposed to be social, and yet he's all alone, which means you don't even need to watch the trailers to know that Kong's about to bump into a lot of other Kongs, and that this movie is about to show you what Planet of the Apes would be like if everything was bigger and worse in every conceivable way. Godzilla, meanwhile, has been wondering about killing the big bad titans that spawn in every now and then, causing incalculable damage to every famous landmark they stumble across. Look at them go there, fighting away. Pretty sure they wiped out all of Italy there, but you know, sometimes you have to destroy ancient civilizations in order to save them, right?
Godzilla's on the surface, Kong is below. As long as they don't venture into each other's territories, we've got
So I
nothing.
actually want to go back real quick.
Godzilla's on the surface, Kong is...
So
Yeah, see, the gravity well is what I would call the void. That's the void.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's a tunnel. There's still stuff around it, as we see
Like
in
what?
JSK. Rocks and stuff.
well, like,
It's a
I would
big
also
cavern.
say like, however, the gravity well how it's shown here is different to how it was in GVK, where you could see that the portal flooped and duped when it got down to the Hollow Earth. Not to mention that I was pausing because of the whole like Godzilla Kong territory thing, because Godzilla was being called down to the Hollow Earth anyway. So it makes you wonder why Godzilla in the first place allowed Kong to go down there and have his territory and say like, I'm not going to go down there if you don't go up here. because ultimately, if that signal was needed, he'd have to be the one to break that truce between the two that he set up himself, which calls into question Godzilla's character. But the reason it's a problem too is that we don't really get any commentary on that at all.
Yeah, on that subject, the can you go back to the diagram?
Yeah,
All of Italy there, but sometimes you have to destroy ancient civilizations in order to save them, right?
Godzilla's on the surface.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So the rocks that Vic was mentioning, those I remember the scene. I remember the scene. I pulled it up and I'm seeing it right now. The rocks appear after they leave the gravity well, not during. Because if it were during, then they would be crashing into it. But all they're getting is gravity related turbulence, which I don't really know how that works exactly.
Gravity
But-
floops.
Yeah, gravity flumes. It's literally just that. But between the gravity well and the crust between the crust of the Earth and Kong's territory, the line that divides the gravity well section of the planet and Kong's territory, that line is where the hollow Earth. That's where the gravity well ends, and that's where the Kong's territory begins. So I would so the rocks from what the film shows us begin at that segment. They're nowhere in the gravity well. And again, the mantle is not just rocks, the type of that we see in GVK or GXK. I know the ones you're referring to, but the mantle doesn't have rocks like that. It's molten. It is very high temperature, and it could melt humans a lot. Well, humans can't actually melt, at least not the way that you're thinking, because the flesh, the debris and the dust and all of those particles would stick to the molten flesh. But yeah, no, humans would not survive at least being near the mantle, because the mantle is. How hot is the mantle? Because I'm pretty sure it's like around the same surface as around as hot as the surface of the sun.
Yeah, I think they're that close and or even hotter, I think. But
Yeah.
And which scene did you rewatch?
The one in GVK where they hold on.
Well, I
just
give you
closed
that
the
one
tab.
because, yeah, admittedly, yes, in the void part, it is a void, but in GXK, I would say they corrected that and they show the void is a tunnel. Even if it's logistically, realistically wrong, that's what it is in universe.
I should
I would
look up the scene. Hold
I would
on.
definitely say
the
like
actual scene
we
in
could say that
GVK.
that's wrong in universe, but then like that just runs into the other problem of how they've constructed the Hollow Earth. But while we're doing that,
Colonies below. As long as they don't venture into each other's territories, we've got nothing to worry about.
What? No, what? There are huge monsters sprawling all over the place, and then you have to just hope that a giant radioactive dinosaur is going to stop them without destroying everything in its path. But no, okay, sure, Eileen, nothing to worry about. We're all fine. God, Pacific Rim is a better kaiju film than Godzilla. They actually consider consequences in Pacific Rim. They sometimes remember that these battles are wiping out whole cities, and lots of people are dying. This has consequences for human society. God, how does it feel, Japan? How does it feel to know Pacific Rim is better than Godzilla now?
Yeah. I mean, the writing isn't exactly, top tier, but it is leaps and bounds better than. I actually had found a tweet and one of the posts that I made comparing GXK's success to that of The Last Jedi, and people on Twitter got mad and they said that number one, TLJ was good, which I mean it's Twitter. I should have seen that coming. I should have seen that coming.
That was your first mistake.
Yeah, I should have seen that coming. Then the other thing is that apparently Pacific Rim was mid, which I don't even know how you would quantify that. Like I don't know how you would like if you're going with plot, then yeah, like the plot is pretty lackluster, but mid, because mid would imply mediocrity, and I mean Pacific Rim I would argue it is a sliver above the mediocrity line, and yeah, no. Pacific Rim being mid, no, absolutely no. That is demonstrably false. You can prove it. You can prove it.
It's like one of those. It's like a common tactic where you're like, oh, you think this is bad? Well, I'm gonna say this is bad, but whatever.
Yeah, it's like a playground taunt, basically.
Yeah. That is the best comparison. It is literally a playground taunt.
Yeah, it's either children arguing about their favorite dinosaur, or it's actual children, and I don't know which is worse.
I would say, specifically regarding the last remark from Platoon. I would say Eileen was specifically referring to the beef between Godzilla and Kong, and that so long as they stay in the territory, everything's fine.
I
'Cause-
sure too, but again, like this also calls into question the fact that Godzilla just has fights in the middle of the city instead of trying his best to like get people out of these locations to fight.
Sure,
Like
but
I would like
separate
even
issue.
you know what I'm gonna do another I'm gonna go and do a pull a 98 right here. In Godzilla series in A New Family Part 2, so Junior brings C-Rex out to the cliff in order to beat him instead of trying to like fight him in the city. It's arguable that like maybe he decided to do that because he couldn't deal with the tar spit, but I'd say generally he was still on par with C-Rex, and I don't think he was at too much risk of dying. But it does kind of show that, like, at least in that series when they were writing, to show how heroic Godzilla was, they lure him out. He has they have Godzilla lure another monster out to somewhere where there's not really any people, just to beat that monster, presume be dead, and then ends up releasing those people from under the water in a few scenes afterwards. Not to mention in the later Showa films, Godzilla really does not do like any property damage or fights in like the city, and the only times you see him fighting around buildings are when we know for sure that these places are evacuated or are bereft of people, like in Godzilla versus Gigan and Godzilla versus Megalon.
Yeah, I agree. The series is definitely a more heroic depiction of Godzilla. I would say it's probably due more to the context of the series than in the MonsterVerse.
We could say then that it's the context, but then like also the meta is also that, well, Godzilla is a hero, so therefore it's fine that he's destroying cities because it's for the greater good. But then if we take that into account, the Heisei series still made sure to show that like Godzilla coming about was not necessarily the best thing in the world, even if he was going to fight another monster that was a threat to humanity. The only real example of that being Godzilla versus Space Godzilla when he trudges through Japan specifically to go towards Space Godzilla. And then same thing in Godzilla versus Destroyer. But again, that whole area was we see get evacuated too. So
I
there
think
is
it's
also
also
that.
a little different. I've always said that MonsterVerse Godzilla, at least this is my take, like MonsterVerse Godzilla is late Showa Godzilla with Heisei attitude. That's how I always saw him.
I would say that again, if we grant you that, then what argument is there that then doesn't justify the use of the oxygen destroyer to preserve as many human lives as possible?
Godzilla is the lesser of the evil, and it's better to have Godzilla around when if we don't have weaponry that like doesn't affect the environment in such a drastic way, and when there might be more threats out there that we can't face
but
alone.
then my next argument then becomes, so you're saying that in this case it is better that some people die in order to allow Godzilla to have his slap fights with other monsters. There will be a innocent casualty always, because in all the films shown, even in 2014, where I'd say arguably that's at his most justifiable of said actions, because in that case Godzilla was specifically written as a force of nature, not as a hero. So that would be my next question then.
Yeah.
I don't think Godzilla is expressly supposed to be seen as ultimately heroic. I think he's still always depicted as that force of nature, and certain characters choose to believe he is more heroic than he actually may be, mostly due to like just like the biases of when they come to actions.
Again, if we
But
grant you that,
ultimately,
sure.
they can always they come to the conclusion that Godzilla is still a necessary force.
Yes, no, but what I'm saying
should
is
be
that
better understood to avoid the casualties that would happen.
Considering the fact, however, also the Monarch's been monitoring Godzilla for all this time, my question still remains, that does, however, mean that ultimately there is a justification and a excuse that innocent lives can die so that we study Godzilla.
Yeah.
I don't think necessarily to study Godzilla. It's more
or
so
like just
the
keep him
best way
around.
to find.
Either way,
Sure, but it's also more a coexistence kind of thing, where
yeah,
you
but
gotta
that
learn the best way to do
coexistence
that.
still comes at the cost of innocent lives. That's the point I'm making. Is that unlike in versions of Godzilla we see that are distinctly heroic, this Godzilla does not do what he can to not minimize casualties. So therefore, it is safe to say that it would probably be better for humanity to have some way of explicitly protecting as many people as possible, because Godzilla clearly is not going to do that for them.
I
Oh,
think so
Zim.
too.
One
Zim, I
second,
have
two people just spoke at once.
yeah,
You can go
sorry.
back.
Yeast Black?
Yeah, I have a question for you, and this
Shoot.
is more like a hypothetical.
Mhm.
Suppose the Tsar Bomba suddenly gained sentience and started detonating itself on random cities, but it kept rematerializing every time, and it could detonate itself whenever it wanted.
Mhm.
And it started, killing hundreds of thousands of people, leaving nuclear fallout, etc. But however, smaller missiles and larger missiles are flying towards other cities, and the Tsar Bomba intercepts them and blows them out of the sky. Would we try to no? Would we no longer then decide to not eliminate this giant sentient nuke just because it intercepted a bunch of random stray missiles that just happened to appear, which, mind you, only appeared after the appearance of this massive sentient bomb that is nuking cities out of nowhere for no reason?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Is the
it's not
living bomb
justified,
going
is
to
it?
continue city destroying regardless of the missiles?
Yeah, because remember, Godzilla for some reason felt that he needed the power from the French power plant to fight Tiamat and also her nest, when in reality we don't know actually how powerful Scar King is. All we do know is based on what's shown in the film, and considering how well Godzilla does in the film, he absolutely dominates both Shimo and Scar King, that he probably didn't need as much of a power up as he did. So therefore, Godzilla could have fought Tiamat, gained all that power from her and her nest, and then gone down with Kong to fight Scar King, and probably have ended up just as fine based on his performance here. Which then we could also then say, well, you're changing so many different things, we don't know the outcome to that. That ultimately then means that the writing therefore didn't justify the threat of Scar King, and therefore didn't justify the actions of Godzilla either.
Wait, but we're moving away from the bomb analogy.
No, we're
Because
still on the bomb analogy.
destroys things of its own free will.
Yeah,
Godzilla doesn't. He doesn't go
he
around.
did in Dominion, and he also
He went around
did...
destroying cities on purpose without any Titan intervention.
Well, remember, he frees Nakika, fights off some random mooks that they don't really explain too well, and considering what Nakika does and like what her role is, it seems out of place for him to have even let her go, considering that as a destroyer Titan, there's probably a good reason why people were holding her down. So there's at least documented cases in universe of Godzilla going out of his way to fight and destroy human things. Plus, not to mention again the whole thing in France and the New Empire as well.
Did he destroy France?
Actually, yeah, because he specifically drained the power plant, and then while he's charged up, and in the film it's stated he is so hot that he's like literally boiling seawater, and the helicopters can't get too close. You see him trudging through a city. So unless that city was totally evacuated before like he got there, more than likely he barbecued a few people.
No doubt.
Yeah. So then again, there will be innocent lives lost if Godzilla continues to do what he does and Monarch does what it does.
Yeah. Also, this is something that Platoon mentions later. Why do they keep nuclear power plants around if they know that Godzilla is going to be, going after them? Why not just start like the best? Like we all know that these creatures feed on radiation, right? So why not just get rid of their source of nutrition so we can starve them all out? I genuinely
Not
did
even,
not
or
think
they probably won't be able to be starved out because they're able to feed off of natural sources of radiation, but at least it reduces the chance of one of them coming to your city.
on top of the fact that it will also greatly reduce their power and abilities, especially Godzilla, because you don't want them to be powerful. You want them to not be able to destroy your cities. So again, like why? And he also makes the joke like, "Oh, vegans are going to be, I still think nuclear power is efficient if used properly, but if you need to sacrifice that for the sake of humanity, I think that's a much greater sacrifice than allowing Godzilla to exist on the mere basis that he's a new species. We can just explore him. We can try coexistence. We have been trying coexistence for as long as the MonsterVerse has existed, and in universe, we're in the year 2025. That is like a year after this year. Like that is still like a year in the future from now. So if we still haven't achieved coexistence because there are still political tensions between Titans and governments, and yeah. So I don't coexistence like you. I mean, obviously, it's not going to take a quick amount of time, but you would think that by it's been like more than a decade now since people in the MonsterVerse have known about monsters as far back as maybe not publicly known, but as far back as 1973, and then Monarch continued to study them more and more and more until monsters started to emerge more commonly, and now we of course get the background lore that humans and monsters coexisted. The only reason they were able to coexist is because they didn't have I assume that they didn't have cities because they have cave paintings. If they had cave paintings, then they didn't have cities and technologies as vast and advanced as the kind we have. So we'd have to revert to a Luddite type civilization, kind of like how in Planet of the Monsters does it, because that's the civilization that recorded these things to begin with. Those were the ones that coexisted, so we have evidence of how like the only way coexistence would be achieved in the MonsterVerse itself, which is
We should
something.
also take into account the fact as well that it also in GXK the whole thing about the Titans is retcon, so that there isn't really like the coexistence isn't the same in this film than it was in like King of the Monsters, for example, because in the case of King of the Monsters, the coexistence was built off of like the Titans kind of being the guardians of both nature and humanity, and Godzilla being the key to that. Whereas in this, the Titans just guard nature, so therefore, if we're going purely off of like the concept of nature, then nature really doesn't care about humanity.
Oh no. No, it doesn't. Absolutely not. I mean, do you have any idea what dolphins do in their free time?
Yeah, like it generally like it's like sort of like a we should return to monkey, but then ignores the fact that if we're returning to monkey, a lot of bad things happen when we return to monkey.
Yeah, like there, even without the giant monsters, there is so much about nature that is terrifying, and there is so many things in nature that can kill you very easily and very painfully.
Yeah, and it's not even like they are trying to kill you because they like hate you. It's just like that's
It's in their
literally just
nature.
nature.
Yeah, it's who they are. It's what they are. Like we are incompatible. Let's say so. The only reason we don't really coexist with nature. We dominate nature.
I mean, that sounds harsh, of course, but like it's true.
It's harsh, but it's like necessary. It's like it's what you would call a necessary evil. Me personally, I don't see it as an evil at all. I think dominating nature really keeps it in check because it's either them or us, right? We kind of need nature but nature
But
doesn't need us.
what does domination mean?
Domination? Oh, it just means that we control that well not control because there are things about nature that we cannot control. But we are at the top of the food chain basically. If there is an animal that is going to attack us, we have guns, we have artillery. We severely outnumber and overpower a lot of animal species. We have driven several species into extinction. Like a lot of species are extinct because of humanity, because over time we have become really, really good at killing things. And because of this ability, nature doesn't really stand much of a chance against humanity. Let's be real here.
And I think that like that also comes down. Yeah, no.
But what if that ends up? What if that ends up like being our downfall?
Obviously we're not going to eliminate all of nature. Like we're not going to get rid of chickens anytime soon. We're not going to get rid of cows, but cows aren't really much of an enemy. Cows and chickens are not an enemy to humanity. There's like the chicken population is a lot larger than people think. Like it is. I don't think I even know the number, but I know it's like a lot larger than
I
what
think
people
like what I
initially.
would
But
probably
like we
say
need.
is that if we have dominion over nature, then therefore we should also take responsibility for nature in that sense. So like we shouldn't needlessly drive things to extinction, but like there should be certain things put in place so that like you don't get hurt by wild animals. That goes without saying. Even though like people can say, well, animals are more afraid of you than you are of them, that still doesn't discount the fact that yeah, there are going to be animals that opportunistically will attack, hurt, and kill humans. So humans should defend themselves, but like also if there is a form of human action that is affecting nature, then yes, humans should do what they can to help preserve that. But like if although this is obviously super dependent on the situation, but like if someone can find out that a situation that's occurring between species is not the result of humans and it just is a natural process of one species outcompeting another in the same niche, then like that becomes even more complicated because of the instance of like, is it like our responsibility to preserve a species even though the species is naturally being driven into extinction by another species fulfilling the same role as it? But like that's neither here nor there, and
Yeah,
not
I'd
like
get rid
something
of
I'm
dolphins
considering in
though.
this.
I would get rid of dolphins though. Like we can do without dolphins. I hate dolphins.
Mm-hmm. Continuing on. Oh, that's the volume.
Human society. God, how does it feel, Japan? How does it feel to know Pacific Rim is better than Godzilla now? Some science people are sitting around monitoring Godzilla's excursions. On their monitor, we see that he's gone for a nap inside the Colosseum. Somehow, he seems to have climbed into it without causing much, if any, damage at all, which is very considerate of him, but I'm pretty sure that's just so he can destroy it on camera later. Kong, meanwhile, is wandering around looking for a girlfriend. But then, a beacon of some sort that the scientists have placed in this world, even though we've been told they've only mapped 5% of it, activates, as the dead hyena rats from earlier fall into a massive hole of some sort that the scientists' computers instantly 3D map, informing them that the hole has broken into uncharted territory. Despite 95% of the place being uncharted territory, this bit of uncharted territory is significant enough to trigger a response from whatever the big organization thing is in these movies now. Is it still Monarch? I think it's still Monarch. I don't care. I'm calling it Monarch. Eileen works for Monarch, and she's very interested in this new anomaly. Meanwhile, the deaf Indian child from the last film, Echo, I think her name's Echo, she's in school, but she begins having strange visions. She goes into a trance and starts frantically scribbling strange triangles on the page. This means that Eileen, who is Echo's foster mother, or something of that sort, is called in for a chat. Her teacher is concerned. Echo's grades are slipping. She doesn't have any friends. And also, she's taken to scrawling demonic triangles in class for some reason. But Eileen says this is all fine. She's just adjusting to her new world. She's not just culturally displaced, which is a term the teacher uses to describe many of her students. I guess this is the result of the mass immigration that comes from hundreds of millions of displaced people fleeing cities destroyed by Godzilla in events that are absolutely nothing to worry about, according to Eileen. Eileen tells the teacher that Echo isn't just culturally displaced, she is her culture. She's the last of her tribe, which means, yes, the film is trying to do a theme. No, it's not very good, but, Indian girl, King Kong, they're the same. They're all alone. What they need is family. Echo and Eileen have a little heart-to-heart in the parking lot in sign language. I don't speak sign language, but I'm not a bad lip reader, and the dialogue in this film is bad, so, I don't need to translate the Spanish subtitles in my cinema, where I definitely am, trust me, bro, to tell you that this conversation is exactly what you would expect it to be. Echo says she has no friends and she doesn't belong here. Eileen says you belong with me and I belong with you because we're family, etc. Echo huffily gets into some product placement and they drive home. Now, because these films are designed for brain-dead people, and because the films know they are designed for brain-dead people, they are very aware that they need to find a way, anyway, literally anything will do, because the audience is brain-dead, of expositing key events from the previous film. After all, one of the hallmarks of blockbusters apparently is that they're almost instantly forgettable and they leave absolutely no pop culture footprint at all. Jaws, Jurassic Park, Godzilla vs. Kong, they're all blockbusters, they're all equivalently forgettable, they're all basically the same, right? Because, being bad makes them good. Here, this clunky reminder of the previous film's, I'm gonna have to call it a story. A clunky reminder of the previous film's story takes the form of an almost completely implausible documentary about Echo and her role in the last film that Eileen has on in the background, even though she's one of the few people in the world who has absolutely no need for a documentary about her own adopted daughter. Also, who the fuck made this documentary about an orphaned Indian child, last of a very remote tribe, and her involvement in highly sensitive military expeditions with giant monsters down to the center of the earth from the previous movie? How does any documentary crew get either the information presented here or permission to use the information presented here? And why is Eileen watching it? She already knows it all. She was there.
I would say like the one thing I could argue against him in this point is that it makes sense that there be people documenting this, considering how like important these events are to like key like drastic events in the world are. But what I would say, however, is that he is right in the sense that it seems kind of weird that she'd be watching the like documentary about her being rescued. Whereas like I think that you could do the same thing, but like have her either just looking at videos of the Iwi people that we hadn't seen before the storm, because like that whole the documentary just touches on the fact that like there's the whole storm on Skull Island, which facilitates Godzilla versus Kong to happen. Whereas like that's different from Kingdom Kong and how that set up Gia's backstory, which I don't like because of like the contradictions, even though it's just one comic and one film. But yeah, like I could say that definitely it's a bit of a nitpick. The scene could be better, but yeah, I'd say this is just kind of a nitpick.
I think only if you really try hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
Right.
it is a nitpick, but I think that like it is fair that the scene could be done better.
I guess.
But the audience is brain dead and has definitely forgotten the previous movie already, so never mind. This'll do. While the documentary fills us in on everything we forgot from the previous film, Eileen looks at Echo's scribblings and she has a brainwave. Triangles? What do triangles resemble? Well, you might be thinking, lots of things are triangles. Pizza slices, Toblerone, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, an infographic matching various Godzilla films to the IQ of their intended audience, or maybe seismograph readings. Yes, for no other reason than to move as quickly as possible along what I really resent having to call the plot. Little Echo has
Wait a minute,
some
go
sort of
back.
seismograph readings that match the
The triangle
This far?
ranking that Godzilla. Yeah, the chart.
Or do you want to
ranking
go
that-
further back?
Yeah.
matching various Godzilla.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I don't think he hasn't seen Monarch, so I don't know how he could make that comparison. And also Godzilla 1984. The plot of that one is I mean, it's not like the worst thing in the world, but
Yeah.
no, it's not as good as minus
Minus
one,
one.
plot, like writing wise.
I think it's definitely interesting that he chose 84 and not like 54.
Yeah, I think he missed. Okay, absolute benefit of the doubt. He might have mixed them up, but yeah, either that or that's someone else's, and he's just using that as a comparison. But no, I don't. No. First of all, Monarch should be a little bit higher than.
Oh no! You know what I think I just realized is that probably whoever made this, if he made that, I think I'd seen this graphic before where you see 2014 had been moved from the top to the bottom here. Probably that's the only thing that he actually did because like all of these are ones he doesn't like. So probably move that one there because I think this is the 2014 graphic from this one that they edited it for. If not, I know these ones are all connected. Then there's this one, and this one. But yeah.
The films to the IQ of their intended audience, or maybe seismograph readings. Yes, for no other reason than to move as quickly as possible along what I really resent having to call the plot. Little Echo has been hallucinating some sort of seismograph readings that match the seismograph readings produced when that hole somewhere in a 95% unmapped hollow Earth opened into one of the other bits of the 95% unmapped hollow Earth. So clearly, a thing is happening here. Back in the science station, the seismograph is taking yet more readings, but the scientist monitoring them has fallen asleep. Oh no! So he isn't awake to see a big evil eye appear on one of the CCTV cameras they've apparently placed all over this 95% unmapped hollow Earth. Also, the whole room shakes with its footsteps, but this doesn't wake the scientist up. But before we can interrogate all of that, Echo wakes up from the nightmare in which he sees all of it happening. Sadly, we have no choice in the matter. We have to watch it. It's a waking nightmare for us. But this makes Eileen sad and worried. She decides to go and pay a visit to a man called Bernie, who runs a basement podcast using tech I assume he has stolen, because there's absolutely no way he gets enough listeners on his little conspiracy podcast to afford those monitors. Jesus Christ. Actually, he as good as tells us he only has a few hundred subscribers on his podcast. The CPM on those videos must be fucking mental. Eileen apparently knows this chap from Hong Kong. Now, I've expunged as much of Godzilla vs. Kong from my mind as possible, but the internet tells me he was a character in that movie. This is how she knows he'll be able to help her decipher the link between Echo's drawings and the seismograph readings, because he thinks outside the box, you see, and thinking outside the box is absolutely what you need in this situation. Last best hope of mankind, as it turns out, since the scientists who collected the seismograph readings have just dismissed them as electrical interference of some kind. This isn't really how science and seismographs work, film, and anyway, you'd think someone would by now have noticed that our proximity alarm was triggered by a giant monster thing last night, because it's the sort of thing that computers log, and you've actually put the computers and the sensors there to log exactly this sort of thing, and you don't just miss all the data you're gathering if your scientist happens to be asleep, because that would be insanely dumb. But oh wait, shit, the film's insanely dumb. So yeah, actually that's exactly how this ultra high-tech world functions. If your machine records signals, but there's no scientist awake to see them, you lose all the data. None of it's being recorded. It doesn't trigger any response in any other computer on the network. Nobody up in the real world has been alerted by the proximity alarm from the research station down in Hollow Earth. And anyway, any data they do get, they immediately dismiss as interference. The instruments must be broken. That's the only reason they're telling us stuff. Fuck me. Okay, film. Whatever you say. Anyway, Bernie says he can help her, but only because she has a kid who can talk to Kong, which means he wants to take them down to Hollow Earth to investigate things. So wait a minute. You're telling me Monarch, and I am still assuming it's Monarch because I still don't care, has poured billions of dollars into its Hollow Earth research station, and it monitors everything it can, even though it hasn't mapped 95% of the Hollow Earth, and even though I'm pretty sure the whole reason for going to Hollow Earth to begin with was to find a big magical power source that sort of entails taking maps what would be really quite an important place in the galaxy, but they haven't fucking never mind. But you're telling me, and Eileen tells us exactly this, that there's a general research station down there, and there's a specific research division devoted to Kong studies. Why not? Probably being added to the critical social justice curriculum as we speak. And Bernie knows, and Eileen knows, and Monik presumably knows, unless they too forgot about it in the previous movie, that Echo is the one person in the world able to talk to Kong because she has some mysterious spiritual psychic connection to him. And at this moment in time, that girl is just wandering around, free, going to school like a normal person, a normal, unimportant person. You are very seriously telling me, Phil, that Monik doesn't give a shit about the one person with the most valuable connection to the most valuable thing in, yes, literally in the world? Really? We're only now going to think about maybe using her connection for science? Anyway, they're interrupted at this moment because Eileen gets an alert on her phone that says Godzilla vitals surging. Lol, they have an app for that, but they don't network the computer.
Small nitpick. It's funny that Eileen figures out Godzilla's vitals are surging when Bernie in Hunted was able to actually track Godzilla. But again, nitpick, external media, yada yada.
Hey, I gotta go right now, so
You gonna bounce out?
yeah, sorry.
One sec. No, you're good. Don't worry.
Yeah, a lot of things been happening. But before I go, I would also like to apologize for any viewers that may be viewing, because I've seen some people from my audience in this stream. There wasn't any podcast on Sunday because a lot of things happen, and things are continuing to happen. And if they continue to happen the way they are happening, chances are that several projects are going to have to be postponed indefinitely. So yeah, sorry in advance about that. But yeah, no, it was great to be here. It was great to, well,
Yeah, no,
say the
that's
exact
good.
same things that we've been saying for a while. But
Yeah, of course, man.
Yeah.
It's called take care of that.
I had a great time with you, Black.
Me too. I'll see y'all
Yeah.
later.
Truly.
Yeah, definitely. If you need to talk about anything, just give me a shoot.
All right. Well, see ya everybody.
Bye.
Peace. See ya.
And I just realized that. Oh yeah, I knew Kraken said he had to go, and
Mm-hmm.
that's why I need the second monitor, is because then I can at least monitor the StreamYard itself while it brings up what I want to see on it.
You need Bernie money.
I need Bernie money, which again, thank you to Monstrosities for the super chat. That was nice.
Huh?
And then also looks like it's Zilla 1999. The Green Kaiju was in the chat. Cool. Oh, and what's it called? Spirit's in here too. Hello. Again, I literally cannot see where anything unless I am actually like looking at this thing here. That's just what happens ultimately when you are doing StreamYard like this without a second monitor. But let us continue. Let's Streamception real quick for you gents and ladies at home. There we go. And back to it. Up. There we go.
Is in their super science research stations. So Eileen tells Bernie they have to leave right now because Godzilla is on the move again. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Eileen. I thought you told the news people there's nothing to worry about. Why are you looking so worried, Eileen? Godzilla isn't in Kong territory. That's the only bad thing to look out for. That's what you said, right? What's the rush, Eileen? Godzilla's probably just off to take out a giant bug. And also maybe the city of Florence. But that's nothing to worry about, right? That's what you said, Eileen. Godzilla wakes up in the Colosseum and carelessly kicks through a wall on his way out, which makes you wonder how he got in there in the first place without causing any damage, and whether the people of Italy are now collectively weeping as their most iconic piece of history gets trampled by a sleepy lizard. Godzilla stamps his way through what looks like an ancient and beloved bridge. The entire team at UNESCO World Heritage resigns in protest, and Hamas finds itself short a few $100 million. And then he goes marching off down the Tiber. Like the Roman, they seem to see the river Tiber foaming with much shite. Meanwhile, Eileen teleports back to the science station in wherever the fuck and calls a senator for some reason. She says that Godzilla only moves if he senses a threat coming, but they have no way of telling what that threat is. And given they've had to put up with Godzilla's shit for several years at this point, you'd think by now this would be redundant information, since they already know exactly what Godzilla moving means. Which is why there's plenty to be worried about, Eileen, you fucking bitch. The senator asks if Eileen is not concerned. Of course we're concerned, Senator, she says. Oh, no, wait, no, I'm sorry, Eileen. You said there was nothing to worry about. Fuck you, Eileen. Of course, it's simultaneously not that concerning because Kong never leaves Hollow Earth, so Godzilla has no reason to retaliate, which is when she realizes that Kong has indeed left Hollow Earth. And so now it's really time to panic. Except that we're going to learn in just a few minutes' time that these two events have absolutely nothing to do with each other at all, and Godzilla isn't after Kong in the first place. In fact, he's after something else entirely. So you might find yourselves asking what reasons they have for introducing this link to begin with, and why has Kong come up to the surface? Is it worth asking how they have sensors down there that can track random holes opening up in the floor and instantly 3D image the resulting geography, but nothing to track Kong's movements, even though he's the only known commodity down there? Have they been left completely in the dark about Kong's movements because that scientist was asleep at his desk? It would seem so, because this movie and everything and everyone in it is dumb. So Kong crawls out of Hollow Earth and he looks sad. At some point in the intervening, he's been sedated. At least that's what the little computer computer readout here suggests, his sedation levels are decreasing as Eileen and Echo stand there watching him, slumped against the hill. I don't know when or how they sedated him, but sedate him they have. I don't know if any previous films have established why we're able to sedate Kong but not Godzilla or any other Titan, but I'm going to guess the answer is no. Using what I can only assume is magic, someone a long way away has already deduced that Kong has an infected tooth. Yes, toothache is genuinely the instigating factor in this movie. Kong has a sore tooth, so he's come up to the surface, which means a lot of people are very probably about to die because of toothache, except of course that it's going to go on to be pretty much irrelevant except for random callbacks to itself. Now, I've not seen the Monarch show, but when we broke this film down on the best show in the universe, probably, the podcast I ran on Monday nights with the movie cynic, somebody in chat who has seen Monarch suggested that Monarch established it was impossible for humans to get down into Hollow Earth unless they were following a Titan, which raises the distinct possibility that Kong has only got toothache in order that he has an excuse to come up here, in order that the humans have an excuse to go down there, which the plot needs them to do. But anyway, the toothache is also the excuse to introduce this absolute clown creation who rocks up on some sort of...
Well, it wasn't like... It was kind of implied that in Monarch, but like, given what they knew at the time, that's why they implied that, because they hadn't gone down there in the first place. But extra material does show that like you didn't need to follow Titans to get down to the Hollow Earth, but yeah.
spaceship to cure the infected tooth.
I really hate that man.
At some point during that piece upstream, the movie cynic decided that this man was Australian.
He's a better pilot than the guy they hired to pilot down there.
I guess
He
so,
didn't
yeah.
care when he died. And he's like, oh, Rocky, I'm glad he's gone.
What do you mean?
He's Australian now.
I don't fucking remember.
Crikey, boy, crikey, mate. Oh, boy.
He looked Australian.
So I guess, yeah, even though he's not Australian, fuck it, he's just gonna be called Crikey. I don't know what his real name is. Crikey attaches ropes to Kong's poorly tooth, and the spaceship pulls it out, meaning it's simpler and easier and altogether less painful and probably cheaper to have a spaceship pull out an infected tooth from a giant gorilla than it is to have your actual teeth removed at the dentist. The film has in this moment forgotten that everyone's supposed to be terrified that Godzilla is on his way to fuck shit up. I guess Crikey just has this really chill vibe and it's calmed everyone down. So he and Eileen have a nice casual chat about life, about kids, about Echo struggling to find her place in the world, etc. Then they're interrupted by Bernie, who's figured out that these seismograph readings always coincide with specific Titan events. Eileen asks if he means that these signals they've been recording and logging are not just random patterns after all. Well, yes, obviously. More to the point, how do you not already know this? What do you even have this equipment for if you don't think it tells you anything useful? How have you been studying these Titan bastards for years without learning they tend to make the Earth shake a bit? Why do you have an entire research station if your immediate assumption is that all the data you get from it is just random interference that's not significant in any way? Are you all just completely I assume there was a link between them.
I think that's interesting because, yeah, considering the Mutos had similar like awakenings, it makes sense there. Then with Skull Island, we didn't have that because we were on Skull Island and we were further in the past. And I don't think they showed I don't remember them showing seismograph readings in King of the Monsters, but they, if we were to assume that they did, then at least it makes sense that that was consistent. And that does make you wonder why they didn't think that they had something to do with Titans beforehand and not just interference. But again,
The first time I saw the seismograph readings, I'm slightly mind you, the levels are increasing from exposure to this film. Never mind though, probably just random interference or something, right?
Again.
not again.
Anyway, via an explanation that doesn't even attempt to make sense, so I'm not even going to waste time trying to make sense of it, Bernie deduces that the seismograph spikes are a result of psychic events, and so this one is a distress call from someone. Goodo. Glad we cleared that up. Eileen explains to her science friends, and they figure that it's probably this distress signal that's got Godzilla all riled up, not Kong. And this is bad, because the twin evils of the government and corporations are looking for an excuse to take over this whole operation. And this distress signal, the distress signal is exactly somehow the excuse they need to do it.
The government is looking for an excuse to take over Hollow Earth operations and override the government itself.
So what, they need to take a small team down to Hollow Earth.
That's another weird thing too, where it comes to dialogue, because Monarch was always a part of the government. So now the fact that the government is trying to take over operations seems to be an odd dialogue choice. But yeah,
I think it's more specifically akin to the Hollow Earth operations, since so far everything's like under the jurisdiction of Monarch, and I think what's implied is that if it comes out that whatever is down there is riling up Godzilla, then they would use that as an excuse to get involved and take over the jurisdiction.
I guess, but then like that would imply that Monarch was allowed jurisdiction by the governments. So then, based on like what can be inferred about jurisdiction, if we're talking about the word and like what that means, then that could also mean that yes, the government could wrestle control of the Hollow Earth away from Monarch due to like safety needing to be a priority. So like talking about the government and Monarch's relationship in this way based on this dialogue creates more problems than it thought it did.
Well, I think it is a through line that's gone through all the movies where Monarch is always at heads with the government body and them either like not letting him do the thing or doing the wrong things the wrong way.
Yeah, but then if you think about that, in the case like Monarch was allowed to do its thing like after 2014 before obviously Lom and all that. And we still got G-Day. And if we include the context with Lom, what Lee says is literally that Let Them Fight was the best the Monarch could come up with when it came to the events of G-Day, which is fair. But then in King of the Monsters again, Monarch on its own was infiltrated and allowed King Ghidorah to escape, and it's only due to the government interfering that we actually found out that there was a weapon that they developed on their own outside of Monarch that could probably kill the Titans if they could put Godzilla out of commission. So there's that. And then like Monarch really isn't like his relationship with the government really isn't talked about in GVK, so there's that gap there. But yeah, it comes across as very weird given what we know.
Perhaps.
Before the government and corporations learn about it and take over what no, like what? No, I'm pretty sure they tried to do this in the last film. Isn't that what Mecha Streisand was for? I mean, you're telling me that a giant lizard stomping all over the world, wiping out whole cities while fighting against random and unpredictable monsters isn't an incentive for the government or corporations to take over. But a random signal that you've randomly concluded is a distress signal, having previously dismissed it as electrical interference, a signal from something or someone you don't know, and a signal the government knows nothing about, that would be a reason for the government and corporations to take over your projects. What the fuck have government and corporations been doing all this time? Why aren't they already involved? I'm not up on my Monsterverse lore because I don't hate myself, but I just kind of assumed that Monarch would be working with or under the government at the very least. Why would some random senator randomly find out about a random signal you've randomly determined is a distress signal and say to Congress, okay, yeah, now it's gone too far? Naturally, the best people to send down to Hollow Earth are Eileen, Crikey, Bernie, Echo, and this nameless, fat, white, military-looking pilot guy who, I'm calling it now, he's a villain or something. Oh my god, it's a hero walk. Oh, it's so cringe. I think even the film thinks it's embarrassing. It's so ashamed of itself. Look at it. Kong hops back into the big whirlpool and they fly their spaceship in after him. Things very briefly go all 2001. My god, it's full of shite. As they travel through Ant-Man's quantum realm and reappear on the other side in Hollow Earth. Can't recall precisely why they have to do interdimensional travel to get down into what is, I thought at least, just a big giant cave. I also can't be bothered to go back and check, because I'm pretty sure the explanation will knock several points off my IQ. So we go flying through Hollow Earth. Crikey introduces us to some electric pterodactyls. I have a horrid sense that they will be relevant again later, though that would constitute setup and payoff, so equally I'd not be surprised if they just never come up again. And then the ship activates a cloaking device. I think he says they activate a cloaking device, that they're still visible. And the fact it has a cloaking device is entirely irrelevant to anything that follows. Godzilla, meanwhile, is being tracked through France to what the scientists are alarmed and surprised to discover is a nuclear facility. Godzilla destroys the facility and drinks its nuclear goodness, which the scientists say mean that he must be charging for something. He then wastes some of that energy wiping out a squad of drones that for some reason they've sent to attack him. Question.
Go back.
Why used to be charging for something? He then wastes some of that energy.
Yeah.
Wiping out a squad of drones that for some reason they've sent to attack him. Question. Why are you surprised it's a nuclear facility? Nuclear facilities don't just pop up at random. They're big installations. They're generally known about. Remember when they figured out way in advance in the first film that Godzilla was heading for nuclear storage facilities? Also, why are you surprised that Godzilla should be going to a nuclear facility? Do you not remember just how much he likes munching on nuclear goo? I thought we'd established that by now. Also, why then do nuclear facilities even still exist? If you've just accepted that this giant radioactive lizard is going to be walking around twatting monsters forever, and you know he likes snacking on power plants with pretty destructive consequences for everything around them, wouldn't you very quickly have come to terms with decommissioning them all? It'd make the environmentalists happy. They hate nuclear. It proves we don't need to overthrow capitalism to cut our emissions. Also, why are you pointlessly antagonizing Godzilla with half a dozen drones firing a couple of little missiles? You know that's not going to hurt him, right? Pretty sure we established that several times over in the previous movies as well. Have you considered sedating him, maybe? It works on Kong. Now look, I get the film wants to start building up a sense of tension and mystery here, because it reasons correctly that the audience is bored to tears of all the terribly written human drama in this monster movie. So yes, it wants to show us Godzilla charging up Solar Beam to face some as yet unknown foe. But is it too much to ask that you find some way of doing this that doesn't show just how little your movies have bothered with world building? It does kind of make all your human characters and civilizations and factions look incredibly dumb, which they are, obviously. You don't have to show us how dumb they are. You're not forbidden from writing believable stories, guys. Down in Hollow Earth, our heroes find a research facility that's been trashed. But the big evil eye from earlier wasn't Kong's after all. He just came up to get a tooth fixed, and it was entirely unrelated. And nobody's thought to check the logs or the recordings from the facility that they know has gone dark because reasons. Fair enough. Everyone in the facility is dead. We're supposed to care about this because Eileen reminds us that these people had families, then some mist clears, and the giant red handprint is seen on a cliff. This is bad and ominous for reasons that will be pretty much completely contradicted in a few minutes' time when we learn they were left by an evil creature that's actually locked in a prison in Mordor and supposedly not free to wander around leaving these marks. The bad thing that's actually happened is that the film is at this point broken because the film doesn't really know what the fuck's going on. Because the premise, as we're later going to find out, is that the evil guy, who's this giant orange ape thing called the not Scargiver, that's the other thing. Scargiver, that's the one. He has been locked here, down in Mordor, essentially, in a prison, with his evil apes because they tried to overthrow the world order. And he's been obsessed ever since with getting back to Earth. This is the premise. But he can't get back to Earth because he's locked in his prison. Gosh, if he was locked in his prison, how did he get all the way over here to leave a claw mark on the wall having destroyed the research facility? Because he can't do that unless he's out of his prison. But if he's out of his prison, we already know now
It's still that scene is still bad, but not for the reason he thinks, because he's assuming that the Scar King did it when it was just one of the other apes that had done that in the name of Scar King.
Mhm.
One, it's like one of those things where I can be, it's just one little actually I can give him, but them still being able to do that is still bad given what we see later on that Kong does. And
Why?
he'll show the scene. You'll when you see the scene, I'll show you.
Oh, because Kong climbs in and out, then he can get up to the surface at any given point.
Yeah,
And
that's
he
what I
doesn't do that
said.
because the film isn't ready for him to do that. So, yeah, it's kind of fucked. Kong, meanwhile, has gone to a cave in which he keeps the axe that he used to destroy Mecha's Triad in the previous film. And right beneath that cave
Yeah,
is a
so
mysterious...
it's literally this next scene
Kong,
right here.
meanwhile, has gone to a cave in which he
So-
keeps the axe that he used to destroy Mecha's Triad.
I'm gonna turn it off just because it's literally this cavern here was not the same one that the dog floops made, and it's under here, which is where he ends up seeing. He goes
Which he
through the
jumps into.
hallway.
This causes his axe to start glowing like Sting, so we
So
know
yeah,
there
he
are
goes
orcs
here.
about. Inside the cavern is a glittery cave with a pretty waterfall,
And
he walks
then
through it to a
just going through the waterfall brings him to like where the apes are from. So that cavern right here. One
his
sec.
axe to start glowing like Sting, so we know there are orcs about. Inside the cavern is a glittery cave with a pretty
Yeah.
waterfall, and he
Yeah.
walks...
No. I'm gonna have to slow it down, unfortunately.
It's too fast for you now, huh? Dan?
I know it's too fast for me.
walks about. Inside the cavern is a glittery cave with a
One second.
pretty waterfall.
Yeah. So like right here, this wasn't caused by the dog floops, and we also see, what's it called? Yeah. Because I don't want to. I need to hear the same thing over and over. Yeah. So the cave here, and this entire, not this one. Nope, not that one. Why do you do this to me, video? Yeah, so this one right here was not made by the dog floops. So there is a way
How so?
to get from Hollow.
How so?
How so?
Yeah.
Because it's larger than the opening that the little guys made. Not to mention when we actually see Kong in the movie swinging down here, it is not the same small cavern base that we saw when he's fighting the dogs. So this whole location is different, unless we then want to say that the small hole that the little guys made that allowed the apes to escape somehow became something so large that Kong is now able to jump down it like he's a normal person jumping down a canyon. Because this is way larger than the thing that we see the dogs make. Let me see if I can get back to that. I just want to...
Yeah.
I'm going to write down my point real quick. One sec. The point
I
where
would
we're
say
at.
I would agree it appears larger from that perspective. I'd argue that at best it's probably just a it would look cooler this way thing. So it messes with geography a bit.
Yeah, but then look, because then we have here, and then it goes all the way over there. If there was nothing here, and you just gone down a little hole, so probably the cave was there, but it goes really far. And then let me see if I can get back to the dog floops. Yep. So yeah, even when we're looking here, oh nope, we went too far. No, it's still about right. And actually, yes, I found it exactly. Yeah. So what we see the dog floops make is not this
Pause it.
big.
I would have to see
You wanted to pause on the kiss.
how
You wanted
no.
to pause on this, didn't you?
Okay, so looking at it, I'm trying to visualize how big Kong would be there. But I digress. Yeah, it does appear larger.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably a rule of cool thing. That's my only
Yeah,
argument.
but that's the thing is that if it's a rule of cool, then they could have had Kong going back to the location there. You could have reused the same assets and then either like implied with like dead dog floops still up here that we're in the same location that lines up here. Because when we go back, yep. Yeah, so we don't see any of the glowing under the dog floops. So this is definitely not the same place. Not to mention the fact that the walls on the side aren't as large as they are when Kong is fighting the dog floops, implying that this is a whole different location. Not to mention based on how wide, because you can see there's even light from the ceiling of the Hollow Earth going all the way down here, implying that either the entire space that Kong jumped across to where he ended up all just collapsed and therefore made the canyon, which I doubt. Not to mention the
thing
fact that
is-
also Kong had, like, the other apes would then have to have found a way to climb the sheer faces, which Kong doesn't do, and actually needed his axe to sort of slow his fall here. So there's that as well. Not to mention the fact too that, like, the trip that the humans go on is like nowhere close to Kong, and they meet up because Kong senses Gia.
Yeah, I think the locations are definitely a little tricky in the film, down to probably the editing. But
But
ultimately,
it's not in the fact that it's like not in the fact that it's editing. It's like the fact that like they don't even look like the same location, and especially in an area where we have no understanding of in terms of like direction. It's definitely weird that like they don't do a little bit of a better job to sort of orient us to these areas, especially when like the start of the movie just says somewhere in Hollow Earth, and then like goes to uncharted location. Like at this point, the locations and any tension that can be built from them being like, oh, okay, so we have this location here, and the distance between them is whatever we deem it to be, and I think that that's still bad writing. Because then
In what
ultimately
way
you
again?
get a
And in what way again?
because then ultimately there's no tension really, because you've demonstrated that you'll bend your setting in order for things to happen how you want it to. So then rather than it feeling like it's earned, it's just all at the whim of whatever is supposed to be cool, and not in a way where it's like, oh, it looks cool, so that's why we did. It's more like we want this to happen, and it doesn't really matter whether we can justify it in world or not. We just want it, which is why like the whole argument around the rule of cool is so divisive, because there's people saying it's fine to do rule of cool if in universe it can justify itself, versus people who think rule of cool just means as long as it's cool and fun and people like it, that therefore it's justified.
I would say that the rule of cool more so applies just to the sort of aesthetic of the shot and what would look better. And then writing wise, I still think that if you pay attention to the sequence of events, you can sort of understand where everything is relative
But
to
then
each
not
other.
really, because again these locations are so different and we have like very little orientation. Not to mention again that the cave is so different from the others that you have to immediately come in with a premise that the filmmakers didn't make a mistake, so therefore what we think might be a mistake isn't a mistake. Whereas if I'm saying the reason why I'm saying it's a mistake is that based off of what the filmmaker has presented me with, that is a mistake and therefore it's a problem.
I think it's only a mistake in so much that the geography is bent, but not to a degree where you can't come to a conclusion of how things are if you pay attention to how the film's world sets up itself.
Yeah, but then
Because
again, how do you
admittedly-
explain a cavern that was already there and isn't one that was caused by the dog floops? Because the dog floops are the reason why the new area was supposedly found. Because we
so
know that
what you're
Hollow Earth
saying
was
is that
Hmm?
so you're saying what the caverns, when it comes to the cavern, like what are you
The
like,
problem with the cavern is that area, the only thing that's separating the outside of Hollow Earth to inner Hollow Earth is that waterfall and that cave system there. However, it is implied in the film that the apes escaped due to the dog floops making that opening there, which is what caused the apes to attack the outpost. However, if for all this time those already areas in the Hollow Earth like the Blue Cave, that could allow the apes to escape out of, since Kong was able to find it on his own and get down there on his own. It seems odd that Scar King or the other apes hadn't tried to find this place years ago and use that location to then get up to the surface.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah.
Do you have something you want to say, Primo?
I thought you said something else, but
you haven't talked too much, so
yeah, sorry. I said yeah, I've been quiet. So I thought what I thought earlier. Well, I mean, recently you guys told me that thing was like the only gap that what the War Dogs made. I think that's what they're called, the War Dogs.
War Dogs.
But what they made of that when those Kongs made when the Kong made those traps. First of all, I thought the Kongs, like the loyalists, made those traps, but I understand it better now. So thanks. When the War Dogs made that cave in, that I heard what you said, something about it being bigger than what the War Dogs Fallen made. I think it's supposed to be like like a one of the Kong group what do you say, like a hunting party's trove where they keep their dead. Like when they go on hunting, some of them don't come back, so they keep like either their lost ones or their kills in there. But anyway, I think it was just a random tunnel that they just so happened to fall in. And that's, of course, like, what Zimzilla said about it, not the whole cave being made by the War Dogs, but, a breach made. They only made the breach, but the cave was, made by the Kongs, but the War Dogs only made that little breach that connected the two. So that's what I think. I mean,
Well, like, let's even use your point that you're saying that it was the that the Kongs, that the Loyalists had already made a breach, and it was just the War Dogs' weight that ultimately is what caused there to be
the traps that Kong made when he was digging him with the spikes. How far he dug and planted the spikes, and with the weight of the War Dogs, and the rubble on top of that, crushing and caused the cave in. It didn't break enough to make that room. It just only made a breach to that cave, that little trove. I think it's a trove, but I mean, it could be.
Yeah, it could be a trove, but then like the question still becomes, why did the apes never try to explore the Blue Cave? Because that is a opening to the surface that isn't caused by the trove or the War Dogs. So if the whole point of trapping them in hollower earth was in order for them to stay down there, there is another spot in the film that ultimately allows them to escape, and therefore the tension with like, oh, if Skarkin gets to the surface, then like everything's gonna be bad, when with everything the film has given us, there was already a way for them to have gotten there.
Yeah.
That is like that's what I think the fundamental problem I have with it is.
Yeah, throughout the film lately, when I saw it like the first two times, first three times, what I got confused is like which part was the subterranean realm and which part was the hollow earth. I mean, I already said in the Discord like how which part was taking place in like the main hollow earth realm and which was taking place in the subterranean. Like the drowned viper, I think that's what's called. The name. It looked like it was taking place in like the main hollow earth, and that those three pyramids in the hollow earth, it looked like it was in the main one, or whether it's subterranean. They look similar, but I understand that the Kongs were deep in the subterraneans, but it looked like with the whole lighting and everything, it looked like the hollow earth and subterranean all of them are not so different. But I mean that's what got me confused.
Yeah, no, like the film does not do the best job on making that all like blatantly clear.
That's why I trust the novelization and the Adam Wingard commentary. I saw the GXK one, or not GXK, the GVK one, and when I buy it through Apple, there's like the extras, and it shows like him talking throughout the whole movie about how he did this and that. I'm waiting for him to release an extra for that where he talks about the whole movie. Either that or I read the novelization. So
Hmm.
just gotta wait and confirm, and we'll see what I can find.
Yeah. But let's continue with more floops. Oh, I forgot. I still got muted.
Oh,
Is a glittery cave with a pretty waterfall, and he walks through it to emerge in, well, the Spanish subtitles call it Reino Subterraneo. Fucking Spanish. Hilarious language, which translates as something like Underground Kingdom. Not the most imaginative name. But I'm very confused about how this Hollow Earth business works, because the Underground Kingdom has wide open skies, and yet Kong's only walked a few feet through the cave to get here. So is this some sort of different dimension? Is this different from the Hollow Earth part of the Underground Earth? Is that what's going on? Is the Hollow Earth really a quantum realm with many separate layers? Has that cavern opened in a new dimension? I mean, I guess it must have. Otherwise, Kong could have just walked here without going through the cavern. The cavern wouldn't be in any way significant, and he'd already know about it. But then, why would a Hollow Earth operate like a quantum realm with many dimensional layers? Isn't it just supposed to be a vast cave, essentially, beneath Earth's crust? I don't get it, film. Also, why did Kong grab his axe and come here? Is he being called to it via some mystical energy thing like Godzilla when he detects titans? But if that's so important, why did he go out first to get a tooth fixed? Why has he done that, film? Oh, fuck it, I don't care. Film's dumb. I'm just getting drunk. Fuck this film. So Kong's now in the Underground Kingdom where he encounters a tiny ape child that bites him because it's a dick. Then he gets into a fight with some bigger ape creatures. He's using him as a fucking club. Oh, fuck. He uses the child as a baseball bat. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. I love the film now. The film's great. Well done. I wanted just because Andrew's got this playing, so I was gonna. This was the I was actually gonna try and find. This is fantastic. Okay, the thing he's holding there is a child.
It's a child, monkey child, monkey baby.
This was the best scene of the movie.
This is me fighting off Child Protective Services when they try to take my beer getter.
yeah.
Taking away I'm a beer getter. I love that.
Yeah, no. When I first saw that scene, I honestly thought I was gonna see it late because I thought I was gonna see it like a few days late because I had a lot of like personal issues heading toward me. But I actually got to see it the same day it came out. But when I saw it, I think it was like the only one in the room. No, it wasn't. Anyway, that scene showed up when it first the two times when he used Suko. It was just me. I just like it was a light chuckle. I was like lightly laughing because it was funny. Usually my sense of humor is twisted as fuck, but I mean, every time something like mildly funny, I chuckle, but it's actually supposed to be real funny. But then when he throws him, I burst out laughing. I almost embarrassed myself. That was actually like the cherry on top right there. So that was funny.
Yeah, that is one of the best scenes from the movie. My beer getter. Suko, bring me another beer.
I remember the first time I watched it. The moment he starts dragging Suka, I'm like, oh, this is a Son of Godzilla reference. Little did I know what was coming next.
No,
I was laughing.
It's even better.
Hard.
It's better than a Son of Godzilla reference. It's a single parent reference.
It's a single parent reference.
Am I right? Pat? We fight for freedom.
They try to take my beer getter.
The beer getting machine ain't getting paid.
It's my favorite scene in the whole movie. Like the context for this is right. So like Kong goes through this portal thing.
Oh, I just
and
realized
he gets accosted by this child. And this child's a bit of a dick and it bites him.
And
then
he's
always
to
child and just swings them around like a club.
Imagine
That's
seeing
the
this, right?
discussion.
Imagine seeing someone criticizing this, being like, "Wow, this is fucking stupid," and being like, "Nuh-uh."
Yeah, really?
It's the way he just lobs him like a ragdoll.
Yeah, we just pitches him in the face. Oh, so good.
You probably be thinking, right, okay, Kong can punch Godzilla and do damage, so this kid's dead. But no, he's not. This kid becomes his best friend. Basically, as soon as this is finished, they become best friends. And he's now the kid's adopted kid. Like, he uses his kid as a fucking baseball bat, and that makes them friends. Having beaten the shit out of these ape creatures using their own child as
Do
a
you guys
club.
say something, Vic?
It doesn't happen as fast as it would imply. Them becoming a family.
Yeah.
After this.
I would say sure, yeah.
He tries to rescue one from falling off of a waterfall, thereby proving that he is good people. But as soon as its backup tries to stab him, thereby proving that it is bad people, so he finishes twatting them, and that's the end of the fight. Ape Child, having survived being used as a club, decides not to be a dick anymore. Fair enough. I don't want to fuck with Kong after he used me to beat the shit out of my own parents either. So Ape Club, little baby cub, Diddy Kong, that's what we'll go with. Diddy Kong leads him off somewhere. Our heroes, meanwhile, track Kong to the rift using Echo's magical psychic powers. We do some very important character establishment stuff as the Scottish pilot guy. I'm pretty sure this is Fat Bastard Jr. from Andor. Yeah, how the mighty have fallen. Anyway, he's getting eaten alive by mosquitoes, and what he wants to know is what
Wait,
Oh wait, that could be true. That could be true. I thought he was one of the hobbits from one of the dwarves from The Hobbit. I don't know.
Wait, I want to see.
Scottish pilot guy. I'm pretty sure this is Fat Bastard Jr. from Andor.
Oh, that is Rick D. Shaw. If it is, I want to look that. I'm gonna look that up on my iPad.
It's not the skies to me, but it's the accent. I don't know why. Or no, maybe it's both actually, but I don't know. It's just it looks like a dwarf.
I love how it's like I look up Godzilla X Kong, the new Empire actors, and it shows me the actors from King of the Monsters and GVK.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah. Okay. Not what I was looking for, but okay, internet. Making me actually go to an actual site. It's Alex Ferns. And what's it called? Wow. No wonder I like this guy. So he was Commissioner P.D. Savage in the Batman.
Oh, from the Batman? Fuck.
And he was Lunas Mosk in Andor.
Now
and
I
he
remember.
was I forget how to say it. It's like Glukafish from Chernobyl. Oh wow. Mikkel was still my favorite character from this movie, and that does not that changes nothing. And he was Mark Antony in Ancient Rome, The Rise and Fall of an Empire. Wow. Okay.
I was about to say I saw like before, during the production of GXK, I saw something in Instagram saying the actor of Commissioner Gordon being in the GVK sequel. I was like, oh, that's cool. Now I remember. I was like, wow.
And that also means he is the only man to ever swear in Star Wars as well.
Yeah, no, he broke the barrier.
He broke barriers in Star Wars, and he was the best character in GXK.
Yeah,
truly.
I wish he got the Hannibal Chow treatment
where he came back. Yeah, no, like literally, he is the only sensible character in the movie.
Yeah, he just. Yeah. I wish he got the.
They killed him for it.
Yeah, I wish he got the Hannibal Chow treatment where
it was good and lovely, and you killed him.
He climbs out of the thing. Where's my goddamn shoe?
Me talking to Adam Wingard like Davos from Game of Thrones to Melisandre. He was good, and you killed him. How could you?
You killed him. He was Pablo. You killed him in cold blood.
What I was about to say, what a waste of an actor, but monsters and wasting actors.
I was sad when he died.
I was sad when he died because he was like the only logical character. He literally was like, yeah.
He was too logical, Zim.
Yeah, yes. He was literally too logical for this film, and he didn't have main character plot armor.
Yeah, he probably got too expensive, so Adam was like, "Nah, let's just kill him off."
Just like Charles Dance.
Charles Dance. Oh yeah.
Just like Charles Dance. It's calling him all over again.
When I saw him get eaten, I thought it was that insect creep.
The spore mantis.
Spore mantis. The log creature.
Get stick bugged.
Me too.
I was like,
I thought-
finally, Kong Skull Island, savory in this, but yeah.
Yep. If you thought it was a stick bug, but no, it was me, tree mimic.
It's a Harry Potter reference. Huh.
Scared yet, Potter? You wish. I've never seen those movies, by the way, for anyone wondering.
I never saw those movies. I never read the books even. I just know the memes.
Yeah, I've never read the books. I only know the memes, and every time I say that, people are like, "What? Huh?"
Yeah.
I'm like, huh. I was always a Percy Jackson kid when it came to the books, and then I actually did see those movies before I even looked at like clips of Harry Potter, like with any like seriousness.
Yeah, I think for me, I grew up reading. I first started reading the Maze Runner books, and then I saw the movies.
Hunger Games too. That was another thing like I was into
Hunger
instead of
Games,
Harry
yeah.
Potter. Nah, I miss Hunger. I miss that time in pop culture when the Hunger Games was big. Good times.
Peter.
But back to video.
Peter, I stepped on your nose.
And what he wants to know is what they eat when they can't get Hobbit. Cranky, however, is quite happy to let mosquitoes drink his blood. That bastard tells him to kill it, but Cranky says mosquitoes only drink the blood so they can grow their own eggs. This is meant to be savage. Evil, while Cranky is very good because he's in touch with nature. But what it probably means is that Cranky has about a month to live before the super mega ultra malaria kills him. Mosquitoes are not good, kids, and nature isn't.
I was literally thinking the same thing. Like,
Me
bro,
too.
Hollow Earth malaria, bro. You don't want to deal with Hollow Earth malaria. But film.
Fun. Nature is cold and heartless, and it's invented quite literally millions of ways to kill you. Mosquitoes are nature's Be like fat bastard. Kill them all. Destroy nature before nature destroys you. They go strolling through a forest, and Crikey becomes some sort of expert naturalist because his real life training is a vet, and that means he knows everything about megafauna because that's what the film needs him to be now. So he's now their de facto guide and able to commune with nature and read entrails and sense danger and such. While fat bastard further endears himself to me by being the only sensible character in the entire movie.
Listen, I'm gonna trust my steady off thermal over your Ace Ventura hippy dippy 6 cents all day long. You copy.
There's no need to call people names.
I figured if we talk, you don't shut it. I'm gonna take that camera and shove it right up your ass. I'm in charge. Wait a minute.
But his fatal mistake is that he believes he's in a movie where sense, intellect, and general good taste are rewarded. And he's not. He's in a monsterverse movie. The rules are reversed here. Being sensible is a surefire way of getting yourself killed because this film reads sensibility as evil. And so, yes, he is duly killed in a scene vaguely reminiscent of Samuel L. Jackson's demise in that shark film Deep Blue Sea. I think it's Deep Blue Sea.
Like, literally, yeah.
Logic
and reason are read as evil, and therefore he can die consequence free.
Always watch your back.
A flying CGI shark. Yeah, still a much better movie than this one, though. So the only relatable character in this entire enterprise is eaten by, for all intents and purposes, a tree, and the rest of the cast acts like the buffoonish, unfunny circus stars that they are, and they treat it all as one big joke.
I don't think so. I don't think they treat it as a joke.
But they don't.
I know that Trapper dude literally quoted Tennessee, and then I like Bernie's reaction was like Tennessee. You just saw a man just get eaten alive by a tree, and you're quoting Tennessee down here.
Yeah,
that was funny.
I would say that is kind of them making a joke out of it, or at least the writing trying to. Which again,
yeah, though Trapper's trying to calm Bernie down as well as Eileen to some extent because they're both beginning to panic.
Yeah, but I think like you can do that in a way. You can write that in a way that doesn't come across as. Yeah, I'm trying to calm you down, but for the audience, that is a joke. Like, in universe, sure, but out of universe, there's a reason why that line was chosen the way it was.
I guess so.
Because, how would you write the scene in a way that makes a pop culture reference or, like, a reference, but logically wouldn't read as a joke?
I don't know. I don't know for this instance. I don't know who Tennyson is, or what the reference is. But I thought the scene was, funny.
Yeah, I don't know either. I thought he said Tennessee or something. I was like,
Ready to go. Let love kills grief and come in. Humans we think to ourselves off the food shop. Maybe the time is here to remind us.
I think there's something seriously wrong.
They walk off as though nothing serious has occurred. Hey, Eileen, do you remember when you reminded us those poor research station guys who died earlier probably had families, so we should be sad that they're dead? You're not sad for this guy? No, I guess not. Up in the surreal city place that the film considers to be the real world, and the radiated Godzilla goes stomping through another ancient and venerable city, probably giving everyone instant stage 3 cancer as he goes, and then he jumps into the sea, where he is tracked by a conveniently placed submarine.
Yeah, so like I said, like in about Godzilla
probably giving everyone
killing innocent people, is that this was the scene where the helicopters couldn't get too close because of how hot Godzilla was. We see him walk just directly through that city and then boils the water as he dives here. So
yeah. But I still think it's different than the bomb analogy.
I still don't think so. Like, even if we say
The
the bomb
bomb
analogy is
is-
bad,
The bomb is actively killing people,
but it's
Godzilla's
also
is more
stopping
collateral
missiles.
damage.
But
Collateral
the
damage.
bomb is also stopping other missiles, and it
But
just
you
so
said it
happens.
would happen. It would happen regardless of the missiles.
Yeah, it would have
Godzilla-
like the damage
Godzilla
would happen
would not-
regardless.
Godzilla would not go out of his way to kill humanity if
Mm,
without a Titan, without imminent
considering
threat. Without an
considering
imminent
that.
threat, Zim.
Okay, so even if we say without an imminent threat, that means that's if we're gonna go back to
Because
that, that
what's
still
Godzilla
means
doing half the time? He's not fighting a Titan. He's sleeping somewhere. If after the battle he went and destroyed the city like he did at the end of 2000, I think you have a point. But since he doesn't do that,
Well, think about it
then-
this way: Godzilla is playing with Kong in GVK, and instead of just continuing to Apex, he senses what Kong's doing and decides to have that slap fight with Kong, or the fact that he was having the slap fight with Kong when he was nowhere in the territorial waters, as the Admiral says. So there's that, and considering that Godzilla does not really try to engender himself to humanity, there's very little we can do to like understand him more. So like people just naturally would be like, yeah, we're gonna have to fight Godzilla if Godzilla's just kind of here destroying stuff. Like that is something that the film still would need to address.
perhaps so. I would say, with regards to Godzilla beef with Kong, like I think that's the point of, I guess, Godzilla's arc in that film, and Kong too, where they have to let go of the pride, as alphas in order to win the day.
Yeah, but then think about this: Godzilla is so old that like you'd think that wouldn't be a lesson he would need to learn, given his age and how old he's stated to be. And like if we could, like, people could make the argument, well, let's say like Godzilla is still learning, he's young for his species. I could totally see someone making that point, but like Godzilla needed to learn a pretty simple lesson about like leadership over his millions of years of existence. And considering that Hong Kong was not fully evacuated, a pretty understandable lesson that he should have learned millions of years ago resulted definitely in the deaths of a lot of people.
Less people then, less room for collateral damage. They knew what they were doing. They let him. They got out of his way.
Well, remember, you see when Godzilla and Kong throws his axe through that building, we see that shot through another building where Kong's trying to pry the axe out, and they're not on like a lower level. They're on like probably several stories high, meaning that they had not been given time to evacuate.
It's also probably implied that when he threw Kong, like right after that scene, it was in the same building. So there's that.
No, what's it called? I think that was a different building because he didn't. We can look at that scene later, but yeah.
This is because he's detected that a Rayquaza lives down there. No word of lie, Rayquaza is in this movie, and he's just been chilling deep beneath the ocean all this time. He's bothered nobody, nobody's bothered him, he's just been sleeping down there or something. But now, Godzilla is going to go and kill him, because as the film hastily explains, Rayquaza is the biggest store of solar radiation on the planet. It feeds on solar winds or something, you see, despite living deep beneath the ocean, which is uniquely inaccessible to that sort of solar radiation, but never mind.
They're not that deep. They're not that deep. It's like an iceberg.
Yeah, it's an iceberg, so it's not that deep. But then, like, as much as like I love Tiamat's design and stuff, Tiamat really is just kind of introduced here. So Godzilla has someone to kill, so that there is some form of explanation as to why he's different.
Yeah.
So Godzilla goes off to munch on him, so he can be even more supercharged for the big battle against whoever the fuck later. And no, it's completely pointless asking why Godzilla wouldn't already have taken Rayquaza out since he's been sleeping down there the whole time. And no, I have no idea how the military already knows all about Rayquaza, even though they've never encountered him before, because none of it matters. They probably have a Pokedex. It's the Monsterverse film. We should just thank our fucking stars that they remembered that monsters are supposed to be the stars.
Yeah, I would say that that's again another thing where it's like he obviously doesn't read the comics, so therefore you wouldn't know. But then again, the film should have done its job by introducing Tiamat better. And I still have a problem with how they use Scylla and Tiamat in this movie, but details.
be for just a couple of minutes, rather than the human clown people we spend most of our time with. Godzilla versus Rayquaza, here we fucking go! Oh, okay, maybe not yet, just give it a few minutes, because we have some more human shit to deal with first. We're back with the human clown people who stumbled across some ruins that suggest that an ancient human civilization used to live down here in Hollow Earth, and just fine, fucking whatever. If we end up saying that these were the ancestors of Echo's Indian tribe, yeah, I don't think I'll even laugh, because it's just how Hollywood treats vaguely Indian people these days. They're vaguely mystical, we can just wreck on their backstories to see whatever cultural abortion Hollywood wants to put on screen at any given moment. You might think you're one of the Choctaw tribe and that you know your backstory, but Disney hasn't gotten around to it yet. They've got plans for people. No, this isn't cultural appropriation, this is just modern media. The ruin show an engraving of Mothra, and since we've just been reminded of Mothra, we can be reasonably sure Mothra will be in the movie later. Mothra did die in one of the previous films.
I activate Deus Ex Machina.
I think the whole Indian fixation is a little weird.
In terms of,
well, for one, I don't know. Like he says, like it's I don't know. Really, I don't understand what's implying, but like he brought up cultural appropriation. And I'm like, well, it's a made up culture. It's its own thing. So there's nothing to appropriate. And like I would say, sure, you can make vague allusions to like, yeah, it's based on like native, cultures, but it's not like expressly, Native Americans. It's like a general thing. It's its own thing. And I don't see how it's like far fetched for the whole idea of like, oh, there's like it has roots in the Hollow Earth.
I think the problem is that at least in the case of the Iwi, we know that they're native to Skull Island. When we see Birth of Kong, the Iwi are traveling on boats to Skull Island, which is where they discover the Kongs. So then there's that. But then in the Wingard era of the Monsterverse, it's stated that the Iwi had come up from the Hollow Earth with the Great Apes. So, like, we then have to imply that not only was the original story behind Skull Island retcon, but then also the whole thing about like the Iwi like medicine thing either is just like incorrect and lied to him, or like we just shouldn't trust anything it says, which is just kind of weird. Then why introduce it as a plot point anyway in a story? But considering that he also brings up the fact that Mothra is in this film now, I think that like the whole thing where Mothra is now a deity of the Iwi seems kind of strange, seeing is that the Iwi in Skull Island were implied to worship Kong, and then in the GVK stuff, it was stated that the what's it called? The Iwi still worship Kong. They had no relation to Mothra, and it was only the culture in the Yunnan province. I think it was the Yunnan province, but in China that worshipped Mothra. Unless like we're trying to say that like either multiple civilizations worship Mothra, which is like okay, but then it seems kind of weird just to have the Iwi be retconned into also worshipping Mothra.
Sure. There's that one tidbit that in Skull Island there is a Mothra symbol on one of the Iwi, so there's that.
But then like it's one of those things where it's like I think that was implied to be an Easter egg, but like now since like it's official, now that that's there, since that was put in place there, it feels like, oh well, now there's justification because of this one moment here. Like it doesn't feel genuine.
Perhaps
like it was like a genuine choice that they wanted to have was the Iwi worshipping the Great Apes.
I think that is a case to be made, but I think we've said before that how we have acknowledged that different cultures also worship multiple deities at once. And there's different,
but like
sets of things like that.
Like there was the whole thing where they like in the boat was where they had like documented their entire history, which implies either this tribe had never encountered Mothra, so therefore the tribe wouldn't be familiar with Mothra as a deity to worship, so that's why they're not on their murals of their history. I guess like we like it just comes across as like we just have to make another exception for the film because it wants to change something.
Probably so. I would say the whole like the Wanderer place of worship is like probably specifically a Kong thing, since Kong was the one who was at the time their main defender. And
I guess, but then again, it comes across more as again we want to have Mothra now, and we're gonna implement it into the religion, but based on like everything else we'd seen from the religion, it doesn't really make that much sense, because it's not just the temple that I'm talking about. It's also the fact that like Birth of Kong had already explained like where the Iwi had come from. So like it feels like, again, whatever is needed to change the plot or the story for like any of these factions, it would be done at the drop of a hat. And it's like, why invest in really any of their culture, any like other character, because it will be changed to suit whatever the writers need to be suited for changes. Which again, like if that's what you want to do, sure. But then like if someone says that, then like people can be like, oh no, they obviously care, because it's very clear then that they don't, as much as like fans may want them to.
With regards to Mothra, I think it's an okay thing, since it is. I don't think it really like interferes with any sort of canon thing, since it is like probably more of an ancient, something that was more prominent in the older times, since they have the line of like, oh, the lineage goes back farther.
Yeah,
And
but again,
considering
that
other
doesn't
Titans,
it
'cause
doesn't
Godzilla,
account for the other Iwi making their way to Skull Island then, which
well, I think even then the Eevee could still go to Skull Island with the apes, like either by boat after they came up to the surface.
yeah, but then they were kind of surprised that the apes were there. Like they had no clue about the apes as a like species / group of creatures originally, at least. So,
And that was
like,
in the comic story?
that was in Birth of Kong. Because like, again, we can make up reasons as to why it makes sense, but it's very clear that you have to then excuse a lot for that to be the case.
Yeah, I think that can be the case for it.
Mm.
Ultimately, it's like just down to like they did retcon this one.
Yeah.
Story beat.
It's to the writing staff. Summon Skull. Destroy his cheap Mothra imitation.
Yay! We were totally effectual. Meaning that someone or something will have to revive it here. Then a little glowing firefly thing pops out and lands on a rug. Echo goes to touch the little glowing firefly thing. That's a bit of tongue twister to say when you're slightly drunk. But apparently has terrible depth perception and coordination, because she completely misses the little glowing firefly thing, and she ends up pressing the brick it was standing on, which turns out to be an ancient Indian button, which pours water down little canals in the floor, which they follow. Why not? And that leads them to a kind of glowing membrane interdimensional hymen thing, which naturalist clown person decides to prod. Then Echo decides she could just rip it open, because, you know, it's not like we've just seen a man getting eaten by nature, so none of these people know to be wary of what they find down here. No, it looks strange, it's glowing, it looks like a hymen, just stick something in it. That's what you do with hymens. And it turns out to be a dimensional wall that lets them through into, I don't even know where, like the underground.
Yeah, I think that I like the fact that you brought this up, because, yeah, like, Mikhail gets killed because she's trusting technology and making logical decisions, but the characters can do something that would obviously be dangerous, but because of the main characters, it's fine. They get away with it. Like, I don't really like that for, like, main characters, especially, like, if you're going to imply this like place is super duper dangerous, and that's why Gia wasn't supposed to come along in the first place.
I think the only case to be made is that the barrier didn't present any obvious danger or anything that really presented itself as like a threat to them.
I mean, hypothetically, for example, if you didn't see the like warning sign that a fence was electrical, and then you stood next to the fence or touched the fence, I'd say the same rule applies. You didn't necessarily know that it was dangerous, but like still, you're not gonna like always just lean against the fence. You're gonna like kind of be like, oh, is it supported? Is there something different about it? Like, it's especially considering the fact that they are in an environment that they are not as familiar with. It seems just kind of contradictory that like you'll punish logic, but you'll reward characters for doing something that would easily be like definitely get them killed.
I guess so, but they are still cautious about it. They don't just go up into it immediately. They examine it.
One sec. Someone says the multiple civilizations worship Martha. Isn't that far fetched? I'm not saying it's not far fetched. I'm just saying that based on the world building they presented, it doesn't make sense. And even if we're gonna say that this is in the context of real world worship, if we're gonna say, well, what about the real world? Then we'd have to then implant all the complexities of different worships and like how monster events did happen for those worships, like the ceremonies and like these like ideas of these religions to appear the way they are before we actually see the monsters on screen, which obviously the film isn't going to do and the universe isn't going to do. So again, it's just a retcon. And then Sea Monsters also talk about the larva incognito, which again, yeah, Mothra just gets something like a Yu-Gi-Oh card, but
That's my assumption that's being made here. It's really pointless trying to critique nonsense like this because the people making it aren't sentient and it's not meant for anyone with even a quarter of a brain. It's just an endless succession of nonsensical and then moments pulling people who really aren't even characters from point A to point B to point C, from CGI set piece to CGI set piece, a reluctant acceptance of the fact that a movie is supposed to have something resembling a plot and it can't just be action figures smashing into each other, even though the fans of this sort of thing insist that that's the only bit they're really there for. The audience, that is you, darling, really should be insulted by this kind of thing because the studio's assumption isn't just that it can get away with appealing to the lowest common denominator, rather that the lowest common denominator, again, that's you, darling, are grateful for what they give you, that you can't see and so don't need any way to combine the bits of these movies you like, the big battling kaiju stuff, with even a semi-competent story, which should be absolute horseshit because there's plenty of media out there with fighting monsters and dinosaurs and massive robots and also semi-competent stories. And hey, I mentioned it already, Pacific Rim isn't great, but it is so much better than this film. This is a world where Neon Genesis Evangelion exists, for fuck's sake, and yet you still find a fairly sizable contingent of people who defend the Monsterverse because essentially it's not even supposed to be as good as Pacific Rim was. Honestly, it's like asking the studios to water down the slop they give you, the thin gruel they spoon into your bowl. You are Oliver fucking Twist in this scenario. It's pathetic and it's depressing, which is precisely why I'm trying to make it funny in this video, because at least if we mock it, it entails that we have certain expectations that the film does not meet. It at least implies you want something better. But oh well, enough with maudlin crap. Back to pure unadulterated crap. Kong and Diddy Kong are wandering off somewhere for some reason. Some bird things are eating some worm things, and Diddy Kong leads them to a lovely lake, which is almost certainly a trap. Oh, look at the trap array. Yeah, God, oh, so surprising. It's another Rayquaza. Kong versus Rayquaza. Club runs away, but hey, we get Kong versus Rayquaza, right? Everyone only comes to see these films for the monster fights. That's what I've been told repeatedly. He kills it off screen. Off screen. He kills it off screen, film. You did your monster battle off screen. What's even the fucking point? No, it's great to see. I know the human stuff is crap, but that's what makes it good. And, you know, anyway, I only really watch these films for the monster battles that happen off screen now. That's how we're defending it, isn't it? And so Kong catches up with Diddy Kong and tells him to lead the way again. This is dumb, but that's the arc, isn't it? That's what we're doing. It's time for arcs again. This is Kong getting that family he wanted. He's showing the vicious little bastard club, who he's already used as a club, that kindness and love and loyalty exist in the world, which means Diddy Kong will come on side when we later meet his real family who turn out to be absolute and Diddy Kong chooses love and saves the day. By the way, I'm writing all of this as I watch the film for the first time, so when this is inevitably the payoff later, I don't expect any praise for this foresight because it's so fucking obvious Stevie Wonder could see it coming a mile off. Up in the real world, the submarine loses track of Godzilla, but then they find him again when he shoots Rayquaza with his nuclear beam. Rayquaza glomps Godzilla, but then he does a kind of off-screen nuclear bomb thing. That's the second Rayquaza we killed basically off-screen, and it explodes. So that wasn't much of a fight, really, was it? Not really sure where all the solar energy is supposed to have gone, because remember Godzilla's supposed to be absorbing that shit, but never mind. And then Godzilla swims deeper. In the quantum realm, Echo uses the force to censor some people, and oh good, it's this fucking Indians. We're doing Indians. I was right. They're her ancestors, aren't they? That's what we're doing. We've got fucking quantum-verse Indians in the film now. How tediously predictable. The quantum Indians take them into quantum Indian Tron world. I don't know. Pretty sure at least one of them is Korean, but every other cultural artifact here is Indian. Fuck it, quantum Indians. We're sticking with that. Eileen decides that she knows the etiquette of this previously unknown and uncontacted tribe of quantum realm Indians and tells the rest of the crew to make eye contact with them because that is considered polite. I don't know how she knows this, but I'm pretty sure it's only there because the writers are trying to do a funny and the joke overrides the rules. That's how writing works these days.
This is a misconception.
How to be a misconception?
Well, because, I mean, it's been set up that she knows the culture. She studies it. She works with Kong, who worked with the Iwi.
Yeah.
So I don't think why there's a need to question how she would know these things.
Yeah. Okay. I was thinking of something totally. You were going to say something totally different. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, this is not working for me.
Then some sort of gong plays, and quantum Indian goddess woman appears from out of Tron world. They all communicate telepathically, and they take Echo off with them because, yes, as was written in the words of the prophet, the little Platoon, quite some time ago, these are her ancestors. This is the origin of her powers. She touches hands with the quantum Indian goddess. She sees visions of happy quantum Indians. They all go into Tron world to meet quantum Indian master control, which is the source of the distress signal they picked up earlier, which we're told was contacting Godzilla for reasons that I'm sure will become clear. Fuck yeah, I'm just gonna get drunk again. Yep, yeah, fuck this film. God, writing. Just, no. But first, we rejoin Kong and Diddy Kong as they cross into fucking Mordor. They've gone to Mordor because they're off to meet Diddy Kong's evil gorilla fam, and they're evil, so they have to live in Mordor. That's how nature works. Nature kind of maps the morality of the people who live there. It involves crossing a rickety bone bridge, and whatever you own these bones is bigger than Kong, who is the same size as Godzilla, which means it's significantly bigger than Godzilla. What, like, is the width of a rib bone? Like, how big was this thing? Who was this thing? What killed him? I'm pretty sure Godzilla's going to win in this movie like he always does, which makes you wonder just who was able to kill an even bigger monster and how. This thing's the size of a fucking city, but we'll never find out.
Yeah, like this idea would be super cool if this was for human-sized creatures, but like considering that we've seen so many dead titans that are absolutely massive, but then we never actually see them outside of like these dead contexts, it makes me wonder. And I wouldn't be surprised if like they're like, oh, for the next movie we'll finally find out what killed the Mega Kaiju or the Mega Titans or whatever they want to call like these giant titans.
I like to think of it as like an abnormal, than think there's a whole bigger species out there. But I mean, hopefully
Well, I would.
just
It
one.
could like that could totally be the case, but then I'm like, they don't look necessarily like any other species. I guess like
Yeah,
it kind of resembles like warbats, maybe kind of
yeah.
slightly.
You see Kong. Then the other like slave Kongs, you see how bulky and tall he is. But then, yeah, I don't know what type of species this is, but like if the whole species of that Titan, were the same size as this one right here, I wouldn't be really comfortable with it. I mean, I like how, we started off with, big, tall, air Titan, Titans being Titans, and then we got Titans out there. And
Yeah,
it sort of goes out the boundary for me, but I mean,
like I can understand. Like it was actually kind of cool where we had Kong being so much smaller than Godzilla originally. Because like you were introduced to a whole different kind of action and suspense with the monsters being that size versus like what they could do in 2014. And then obviously you have Cottom, which does what it does with its Titans, which is fine. But then like you get this, which makes me wonder.
I think it's a pretty
right.
cool visual. The creature in question, I would assume serpent, but the rib cage, I don't think matches up to any serpent that I know of.
And the
And
face
also,
looks mammalian.
yeah, but also
And then
like
there's
I think
that.
I think it's plausible for titans that big to exist within the Hollow Earth. I think it's better if we keep them as like an extinct, like ancient species type of thing, or maybe I don't know. I
Like
just
it raises too many questions.
yeah. More so for me, it's just how something how they would fight something that big if it still
Yeah,
existed.
because then it like people are like already talking about like the issues with the scale in the monsterverse now. Like imagine if they actually started having that be the case where like not only now are you fighting it's Titans fighting Titans, now it's like Titans fighting like gigantic Titans, and then they are just kind of like normal people then because of how small they are.
Because, it's there to look cool, not to make sense. Back with the Quantum Indians, they pour some magic goo into a chalice and it starts glowing, which illuminates the rest of the temple, which is covered in Quantum Indian hieroglyphs, and Eileen can just read these now. Oh gee, oh golly, it's time for exposition. What fun! Are you ready, guys? It's the exposition dump. The script says that in the beginning, Hollow Earth lived in harmony with the surface world. The Titans guarded nature, and the great apes, Kong and his lot, become the protectors of humanity, who I guess are not part of nature in monsterverse cosmology. Oh, really? So they're protectors of humanity, you say? But yeah, if everything and everyone lived in harmony, what does humanity need protecting from exactly? Well, fuck that, because then the Quantum Indians stole the premise of other ape-related films. And so it's written that a powerful and ruthless ape lord rose up and led his tribe into war with Godzilla because the evil ape king wanted to take over the surface world. But wait, there's more. Godzilla nearly died in this fight, but he did also win the fight, and he still had enough power to imprison the rebel apes in Mordor. But crucially, he didn't kill the king. He didn't kill evil King Ape, because if he'd done that, then this film couldn't exist, and that would be very tragic. So he left the evil ape in charge, and the Indians believe he remains obsessed with reaching the surface world. Which, as we've established, he could do already, because he's already broken out of this prison and destroyed that research station, and left his footprints on a cliff. And Kong can climb in and out of this place at will, meaning that the evil ape king could do it as well. Meaning that if the Scar King, his name is Scar King by the way, really wanted to invade the surface world, he could and should have done it already. He just hasn't done it yet because the film wasn't ready for him to do that. And the Quantum Indians call him the Scar King, presumably because he is a king and he has a scar. Not a ton of ambiguity.
He's still his assertions about Scar King having already escaped are wrong, but given our spiel about the blue tunnel, he still could have used that tunnel to escape. But
I think he did use that tunnel. I don't know. It's just that's.
But no, because he was saying earlier in the video he was saying that Scar King had already escaped and left his paw print on the wall from the research station, thinking that he had done it when it was the other apes that had done it. But even regardless, there's already still the other plot hole there, that other tunnel. But I will at least defend the film and be like, what you are saying he could have done wasn't him. But again, there's still other problems.
It showed the blue eye. I thought it was just him, but yeah,
it was Scar King.
It was Scar King?
Yeah, it had the blue eye in the camera footage.
Oh, wow. Okay, I gave the film credit then. I was like, if it was him, then he probably. I literally was like thinking in my mind. I was like, if that's Scar King, then why didn't he just escape beforehand? Because he could have. Not to mention, if he had escaped earlier, then he actually would have had more time to get his army up to the surface world and flood everyone. No.
The thing,
No.
so here's
No.
I want to ask.
No.
He probably just wanted to like a walk of fresh air and
Yeah,
come
but
back.
like,
and,
but
like,
if we're thinking that, then like if his entire motivation was that like he's been ruthlessly trying to get back up to the surface, then why did he just attack the base and then go back down to like alert to have his minions
right.
Because
he probably yeah. He probably just
So-
wanted to like, refresh his memory, go for a walk, and then he, just stumbled upon it. It was like, hey, and just walk down and talk
he
shit.
literally he actually probably would have had a better chance of winning if he had just actually acted like he did in the rest of the film, because he would have just gone to the surface, caught Kong off guard, caught Monarch definitely off guard, and Godzilla would either still be trying to fight Tiamat, implying that he wasn't ready to face Scar yet, if we're saying that he couldn't beat Scar without the power boost. And this doesn't even count for Shimo's. Well, wow.
I think Godzilla. I thought Godzilla was just trying to, prepare. Was trying to consume radiation just for Shimu, not for Scar King. But
yeah, but like, kids like, I think that is the case. But then I'm like, considering like how easily he manhandles Shimo, I really wonder how much of a point there was to actually powering up twice, because technically he powered up once at France and then once at Tiamat's nest. So like he'd already powered up more than once and was like very ready to fight them, and like definitely over prepared for this fight. But oh my gosh, I thought that it was just one of the apes that was scouting that did that. No, because then why film?
Yeah,
I trusted you. ¿Por qué, film? ¿Por qué?
Yeah, Godzilla. I don't think Godzilla was fully prepared either. I mean, maybe he was, but he still didn't like he wasn't fully prepared, because there was times where like Shimu froze Godzilla, and then Mothra had to save his butt.
Well, no, because she like Mothra stopped Shimo for like 1 second, and Godzilla like not even like charging up, just kind of like essentially just kind of flexing a little bit of his power, broke out of the ice, and then just like shot like a bullet towards Shimo.
Yes.
I'm still not over the fact that literally Scar King acted like he did in the rest of the film. He would have had the drop on everyone. Film. Por qué? Oh no. I trusted you. Film. Why did you use my back as a shiv holder?
I think he was mainly interested in looking for a gap to the surface than it was to attack the main Hollow Earth realm. But
in that case, though, if when he popped out there that first time was to look for a portal, there are a lot.
Right.
So then like film. Por qué, film? Por qué, film?
I would say it's the same thing of like he doesn't know where the Hollow Earth portals are, and the closest one is still implied to be like pretty far away from like even Kong's home or his hunting grounds, and so so from when I've been talking to people with one person about the novel, he said that Scar King senses Kong or knows Kong is around. So I'm assuming that probably means that when the opening came up, he could probably like sense that Kong was around. And a head kind of thing I said is the reason he's definitely doing scouting missions, which is why he first came up with Tsuko, One Eye, and then the other two grunts, to destroy the base, and then they went back, and then he sent the other guys again to maybe I think he's probably trying to find Kong so that he can lead him up to the surface through a portal.
No, but then like the problem is he doesn't really need Kong though, because we already see in the film that Kong was not a match for Shimo without Project Powerhouse. So with the scouting mission done, like once he knew that there was a way out of the surface world besides from the one that Kong jumped down to get there, which is already one plot hole. Once Scar King jumps up with Shimo and his army, he could either just go and clap Kong's cheeks like Big Monkey style and then go up to fight Godzilla, or completely ignore Kong and just go flooping around the Hollow Earth for portals without actually like knowing where one is, because one, there's implied to be many, and two, if he kind of sensed where Kong was, he'd kind of know when Kong was in and out of the surface world because he had to go back down anyway. So logistically, the only reason why Scar King did not come up to the surface world at that point was because the plot demanded he not do that.
Starting at the beginning, you're still implying that there are two exits into the overworld Hollow Earth.
There's more than two, because we see a bunch under Hollow Earth Iwi Land. Let me actually. I should still be connected. Am I? Yes, I am. Okay, cool. So we're gonna do this.
Wait, no, but we're not tunnels. The tunnels. You're implying there's two tunnels
separated. Wait. Oh, Prima's back. I didn't. Again, when I'm on the YouTube thing, I can't tell. Brayden and Sea Monster, there should be a link in the general chat on my Discord if you guys want to join. So there's that. But yeah, let me pull up this since now I can use it. So
I have another question.
Oh, you're gonna draw something?
Yeah, so we have.
I'm gonna send you a diagram that I made on my
So there's
phone
Hollow Earth,
real quick.
and then there is. Well, there's Earth, and then there is Hollow Earth. In the film, we are told that there are lots of like little crystal floops that connect not only like to each other, but to that of the Hollow Earth. So we have all this stuff here. Let's just say arbitrarily that Kong is here. And we'll draw another one for inner Hollow Earth, which we'll do here. So there is that. There is the crystal schmoop that Kong goes down, and then there's a waterfall, and he ends up there where Scar King already is. However, and we'll use green here, the dog death that Kong deals with causes the break here, which is what causes Scar King to come up and destroy that base. We already know.
Wait, are you assuming that they're in the inner surface?
No, because like, what's it called? This is just Hollow Earth here. All of this is just Hollow Earth, and then this inner part is where Scar King was in prison. So I'm not talking about whether he's on this side or that side. That's not really super important, and like it doesn't really help it either way, because once Scar King destroys this, he can go to like any of these other portals, and if he knows where Kong is, then he does not need to worry at all about running into Kong because of the other portals. For example, we know there's the one that he jumped into in
Barbados?
What's it called? In Barbados. Plus there's the one that is from GVK, even though it'd probably be harder to get out of, considering the gravity. If he, not the one in Hong Kong. I completely forgot about the one in Hong Kong. Hey, Sea Monster.
Hey.
But yeah, let's actually, we'll do this for China. So yeah, there's the China one, and there's the fact that there's that whole area there that Godzilla blew through. So Scar King could also go just straight out there. There's the one, let's just say if Barbados was here, but again, once Scar King's out on the surface after destroying the base, he can shoot out that way. Not to mention the fact that there's also the Arctic one that he could go to. So there's that. And I already did blue, so we'll do this for Godzilla. Considering that Godzilla uses Hollow Earth to zip in and out of places all over the globe, there could also be them going through those places there. So, like, logistically, there's a lot that could have been done.
Yeah, and also here's the maybe
real quick before you say is perhaps Hollow Earth portals aren't as common as you think in this world. We don't know, but based on logistically what we know of in the films, there were other places that Scar King could have gone to without directly running into Kong when he made landfall, especially considering the fact that Kong was on the surface when Scar King attacked. So had he scouted out, he could have run back, got his army, and then vamoosed, because the only reason why it took Zuko and Kong so long to get to the domain is because they were, one, Zuko was luring Kong somewhere else to kill him before he actually brought him directly to his home. So Zuko was already kind of leading him around in an indirect way. Whereas if Scar King's on a mission, he's just going to go directly for what he was going for, which is what he does later on in the film.
I believe if I'm going based off of the journey we see, I think the subterranean realm is underneath, somewhere in the South Atlantic Ocean. And then
okay. So here's the thing: even though the Hollow Earth, could be considered like a really huge, like sort of expansive place. If the Scar King was able to be out and about enough to encounter that outpost, and tear it up, he had all that time between when he was defeated by Godzilla initially in the past and the events of this movie to find a Hollow Earth portal.
Mm-hmm.
He had so much time. That one moment, that one scene where, with the cameras, where he's destroying that outpost or beginning to, as well as the aftermath of it, obviously the implications, what happened there, obviously he destroyed it. It raises it raises like a lot of issues. Let's just say, because if the Scar King was trapped in that subterranean area, but then you had this scene there, earlier in the film, it just raises like a whole lot of problems. And not to mention, so here's another thing. Even if obviously, the whole Hollow Earth portal thing as presented by GBK and GXK, could potentially contradict what was kind of going on with the tunnel system in Skull Island or King of the Monsters. But let's just say if we were to assume that those Hollow Earth portals in GBK and GXK, those are just another way to get there. They're the really big deal ones. It's this will take you straight to there. Whereas the Kong Skull Island and King of the Monsters, we only saw a tunnel system that's just kind of more, maybe maybe not exact. If those could still coexist, Scar King and his army, they could have spent all that time just looking for those tunnel systems that the skull crawlers were kind of hanging out in, and just kind of get out that way as well.
The again, and the other thing too is that based on what we see in the film, Kong could have beat Shima without Project Powerhouse and without Godzilla. So had Scar King pulled up after his initial investigation with Shima and with apes, or even let's just say he didn't bring Shima, he just brought a few of his boys, and it's him and a few other apes fighting Kong, and Kong wasn't able to beat Scar King without some efforts, then more than likely Kong would have died and Scar King could have gotten the surface and then brought Shima and then fought Godzilla with Shima. So
yeah, and he would have brought his a little army of apes, pretty much, which and they all those guys could have overwhelmed Godzilla, even for as powerful as he is. Pretty much, it's Shima.
Well, then, the only thing that I could then say in defense is that there's still been a lot of innocents who died because probably Godzilla couldn't have evolved to his new state before they got to the surface. But based on the fact that Godzilla did so well against both of them, it could be stated that Godzilla could have done it on his own, which then at that point it's like, why make it like a Godzilla versus Kong movie and write it this way? But yeah.
Yeah, it just kind of it kind of like goes to show that like this movie was intended perhaps initially to be like a Kong standalone movie, and Godzilla wasn't even supposed to be a part of it until GVK was like such a hit. People, and the studio was like, "Hey, let's make another one. Let's make another one with Godzilla and Kong."
At least in the case of at least in GVK's defense,
we
had it so that like the reason why they were going down there was because of the
energy source for Mechagodzilla
was down there that Kong was directly tracking. So therefore, at least it made sense that they would have to have followed Kong to do that. So
debatably whether or not it would make sense for Godzilla to just be like, "Yo, what the fuck you guys doing?" Godzilla kind of while he's looking for Mechagodzilla, like he's kind of like he's tracking, considering that they didn't like turn him on or anything like that. That's kind of why Godzilla would be looking for him. But unless there's that signal going out there, then Godzilla could theoretically have the time to potentially, investigate the thing going on with Kong as well. So I don't know if that's a good defense or not, but
But that's at least what I got from there. I'm gonna switch back over to the thing of the video because we're close to only half an hour left, and then we can get onto the round table and start talking about our own writings. So for everyone, we get through. We will get through this.
Stand together.
Apes together strong.
Yeah.
With that one. This is our cue, of course, to go and meet the Scar King, as Diddy Kong leads Kong into the fires of Mount Doom, where all the evil apes apparently live. They post no guards, so of course they didn't see them coming. Kong sees them, he does a Pikachu face, the apes are all lugging rocks around for no discernible gain. So, and what's her name is just narrating all of this as she looks at some pictures on the wall. Meanwhile, so this is all to accompany Kong going into the place with the evil grey apes. Has anyone played the beginning of Dragon's Dogma 2 yet?
No.
No? Oh, well, to establish the basic game, one of the basic gameplay mechanics, you're in a prison, and you have to go and pick up a rock and move the rock to a different place and put it down. For no reason at all, you just move a rock. That's what the apes do. So the apes in Mordor, it's the slave apes, and they just move rocks around. No, they don't do anything with them. They're not building anything, they just move the rocks.
They're just moving them.
And they're the slave apes. And then you have the evil apes led by the Scar King. But nobody tries to stop this strange new ape from walking in with his big axe. One of the big apes drops a boulder and he gets bullied by another ape. But the theme is that Kong is a good and noble ape. So he intervenes to help, which turns to the ire of the dickhead ape, who he then one-shots. Okay, fine. This not being the best way to make friends. Lots of the evil apes get angry, but they are stopped before they can do anything serious. The Scar King cometh. And, oh dear, what a mightily villain pose that is. The Scar King is incredibly moody because not only is Godzilla trapped him in Mordor, but we already know he isn't really trapped, but never mind. But being trapped in Mordor, where he isn't actually trapped, means he couldn't audition for Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon Part 2, The Scar Giver. And being trapped down in Mordor, he hasn't seen Rebel Moon Part 1, the child of Scar, whatever the fuck that was called, so he doesn't know how terrible it was. If only Kong had thought to bring an iPad with him, he could have shown the Scar King that he's better off being trapped in Mordor than getting cast in that film. Maybe then things would have panned out so differently. The Scar King then walks up to Kong, and Kong just lets him, Kong lets him stick his finger in his, what? Why is this happening? Do you do this? Anyone watching this video? Is this the kind of thing you do when you bump into strangers? Is this the first thing you do? Is just let them put their finger in your mouth? You kinky fuckers. But it means we're doing the tooth thing. Because the Scar King Kong just lets him do, and he reveals the metal tooth, and then he laughs at the metal tooth. So the tooth is still important, kind of, for now. Then he Sparta kicks the poor innocent ape that Kong helped earlier. He just Sparta kicks him into the fires of Mount Doom because he's evil. We need to establish that. And so they have a fight now. Kong has his axe, and the Scar King, who as we just established is a kinky fucker, has a whip made of bones that has some sort of spiky blue gemstone on the end. The gemstone is bad news for as yet nebulous reasons. You might be thinking it's some special thing that can do unique damage to other titans, like kryptonite for Kong. But that's not quite what it is, as we will find out in a couple of seconds.
I'm actually gonna let the thing play. Well, what's it called? Hey,
a few
what do you know,
sequence of
guys?
events are wrong in there.
1 sec. Yeah, I'll explain it while this ad plays.
This stream is brought to you by StreamYard.
But how are the things out of order? Explain.
If we can go back a little bit, if that's all right.
Yeah, no, that's not a problem. And we just hit the hour mark, and you're making me go back. We're so close, damn it! We were so close.
No.
The stream says 3 hours.
And so they have Sparta kicks, and he reveals
the Mobius strip of the stream.
And then walks up to Kong. And Kong just lets him. What? Kong lets him.
Wait.
Well, he goes.
Do you want me to go? Do you want me to go this far, or?
Not, Well, I'll just explain it based on like the memory I saw. Like he goes over the reasons as to why he punched the one ape, and says like, "Oh, that's not a way to make friends or whatever." But like he was doing it to defend an ape who was down
I
and
think
being
that's just a
bullied.
joke. Yeah, I think that's
Probably,
just a joke.
sure.
Yeah.
And then he says that the one he pushed was the one he helped, which isn't true. It's the one that Suko was friends with.
Do you guys hear
And
the
it wa-
name the novelization gave him?
I know they had names. I just don't remember the names.
Okay, because according to the novelization, they called that one Gnarled Finger.
Because
Gnarled
he had a
Finger.
gnarly
Oh.
finger.
It's pretty weird. I mean,
Maybe it's just because he was gnarly at fingering, so that's why they called him Gnarled Finger.
oh, I wanted to do another trip of GVK just to see if he had like a bent finger or something. I don't know.
Would have panned out so differently. The Star King then walks up to Kong, and Kong just lets him what? Kong lets him stick his finger in his what? Why is this happening? Do you do this? Anyone watching this video? Is this the kind of thing you do when you bump into strangers? Is this the first thing you do? Is just let them put their finger in your mouth? You kinky fuckers. But it means we're doing the tooth thing.
The Scar King be all like, "I'll do the fingering."
I'll be the
Sparta kicks the poor innocent ape that Kong helped earlier. He just Sparta kicks him into the fires of Mount Doom because he's evil. We need to establish that. And so they have a fight now. Kong has his axe, and the Scar King, who, as we just established, is a kinky fucker, has a whip made of bones. It has some sort of spiky blue gemstone on the end. The gemstone is bad news for as yet nebulous reasons. You might be thinking it's some special thing that can do unique damage to other titans, like kryptonite for Kong. But that's not quite what it is, as we will find out in a couple of seconds. Being a kinky fucker, he chokes Kong with the whip, which makes Kong mad because nobody chokes Kong without consent, and this gives him a second win. But then the Scar King commands.
That all you got, Scar King.
What'd you say?
I can take it all.
Bro, you could take every single one of it.
You haven't been strangled by a kraken before. This is nothing.
Lava waterfall, and this is all done solely for the awesome reveal of a chained up baby Godzilla thing. Is it Godzuki? It's not Godzuki, but I think we're gonna fucking know. It's Godzuki. What have they done to my boy? We'll just drop the fact here that they just pushed a huge boulder off a cliff for no other reason than to try and make the reveal look cool. It turns out that the Scar King controls Godzuki. It's not really Godzuki, it's something called Shiba, Shubi, it's fucking Godzuki. Kong controls Godzuki with his little crystal thing. The crystal thing causes Godzuki massive pain, and only by pain can he be controlled. He's an ancient titan. We'll learn all of this in more exposition later, don't worry. But wait, if that crystal thing is so very important, if it's the one thing you have that enables you to control this giant frigid dinosaur fucker, then why do you stuck it on the end of your primary weapon, Scar King? And that seems like an incredibly bad idea. Battle. That's a pun. Do you just lose control of Godzuki at that moment? I'd be keeping it much closer to my person if I was an evil ape king. You know, in the way that Sauron doesn't put the ring on the tip of his mace for a battle, for example. In the way Voldemort doesn't throw his Horcruxes at his enemies. I mean, this is just a basic villain competency test, really, and the Scar King is failing it. I mean, you can already see the scene. You who may not even have seen this movie, I'm sure can already picture the scene. There will be a fight later. The whip's going to snap in the sense that, you know, it breaks in half, not just the usual snapping of the whip sense. And the crystal will fly off the whip and he loses control. And this poor creature takes vengeance on him. You know this is going to happen. I knew it was going to happen way before it got there. Godzuki has ice breath, and this forces Kong to abandon his axe and run away. And tragically, this means we're going to have to go back to Eileen doing more exposition on behalf of the subterranean homesick Indians. The Scar King harnessed a terrible power, she explains. An ancient titan called Shimo. That's its name. Okay, no, I'm still sticking with Godzuki. That's just funny. There's probably a meme in it somewhere. Godzuki calls the last ice age. Yeah, so there is a meme in there somewhere. Eileen explains. And the Indians call Godzilla for help because the humans brought Kong down to Hollow Earth, and the Indians think that Kong has been getting too close to Mordor in his hunt for a family, and this is bad for reasons we don't have ever really learned. And him going there would just be terrible. And I can't help but note that Kong got here completely by accident because the floor in a canyon collapsed. That wasn't part of anybody's plan. The Scar King has already been implied to have left his prison, and his motives for doing so have absolutely nothing to do with Kong. And Kong approaching hasn't materially altered the situation in any way. And the humans got here by sheer dumb luck. All they had to do was penetrate the dimensional hymen thing. And so, you know, it's hardly the most secure prison in the world anyway. I also can't help but note that Kong is a great ape, and the great apes are, as we've just been told, supposed to be the guardians of humanity, with the other titans like Godzilla being the defenders of nature.
That's not really true.
Human have decided to summon Godzilla down here.
What'd you say?
It says they got there by luck when it's not really true.
Who? The
Eileen's group got there by luck. That's not really true. They were tracking a signal.
I mean, well, they were tracking a signal, but Mikhail died, and it was mostly Gia's intuition that they were following after Mikhail died. So like,
they went in
for
they went
them,
into
it was definitely luck for like them post Mikhail's death.
in a way,
Not to
but they
mention-
were already.
Oh,
It
we're
was
gonna
so
say-
in the direct. Well, even then, if Gia can sense it, they're following her senses. She can point out the
Yeah.
signal.
Yeah, but then like again, the other issue too is that we then establish just for this film Gia's new abilities, which yeah, sure you can't call it luck, but you can call it very, very convenient for this
I wouldn't
film.
say new abilities. We sort of got the sense that Gia has a sense in
Well, for
GVK.
Kong.
No, not just Kong. She could sense like when Godzilla was coming and such. She also has like a knack for hearing things closer, like his heartbeat, which is also in this scene right
well,
here.
she can hear because she's deaf. So if she's
Which is also the reason she can
but
find
can't
Mako.
hear.
Well,
But-
she can sense the vibrations. Like
yeah, I
the
was about to say
demon.
like, well, what's it called? If a lot of people who have less than like one sense lost would then be it, or have been known to definitely have their other
Daredevil?
senses. Not Daredevil, just people in general, like people who are blind or deaf or mute have their other
Yeah.
senses heightened due to that. That's a natural phenomenon, and that's what it appears to be outside of her connection specifically to Kong. It's sort of like saying, like, if someone had like psionic abilities, I wouldn't necessarily then believe that they're also able to use pyrokinesis because they like can read my mind or something.
I mean,
She can
sure,
also,
but
I can also sense BS because the heart rhythm echoing through the ground or something.
Yeah, but again, like
Sure.
that just seems more like something that she can do because she is because of her senses being
but she
used in
also
one area.
sensed Godzilla that was still several miles away.
Yeah, I could say, like, is that still a leap of logic? Sure, but not like as much as like you go from kind of having slightly like special abilities and then just being full on like psionic psychic who can then summon Mothra like a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
I still think she's more prone to it, also due to the fact that her people speak in the same way.
Sure, but then she is also specifically then set up to be the chosen one, which is convenience because it's the last Iwi from I was about to say Infinite Island from Skull Island. They can do this. So like it's specifically setting her up to not only just kind of be unique, but also a literal chosen one that's going to stop the end of the world that's only solved in one movie.
I would say it's not so much that she stops the end of the world, it's that she's the only one who can provide us with a chance to stop the world. But not that she's gonna
but like
definitively stop the
ultimate,
world.
like sure, but they're not actually going to destroy the world. So it like narratively, like they're not going to destroy the world, so there really isn't much at stake. Like we can be like, well, within the context of the universe, yes, the world was at stake, but as a piece of fiction, they really aren't actually going to destroy the world. So
the world was pretty much no more at stake, due to the Scar King than it was when Ghidorah was threatening it, and Ghidorah was even bigger of a threat.
And the thing, at least with Ghidorah, is that there's less plot holes to get Ghidorah to where he is versus with Gia.
She moves
and Scar
Ghidorah
King
but
right now.
ice. She moves
But no.
Ghidorah but ice.
Well, Shima's not Ghidorah but ice because in function and in behavior they aren't the same.
Yeah, but under Scar
Because
King's
Ghidorah
influence, it
had,
is.
yeah, but Ghidorah had far more agency. Not to mention acted on what he was doing far quicker than Scar King does in this movie.
Ghidorah not just had agency, but there was like even greater urgency, for
Not to
Ghidorah.
mention, like the moment he got out, he started causing that massive storm. The only reason why they thought they lost him was because of the storm, and they didn't realize until Ghidorah came for Rodan that King Ghidorah was causing the storm.
Ghidorah is the storm.
Yeah,
pretty much.
I am the storm that is approaching.
Yeah,
and on top of that, like Ghidorah.
Okay.
Storm doesn't have much range though.
Hmm?
The storm doesn't have much range though.
It doesn't have much. Well, what's it called? It's like that's a massive storm.
It's like a big ass hurricane with a whole bunch of tornadoes and everything.
Yeah, yeah, it's a big hurricane, but it's not a geostorm,
Well, you could say it's sort of like a heralding of Ghidorah just like storming across Earth.
Yeah, not to mention the fact too that what's it called? Once Godzilla was taken out of the picture, Ghidorah literally posts up, calls everyone to start doing them destruction-tisms. So
true, but that's like
because Ghidorah wouldn't have been able to use because Ghidorah couldn't do the
status.
Yeah, but again, still Ghidorah still has more agency than Scar King does, and the moment he's able to do the alpha call, he does it. It's not like he waited a little bit later to then do the alpha call, because the alpha call wouldn't have done anything before Godzilla was taken out of the picture.
Yeah, and on top of that, Ghidorah is even able to single-handedly, you're pretty much able to single-handedly defeat Godzilla if not for the intervention of Mothra or certain humans. Whereas Scar King, he would need like a personal army plus Shimo in order to take on Godzilla. So
And
Yeah,
even
Shimo-
when what's it called?
I think if
When-
Shimu wanted to, she can solo Godzilla.
maybe, but like even like when Shimo is like fighting under like there's nothing to imply that Shimo was weakened by duress. Like there is nothing to imply that, but based on how Godzilla performs in a fight versus Shimo and Scar King, he was very much way over prepared to fight both of them, which is why I think that the evolved state really has like no stakes to it, based on the fact that like
he
we
had
don't
to,
know
bro.
how, but how though, or why though.
I don't know. They were too tough. He needed to.
But
evolve.
you just said you don't know.
Shimu is too
But-
powerful if she
Like-
wanted to be.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
we
Shimo
can't
like
prove that,
wanted
though.
a side, had like some sort of alliance with the Kongs before the Scar King, took over and controlled her. Like
I don't know
she
about
was like
that.
their like loyal steed or something, and like
That's more
she
headcanon stuff, which
like she
would be
wanted
cool.
to be with them before the Scar. Otherwise, Suko Kong would have like parted ways at the end of the movie. I mean, Suko Kong and Shimo would have parted ways or something like Shimo going to Antarctica or something. But
If Godzilla going into burning mode was able to destroy Ghidorah at least once and for all, he would have murked Scar King and all the rest, pretty much like easy. Let's just say.
Yeah, because like based on like the fact like what Godzilla had to do in order to even get to his burning form, he lost far more in King of the Monsters than he did in New Empire.
Yeah, he needed Mothra in like some time to like recover, pretty much to get into burning mode. So, like Mothra had to die and Emma Russell had to die so that Godzilla could live, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys, but what killed the dinosaurs? Let me ask you, what killed the dinosaurs?
Meteorite.
Exactly.
The star.
Ghidorah had a hurricane.
Godzilla
Shima did the
probably.
Ice Age. Case closed.
But no, what's it called? The Ice Age isn't what killed the dinosaurs. It was the meteorite that killed the dinosaurs.
It was the meat. Well, I said the Ice Age like Arnold because I can't help it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you're good. You're good. I did not hear
Sea
you
Monster
at all.
Sea Monster gets it. He knew what I was talking about.
I did not do it for you, okay?
He did it for the memes.
I did it for the memes, exactly.
Dr. Skipper opened the door to Bad Godzilla analysis videos, and this is the fallout.
I think bad Godzilla research. That's what I think.
Those are already Bad Godzilla research before then. It's
Like,
just
I
now
think-
it's more ubiquitous.
I think Platoon's video is just as badly researched. By his own admission.
The who's?
Platoon. One we're watching.
Mm,
He admits it himself. He didn't pay
I
much
mean, like he
attention.
admits it, but then even like the points that you provided don't really support a good defense. I think Rex said he was going to come on in an hour, so if we're still on the topic, then we can
The
labor on
squirrel?
about it a little bit more. Yeah, the squirrel.
Thanks.
Nice.
But we have. I swear, again.
Well, let's keep moving, Zim. Let's keep moving.
Yeah, you're the one who wanted to stop. We're 1 hour. We're less than half an hour.
Rather than trying to communicate with Kong to explain their dilemma, which they could do since they are the origin of Echo's powers, she can communicate with Kong using the same telepathy sign language mix that they use. So yeah, why didn't they just try chatting to Kong about it first? This is absolutely a thing they could have done and should have done. Their own lore suggests it's the thing they really must have done. It's part of their origin story after all. But I guess, well, then if they've done that, then yeah, once again, we'd not have a film, and then that would be bad for reasons honestly I have not been able to work out, but I'm told it would be bad if we don't have this film. Lots of people seem to enjoy it for some fucking reason. I think we will be better off without the film, but what do I know? So Eileen figures that this is why Godzilla is changing. He is gearing up for war, or more specifically in the words of Crikey, he's gearing up for World War III. Well, now someone more invested in this nonsense than I can go back and check, but I'm pretty sure our heroes were already in Quantum Narnia by the time Godzilla attacked the nuclear plant. They were definitely down here by the time he went after Rayquaza. So how exactly do they know that Godzilla is changing or charging? Did they read it in the script? I think they read it in the script. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to go back and check.
Hampton told
That's
them.
it's one of those films that I know. I can say
What was that?
Hampton, Director Hampton, told him about what Godzilla was up to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But before they had actually gotten into the Hollow Earth? Like, are you talking about when she mentioned that Godzilla was on the move when Kong had come up to the surface and was doing the floops there? Or you talk about they were down there and she told them while they were down there?
Have them told them while they were down there about how, like, I think everything to about the point where he was starting to gather his power and stuff and consume all the radiation.
The problem is,
So
is
they
that
know
if
he's
you
doing something.
They know he's doing something. I just don't remember them specifically mentioning that while they were down there. But
that scene is while they're down there.
Okay.
Not
in this case, I will take your word for it.
I watched the film 5 times.
Jeez.
I like to think I know what I'm talking about. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But
yeah.
Hampton does. I'll tell you the exact point. It's right before they. I think it's either. I want to say either before or after they go to Outpost 1.
Outpost 1, like when they found out that people were dead?
Yeah. I think.
Okay, all right, I think.
Because there is a scene where they say, "Oh, Godzilla's doing something. He's consuming radiation."
I thought,
and then the signal cuts out.
Okay, yeah. No, you're right then. Okay.
I'm forgetting if it's before or after Outpost 1, because after Outpost 1 is when they get the interference again from the signal, and Gia points the way.
That's what I was thinking, but okay. I think, yeah.
For sure, I will never, ever watch again. So for now, I'm just putting that out as a possible hole in the plot. Eileen, continuing the exposition, explains that the quantum...
Actually, wait a second.
Watch again. So for now, entirely sure. I'd have to go back and check, but that's something I'm never, ever going to do. This is one of those films that I know I can say, for sure, I will never, ever watch again. So for now, I'm just
I think that's a bad thing, by the way.
Continuing the exposition, explains.
I think that mindset of going into criticism is a bad thing to do. Because I believe if you're going to criticize something, you got to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but wouldn't that also be the same thing if you're trying to defend it? Because if we're saying, well, I think, or...
I've watched it 5 times. I'm confident in my know-how.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about a specific scene. I'm just talking about, like, based on other inferences.
No, I think it's true. I think it's true both ways, definitely.
Because, like, in that case, but... Again, sploops.
And the Quantum Indians, for fuck's sake. Oh god, okay, fine, we're doing a prophecy. The Quantum Indians believe that one of their own will return at the end of the world to awaken Mothra, who is now, for the sake of convenience, the ancient defender of the Indians specifically, as well as being Godzilla's best pal. It is a film trying to tell us that Indians aren't human. Is that why they want to be protected by Godzilla via Mothra rather than Kong, the defender of the humans? Anyway, the prophecy specifically foretells that the prodigal Indian will hail from Skull Island, and who on our team happens to be a psychic Indian from Skull Island? That's right, it's Elizabeth Warren. If she can take on Wall Street, she can take on anything. Oh no, never mind, it's Echo. Echo is the Messiah, obviously. I mean, credit where it's due, I suppose. I didn't expect the film to completely obliterate the concept of free will, but here we are. That's what it's done. Absolutely everything that's ever happened at any point ever in the entire history of the multiverse was predetermined, and these ancient quantum Indians, by contacting Godzilla instead of Kong, even though their law stipulates they should really have contacted Kong, have followed the chain of events that, by a long and convoluted string of what we thought was complete fucking luck and incomprehensible script writing, but that has actually been fate all along, has brought their Messiah to exactly the right place at exactly the right time to prevent the Scar King from breaking out of his incredibly flimsy prison that he's already broken out of anyway, and starting World War III, which he's about to go and do anyway. Meaning, I guess, that the reason Godzilla didn't first kill the Scar King before locking his people up in Mordor is that if he'd done that, we'd not have needed the prophecy. So all that happened before was done so that the prophecy could be fulfilled, even though whatever God came up with it was just a terrible fucking writer, and the script should never have been greenlit. And anyway, Kong, oh god, yeah, more of this, more is needed. Anyway, Kong runs away and is chased by a bunch of mean apes, once again proving that this prison is completely fucking useless. There being no real sense of place or distance in this realm, not to mention scale, which really does deprive these supposedly massive creatures of any sense of awe, because without normal sized comparators they all look normal size. We don't really know where we are or how long Kong's been running for. So when he suddenly lobs a stick over his shoulder that snaps a rope that releases a giant swinging boulder as a trap, we have to assume that Kong made this himself at some point for some reason. So we also have to assume that he's now back in familiar territory, because otherwise there's no way he knew that trap was there. I still don't know why the trap was there. Maybe he was anticipating an ATS to be walking through. Turns out Kong has a ton of traps all carefully laid out in this area, which is very handy. So when he gets pinned in another canyon, he almost succeeds in Ewoking, pursuing apes to death. Unfortunately, they are smarter than your average bear, and they spot a very obvious tripwire that he's placed in the ground. So Kong is in trouble. He's injured. He's facing off against a whole bunch of evil apes. Don't you wish you cared? Never mind though, everything's fine, because little Diddy Kong, you think would be way too small to keep up with these massive fully grown apes in a long pursuit, pops up at the last second and triggers the trap, which duly Ewoks the evil apes. Because Kong was nice to him, and so now he'd be nice to Kong. This is once again a time for arcs. They walk off together, but behind them, we see someone's hand come out of a pile of rocks, revealing that not all of the evil apes are dead. Up in the real world, Godzilla has now reached the Arctic. How much time has passed? He's got from Italy to the fucking... What? No, you don't get from Italy to France to the Arctic in 10 minutes. Anyway, pursuing helicopters report that plasma readings indicate that he's absorbing everything in there. Well, in where film? You're not going to tell us where there is? No? Okay, fine. Where is there? Who the fuck knows? It's a glittery, pretty Arctic cave thing. This might be a callback to a location from a previous movie, but I would have thought that the film knew that everyone watching this film forgot the previous movies, right? That's kind of baked in at this point. We need to be reminded where we are, goddammit. Also, what are plasma readings? Why have they got to do with anything to do with Godzilla? Godzilla isn't a plasmid, he's a nuke, kids. He's radioactive. Whatever the case may be, Godzilla is indeed sucking something out of somewhere. And then we return to Hollow Earth, because, just jumping around like anything now. But Echo is playing with some happy quantum Indian children. They all look very, very happy, but girl, they've got to play Echo, and I know I've made this point before, but I really need to stress it, because she really makes actual Echo, Marvel's Echo, Maya Lopez Echo, look like Laurence Olivier. I don't think this character has ever pulled a single facial expression. Look at her here, look at her in this scene. Look at her here, look at her in this scene. Now look at her dancing with the happy Indian kids. This is just their normal face. She only has one expression. She looks like she knows that she looks like a complete pillock.
Oh my God.
She wants to have to give Echo up, and she knows that she has to because
I'd say that's again. I would say that's also a nitpick too.
I would say it's a wrong nitpick.
I would say, well, what's it called? I'd say it's a wrong nitpick. I'm totally fine with that.
It's the life that little Echo once, as revealed in that conversation that didn't happen earlier. Bernie, observing quantum Indians, deduces that they power their city oh, for fuck's sake. Bernie deduces that the quantum Indians power their city by manipulating gravity using magical pyramids. I don't even... Okay. Crikey tells him not to publish these findings. Not because they're just so incomprehensibly fucking dumb, but because he says this place is an unspoiled paradise. It won't survive contact with the outside world if he reveals its location. But I'm pretty sure they'd be fine because, as we've established over at least 2 films now, A, the government and the corporations and such already know about this place, and B, this place is incredibly hard to get to. You need spaceships capable of surviving a 2001 reference to get down here. And C, this place is also full of incredibly lethal giant monsters. I'm not sure members of the public fully understand this, but I'm quite sure they couldn't just hop in a whirlpool and become interdimensional Hollow Earth tourists, ruining the place with their second homes. I don't think that's much of a risk, crikey. Anyway, then the quantum Indians spin a rickety old wheel, which deactivates a propaganda force field thing that they have that shields their entire civilization from people outside for no good reason, and it lets in injured Kong, accompanied by Diddy Kong. Oh, but oh no, one of the evil gorillas was walking literally 5 feet behind him, so he now knows where the quantum Indians live. Kong was able to find this place because of his psychic connection with Echo. He falls over and she attempts to act. It is really quite tragic. Kong's problem, as Crikey explains, is that his arm now has severe frostbite from his encounter with Godzuki. Evil Ape, meanwhile, teleports home and tells Scar King where the quantum Indians live. No, I'm not condensing any of this. The film really does just jump around like a coked up child on a bouncy castle. The apes are now off to war. Scar King rides on top of Godzuki's frozen back, and this doesn't give him frostbite, because if rules were followed, we'd not get what the film thinks is a cool visual. Whereas I'm just sitting there thinking, my god, your poor frozen balls. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Godzilla has finished up absorbing the Arctic plasma, or whatever he was doing, so now his back is all baby pink. This means he is pretty much fully powered up. He has charged up Soda Beam, ready for the next attack. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Crikey tells us the frostbite has given Kong nerve damage, and they can't communicate with the surface for help. But they have some... Well, oh my god, here we go again. But they have some supplies at that outpost, the wrecked one from earlier, and these will be enough to activate Project Powerhouse. Eileen says he can't be serious, but he's saying, yes, I'm serious. The prototype was almost finished when they pulled the funding, but this explanation being insufficient, Bernie asks Eileen what Project Powerhouse is, which means it's time, gee, golly gosh, and ooh for another exposition dump. And this one really is a doozy. So Eileen explains that after Mechagodzilla fucked shit up in the previous film, they realized there were some threats that Kong couldn't face. So they contacted Eitri the Dwarf up on Nidavellir from the Infinity War film, and he made a Kong-sized Infinity Gauntlet. And lucky for us, no, I'm not shitting you, that is exactly what Eileen says, the finished prototype, which had its funding pulled before it was finished by a government that we already established isn't involved with anything down here, but never the fuck mind, has already been transported down here for testing. The Infinity Gauntlet was stored at the outpost destroyed earlier by the Scar King, while the Scar King was also trapped in prison, which, as luck would have it, he didn't find, meaning that Crikey can teleport all the way back there to pick it up.
Funny that they say that because, just at the beginning of the film, they're just like, oh, the government's all decided to agree not to attack Godzilla because he's a protector of Earth, and then all of a sudden, the government can't intervene at all, even though we also secretly funded this King Kong weapon that's secretly in Hollow Earth as well.
Right.
Zero
Which they just remember at the last possible second. Oh, by the way, we've got an Infinity Gauntlet. We'll be fine. It cures frostbite. Whatever. I'll just go pick it up. It's like a little quick jaunt across the quantum realm.
Do you guys understand you're describing the best movie ever right now? Like, if I just walked into a room and I was like, King Kong, Infinity Gauntlet, give me $100 million. Every video.
That's me.
What you say?
Oh, that's me. Kong, Infinity Gauntlet, sign me up.
I'm not gonna say anything because this comes from someone who was not even a super big fan of the axe.
For some reason, I Was Made for Loving You by Kiss plays as the spaceship teleports back and deposits the Infinity Gauntlet near Kong and it activates its rocket boosters and attaches itself to Kong's frustrated and nerve-damaged arm. Now, you might be thinking, this is all incredibly dumb. How the fuck is none of this makes any sense? And anyway, it's not going to solve the frostbite problem, is it? Well, you're wrong. You might be thinking that, but that's, thinking. Thinking is bad. This film doesn't reward thought, okay? Because it turns out the Infinity Gauntlet comes equipped with canisters of green goo, and the green goo injects Kong's arm, and Crikey says this will deal with his frostbite. So
rewarded my thought, I'll just say.
Well, because Scar King, Godzuki, and the evil ape army leave.
What'd you say?
It rewarded my thought. That's why.
Bye.
Oh, because everyone says, don't think about things, but I do think about things like this when I was in the movie, and I'll say that when this scene happened, in my mind, I was like, how are they gonna solve the frostbite? And then they say, oh, magic juice cures frostbite. I was like, thank you, I'm satisfied.
Yeah, but that's
my perspective.
Yeah,
because I don't think contrivances are bad inherently. I don't think contrivances are bad inherently.
Why?
Because sometimes you need that for stories to happen.
But then why are many stories able to work really well without contrivances?
To each their own, depending on the contrivance and how implausible it is.
Yeah, but then
I don't think
if you can make the same story without the contrivance, then therefore it implies that the contrivance is therefore moot, because the like a contrivance implies that the only reason why the thing could happen is because the plot needed it to happen, when in reality, if you can prove or show that there was other ways to get around this point without the plot being broken to accommodate it, then therefore it's definitely a contrivance, but then also an error.
An error in what way?
An error in the sense that you were unable to make your story coherent without having to break
to
the
me.
plots.
Because I mean, it's pretty coherent. I think.
But no, you're saying it's coherent. Well, what you're saying is that you are accepting what the story has provided to you on face value without considering the implications that come with the new information provided.
But I think it's like a perfectly acceptable explanation for it.
No, but why is it a perfectly acceptable explanation?
Because it's simple and easy to understand.
It's just because it's simple and easy to understand doesn't make it good. Because
it doesn't make it bad. Doesn't make it
bad because
plot breaking.
It makes it plot breaking because one, you need the juice that was in the gauntlet may not have specifically been designed to cure frostbite, but it just so happens to be able to cure frostbite, which is a contrivance. It's a contrivance that the gauntlet was the only one built, and it was also built for the arm that was also damaged. It would actually kind of be interesting had it not been the arm that was damaged and actually been the other arm, which means Kong would have had a handicap there for giving us some kind of tension because Kong was still dealing with some kind of injury. You could also work into the fact that the drug may not heal the frostbite, but it does something to at least give him the strength to fight. But also, if the drugs are removed or you run out of them, then then Kong could be in trouble. Like, there's a lot of things that you could do with the material given that not only still provides you with interesting visuals, hypothetically, but also still allow the story to progress in a similar direction without being contrived.
I think those are all just different ways to write the scene. I don't think anything is better over the other. And when I think when you also given the fact that Trapper is a vet, a Titan vet, I think it's believable to also say, oh, he probably has medications that are suited for Titans to help with certain injuries.
Yeah, but then he's found medication specifically to help with Titan injuries, one that he's never encountered before, not to mention that we've never seen anyone be a vet to Titans before until now.
Yeah, and there hadn't really been like a known instance of a Titan getting frostbite.
Or like, Titans getting frostbite or Titans using humans for like medical help. Like that's a whole story in and of itself that could be interesting, but
I think
just treated as a background.
King of the Monsters implies that pharmaceuticals are a thing that Titans can improve on.
Yeah, but like again,
in the black market.
The black market, but also not to mention the fact that like it's implied like on the black market, and then after at the end of the film, it wasn't like something that was being developed super well during the events of the film. Not to mention like the gap in knowledge
in that time
between then is
Monarch
not so different.
Specifically studying Titans could develop that themselves.
Yeah, but then like also the implications that now you're able to heal frostbites, like what that does to your world, also.
If I can suggest like a solution to how we could have had Kong, like, being given the Beast Glove that was like a decommissioned like project, where the funding was cut. Here's what I pretty much thought was going to happen just based on the Beast Glove, and I'm pretty sure others pretty much have came to that conclusion as well, just based on some of the trailers and some of the merchandise. What I thought was going to go on as far as where the Beast Glove was going to come in was that the Scar King was going to kind of like injure Kong's arm in a way, not with frostbite, but with just kind of like sort of breaking it. Not so much to where it's like completely non-functional, but it's like Kong just simply cannot use it. So I thought the Beast Glove was going to be like some kind of like almost like a cast sort of thing, and whatever. And if there was like some kind of anesthetic there, it would just be kind of like a painkiller, perhaps, to kind of help him to kind of dull the pain. and the frostbite, and as far as like Shimo like getting Kong away from his axe with the frostbite blast, we didn't even have to have it where the axe was where Kong had his arm in the frostbite, for him to lose his axe, pretty much, or at least have his axe be taken away from him.
So, Minecraft World says stories are allowed to have bad things happen to the characters out of nowhere all the time. Why can't good things happen to the characters? Outside of like probably providing examples, bad things happen because the writers are bringing conflict into the story, because the point of a story is conflict resolution. If good things just happen to the main characters just out of nowhere, then what really is there? Why is there tension in the story? Because you're not creating interesting ways to get yourself out of a situation. You're pulling a new idea or a new concept out of the ether to then inject into your story so that good things can happen. Like, the reason why like power fantasies work so well, which would probably be the closest thing I could say to like just good things happening to characters, is that due to a character's backstory or something abilities that they have, is what allows them to then be super powerful and sort of just beat up all the bad guys and be awesome. For example, Deus Ex Machinas are not usually really good in a lot of cases. People don't think those are good things. I'd also say the ending to Monarch Legacy Monsters isn't necessarily the best either. So, like, if we're gonna, that wouldn't be an example I would use as an example of like a good Deus Ex Machina. Like, I don't generally think Deus Ex Machinas are good, even in story. Like, actually, I'd probably say a good example, like the closest I can think of off the top of my head right now to a Deus Ex Machina that is good, is in like Kung Fu Panda, where Po learns the Wuxi finger hold and uses it on Tai Lung. When Po says he just learned it on his own, you can imply that that's a Deus Ex Machina because Po just learning something on his own is coming out of left field. But considering the fact that Po was trading with Shifu and developing his kung fu skills, and he was already destined to become the Dragon Warrior and restore peace, that you can then make the logical leap that this good thing happening to him is therefore fair within the story, because he'd already beaten Tai Lung without it. There was just an extra cherry on top. Jurassic Park. There's a lot that goes into Jurassic Park mechanically that doesn't make them Deus Ex Machinas. So considering the fact that like Hammond, Arnold, and Arnold had to go change the power, and it was Muldoon and Hammond who had gone into the bunker to stay safe. So that's why Hammond was able to then get the Jeep. Muldoon obviously doesn't get a happy ending because of what happens to him. You could say that it's like a good thing happens because they weren't like hurt by any of the bones, I guess. But considering everything else they have to do, it's like kind of weird. Or they're saying no, I mean the T-Rex showing up out of nowhere in the middle of the end. Considering the T-Rex was following them and the fences are all down, then they can't contain the T-Rex on its own. It isn't too out of the realm of possibility that the T-Rex could have followed them. And considering the T-Rex doesn't really eat the raptors, like I would say mechanically, how
some of the logistics of I'm sorry.
No, go.
Some of the logistics of how the T-Rex is able to kind of like get the drop on that raptor that was about to kill Grant and the rest, without any of them like noticing, like even just the tremors and all of that is, like there's some logical, tisms there pretty much, but
like actually, what's it called? I could definitely say that that's fair. That would therefore be an error, and what you could do to fix that is, if they heard the T-Rex was coming, for the fact that the Jeeps can outrun the T-Rex. So if Hammond pulls up with the Jeep, they already have a way of escaping the T-Rex if it came back. Two, if the Raptors still try to kill the people, then either they still get killed by the T-Rex or they run because they know the T-Rex is coming. So one of those two, and not to mention the fact that we already know that the T-Rex is blind, so they could have a setup where they fight the T-Rex and not really fight, but try to escape the T-Rex by like messing with its senses. So there's that. Like mechanically, what occurs doesn't affect the film all that much because it's the end of the film. But even if we're to call it an error, there is enough that you can do to then salvage and change it in a way that isn't even more contrived or less contrived. Whereas in the case of Kong, by the end, with the film, by the end of it, you still have to have Kong have his big fight with Scar King and all of that. And any amount of tension that we're supposed to be building up by the fact that Kong's injured is completely diminished by the fact that not only is he healed, but he also has something that's going to make him super powerful. And we also have Godzilla there to back him up. So ultimately, if there was tension, there's none. And if it's just for the point of spectacle, then you can still have spectacle, but still have stakes. And if that was never the point anyway, then I guess cool. Don't really see the point of that at that point. Just like commission someone to make an even better fight scene at that point. But I want to see how far away we are towards the end. We're so close. We are so close.
Taste it.
They're arriving on the scene imminently. So, yeah, they're really. I mean, are you taking the piss, film? Are you having me on? Have you seriously just spawned an Infinity Gauntlet on the spot and hand waved it away with a character saying, "Oh yeah, we just happened to have this lying around. I was lucky, wasn't it, guys? You just happened to have a frostbite curing Infinity Gauntlet in your fucking shed, did you? Jesus Christ, Supertramp, this film. What is going on? No, none of this is how anything is supposed to work. Diddy Kong spots the approaching army and warns them that the evil apes are around the corner. So now Kong has to go off to fetch Godzilla because, as Eileen explains, Godzilla won't come down into Hollow Earth unless Kong brings him. Even though Kongzilla has been roiding himself up on radiation for a big battle, he still is going to wait to be invited. And what was his thought process going on here? Is that what we're going with, film? It's necessary though because only together can they stop the Scar King and Godzuki from reaching the surface, which we've now established, since Kong is running from here to the surface, and they are free to walk from their prison to here, but they could have done it at any point before now, and they just didn't, because if they did, the film wouldn't work. Right. You know, I think just maybe this whole film is maybe, just possibly, perhaps, there's a slim, tiny little chance that this film is a bit broken. And I don't know, maybe it's just me, maybe I just can't appreciate how good it is, because I don't fully appreciate how bad it is, when enlightened people know that it's as good as it is because of how bad it is, but no, I'm just sticking with the theory that this is just broken, dumb shit. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, we are now in Egypt, so more famous landmarks can be obliterated.
Thousands of years ago, people were very bored because card games hadn't been invented yet. So in order to pass the time, they started killing each other with magical powers. Then one day, a nameless Egyptian pharaoh with ridiculous hair decided to lock the magic away so that its evil could never fall into the wrong hands. And so the people of Egypt were forced to spend their time building pyramids, which ironically was just as tedious as playing card games.
A glowing portal appears in the ground next to one of the Great Pyramids, and Kong climbs out of it.
Oh no, we're trapped! Quick, let's start drinking our own urine. Shouldn't we just wait for help, or shut up and drink your urine?
I don't know if it means Kong can open portals, or whether the sand covers a portal, and he just climbs through it and climbs through the sand, but the portal was always there.
Pyramids collapsing, and I had such a full life ahead of me. Run away, run away! This is the worst honeymoon ever.
I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, because what if a tourist just walked into it? But it's good timing with how Godzilla appears at just this moment. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Echo is being initiated into the ranks of the Quantum Indians so she can go and wake up Mothra, which, as Eileen handily explains for us in case we missed it the first time, is key to protecting Godzilla, so Godzilla can protect the Hollow Earth and its pathways to the surface from the Scar King. I think those are the stakes, and it's a little bit confusing at this point. Mothra wakes up and Mothra flies off. Quantum Indians decide to evacuate their little Quantum Indian town. Something about gravity pyramids is mentioned again. I don't think it makes sense. I'm just going to play it because I don't care.
Reaction is that now becomes an engineering mechanism, forcing the two electromagnetic pyramids together, causing an anti-gravity shock wave, but only for a few minutes or maybe less, which should keep those things from portals. After that, everything is up. We'll come crashing down.
And then Crikey pretty much completely redeems himself as a character. Crikey utters the most meta line in quite possibly the entire history of meta lines. Yeah, this guy gets it. This guy knows what's going down. This guy knows what film he's in, which means whoever wrote him knows what's going down and what this film really is. And rather than writing something that doesn't resemble throwing shit at a wall, they thought, fuck it, this'll do. We'll just have a character sort of jokingly point out how shit it is. So now here we are, watching the results. Do you see what I mean, guys? Do you see what I mean, darling? When I say that the film is insulting you poor, strange Monsterverse fans, do you get it yet? You're being fleeced, you brainlets. The film thinks you're dumb, and the film is quite possibly right. Crikey's mad plan is to go get some reinforcements. So yes, obviously we're doing the electric pterodactyl bit. That is very clearly where we're going, but still, at least they set it up. At least they trailed it. At least they got a mention at the beginning that can pay off in a few minutes' time. At least he didn't say, oh, by the way, funny thing, as luck would have it, completely by chance, I totally forgot about it. I just remembered. Luckily, fortunately, guys, we've got an Infinity Gauntlet in the shed. We can just go and grab that. Oh, God, well done, film. We're about 15 minutes out from the end, and you have done a thing right. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the monsters once again piss off the entire world by blowing up half of Cairo. Godzilla actually, fucking hell. Godzilla does, what is this called? I actually had to ask this on because Cynic likes wrestling, and I'm not that gay, so Cynic can explain this for us.
They roar into the sky together.
Yeah.
And I did lead you astray. You asked me because I was supposed to have expertise. I said it was a German suplex. It is actually a superplex.
A superplex.
So that is when you give them what would be a standard suplex, but off of the top rope.
Or in this case, off of a pyramid.
So in this case, off of a fucking pyramid.
It was. I'm just about to find.
Keep talking, woman. Keep going. Yeah, boy.
Okay, off the top
Fuck
rope.
it off the top ropes. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh my God, here's
Kong then pummels Godzilla's head with his Infinity Gauntlet, which you think is entirely counterproductive. And Godzilla finishes wiping out Cairo with his pink laser breath, which you likewise think is entirely counterproductive. I don't really know why Kong didn't just immediately hop back down into the portal and bait Godzilla into following him rather than waving his arms and trying to communicate. I guess if he'd done that, we'd not have got this pointless fight to pad the runtime out. But it's cool because Mothra then appears, and Mothra just goes, meh, and this solves that they stop fighting. That's how the thing ends. This is how they talk. Godzilla calms the fuck down. He has a chat with Kong. They're all friends now. Everyone's on the same page. It's just that Godzilla now has much less radioactive power by possibly also a concussion, and they're both weakened for the fight against the Scar King. That's what I was thinking, but I had a mind to quality here, and that was a big mistake because the film doesn't have any mind for quality at all. There's no connection between this fight and the final fight. They're not weakened in any way. It just proceeds as though this fight never occurred. Meanwhile, setting up what I'm sure is going to be an absolutely catastrophic CGI finale. Thousands of miles away, the Quantum Indians manipulate their magical pyramids to create several minutes worth of anti-gravity to protect the sky portals. But Godzuki uses ice breath to freeze one of the magic pyramids to stop this from happening. But yeah, brilliant. Totally called it. Never doubted it for a moment. Crikey flies back into the picture with a flock of flying electric pterodactyls, and they proceed to royally piss off Scar King and Godzuki and his army. This buys enough time for the humans to board the spaceship and escape. And then Godzilla and Kong portal in, and we get this unbelievably cringe trailer shot that I'm honestly surprised made it into the final cut. I'm surprised it made it into the trailers because it looks appalling. It's so corny and cheesy and badly rendered, and nothing as big as these two is supposed to run, and Godzilla in particular is not supposed to run. And if you like this, you've probably got long COVID because my god, your taste buds have been completely fucking obliterated at some point. So yay, it's Godzilla and Kong versus Godzuki and Scar King, with the added bonus of Quantum Indian pyramids fucking with gravity. Which means for the first few minutes of the fight, we are basically doing the Matrix revolutions, but it's just worse in every way. And fuck, more whiskey. Give me all of the drink. All of this, it is needed. Mothra gets involved. Baby Club Diddy Kong gets involved. Apparently, all these monsters have done extensive anti-gravity training because they're all flying around like it's really no big deal at all. And then the magic pyramid buff times out, and everyone very sensibly falls to the ground. But the fight should probably have taken place anyway. Mothra rescues our heroes before their ship crashes, while the rest of the Biggins fall through a portal, and Kong inconveniently gets his axe lodged in a wall, so he's lost that for now. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the entire population of Rio de Janeiro has been short-sighted enough to live within view of another famous landmark. Oh, Cristo Redemptor, Christ the Redeemer, has ironically enough ensured that huge satanic monster things will bring death and destruction to people in his shadow. So yes, we're off to fuck up Brazil. I mean, fuck it, when we've done Italy and France and Egypt, might as well add some samba into the mix, spice things up a bit. Honestly, at this point, I think humans of this world will be well advised just to take down all their landmarks. Maybe the BLM people are right, even if they don't realize it. They might think they're tearing down statues because of invented claims of racism and slavery, but what they're accidentally doing is saving all of America from being attacked by giant monsters. Because if you leave the landmarks up, you're just inviting the likes of Roland Emmerich and Michael Bay and whoever the fucking hack made this film to come and just kill all of them and everyone who lives near them. Godzuki does a sky laser, we needed one of those. Then yes, wanton destruction ensues. Rip Brazil. And the fight continues. Scar King, that's the one. Scar King loses a tooth. I think that's the last time the tooth is relevant. That's the payoff. We've done the tooth in the beginning of the film, and like that tooth flying there, that's what we're getting. It's done now. The tooth arc is completed. Several thousand innocent people get taken out inside the opening 30 seconds of this fight. Oh, there goes another neighborhood. There go another few skyscrapers. Oh, and another one. Using skyscrapers as weapons now. Let's see, this film had been made in the year 2000. They could be using the World Trade Center towers as a jousting match. Diddy Kong picks up Kong's axe and hops through the portal after them. Godzilla snaps Scar King's whip, as predicted, so he's lost his magic crystal, which is exactly why you don't put it on your weapon to begin with, you damn dirty ape. He and Kong fight over the crystal for a bit. Godzilla and Godzuki kill several thousands more people. Diddy Kong then uses Kong's axe to destroy the magic crystal, which frees Godzuki of its mind control. And the three hero monsters, Godzilla, Kong, and Godzuki, all three of them team up to kill the Scar King. Much like Godzilla could and should have done thousands of years ago, but didn't solely in order that we could all enjoy this wonderful work of art that is this film. They all roar. Godzilla does another sky laser. The sun comes out over the wreckage of Rio de Janeiro. Population originally 6.7 million people, now closer to 4 people. Mothra and Echo return to the quantum realm. Echo says she doesn't want to stay in Hollow Earth after all because Eileen is her real family. I don't care. Mothra repairs the interdimensional hymen shield. Godzilla goes back to have another nap in the Colosseum. Godzuki returns to Mordor with Kong and Baby Club to liberate the slaves. They all roar again, and that is the end of the movie. So that is the plot breakdown out of the way. Now, as is customary in these video essays, it's time for us to break down character, world building, and theme. Fuck it all to death. I'm out. Mic drop. Roll the credits. Let the credits go. It's done. Never again. We're out. We're done. Fuck you if you like this film. Stop running your brain. Watch better films. Watch better movies. Don't ruin your children by taking them to see this film. Dune video. There's a Dune video coming up next. The Dune video's gonna be really good. Just watch that one. Get to learn things. We're gonna talk about writing. The Dune video, Molly. Watch the Dune video. Dune video, Molly. The Dune video's gonna be great.
And finally, after let's see, what did we
Run
say?
that back a bit, Zim.
Mercy.
It's been 4 hours with 4 viewers.
Run it
4 hours.
To be fair, I was probably about 2.5 hours late because I was watching Godzilla vs. Destroyer.
Hey, that's completely fine. It is just literally finally we made it. I remember when I was thinking, I was like, it's only gonna be like an hour. Like I'll be able to run it through. It's gonna be like 30 minutes, and we'll have a few points here, and then we move on.
This is the long man life, Zim.
This is the long man. I was not expecting to do a long man. I think like what's it called? Because if we're talking about longmans, this does make it. No, we're only longer than the last video, the last stream I did. Not we're still below the video before it that I did. So unfortunately, it's like refuses to acknowledge the fact that the issues with the movie, their themes are just not that well executed, as well as overarching theme of the multiverse. What would you say the overarching theme is?
Which one?
What's up? Good to see you.
MV or GX?
Just saying, I have not seen Cynic. I'm probably gonna watch Cynic because Cynic was also in the video. But there were some bads, but there was not as much bad as a lot of people were saying there was for this floop.
Yeah, what little I pretty much saw of it, what I was able to catch here, it wasn't anything great by any means, but it was no Dr. Skipper.
It was, yeah.
So I think
I think people were like, oh, everyone was already talking smack about GXK since GXK has done well and people like it. Therefore, anything that's like talking smack about GXK is therefore Dr. Skipper Reborn. The ghost of that man's commentary will haunt this fandom for a generation.
Yeah, that video was
like, what's
special.
it called? We literally went on for so long that Kraken came back into the chat to tell us that we finished the video. Oh my goodness. One of the fallen who returns from the other side.
And meanwhile, I pretty much rode in like Gandalf riding down that hill at the end of Two Towers, pretty much, with the sunrise going up.
Wait, like seriously, can we not enjoy action like a big kaiju for this last short type film? I need to do the video on actually how, although those show films may not be like the ultimate in cinema, at least they have far less plot holes than what I was expecting. But what I am gonna do is, because it's literally been 4 hours, because someone, Vic, sorry, excuse me, something in my throat had been, we've been doing it for so long. I am going to go and grab something to drink real quick, and while we transition over to the next part of the stream, which is going to be on specifically how we write human characters in our monster kaiju stories. So while we do that, see Monster.
Yeah.
Because you didn't make me scroll all the way back several times, I put you in charge of the stream. So
I wasn't the only one.
Yeah, well, I did it myself, so that's why I'm excusing myself. So, C Monster, you're in charge. For anyone in the chat, though, if you're not in the Discord, join the Discord. You can leave anything you want to talk about in the Discord in regards to like art you want to share, or human characters you want to share, or just anything you like want to talk about when it comes to human characters. If you want to be on for this segment, you should be able to join via the link that's still in Discord for StreamYard, or if you have me on Discord or somewhere else like Instagram or something, DM me and I'll send you a StreamYard link so you can join to talk about like your own experience writing. So
yeah, while you're gone, we probably might be diverting into like potentially talking about like a certain Godzilla movie that I just won't stop talking about as being really bad.
Hey, you guys can keep talking about GVK before then, but I'm letting everyone know you can get your materials ready when you want to go into the workshop stuff. So I will leave some music on in the background as well. So like I said, C Monster, you're in charge.
All right. Okay. So anything on your mind currently, Vic?
Still sort of reeling from the whole experience of reacting to the video. I still personally disagree with certain points. I still think a lot more points are truly based on misconceptions due to his lack of paying attention to the movie.
Yeah, I mean, considering that I probably missed that, considering I think I missed the first half of it, I can't really comment too much, but at least for the second half, it's like, like I will say, the more I kind of think about the whole thing with the frostbite sort of cure thing, the more it's just like, well, I mean, yeah, the thing is, like, you can theoretically do something like that. I think the point is, like, you as a writer should be kind of responsible for whether or not you should do something like that, regardless of like what kind of world you're playing in. pretty much. It's like, would it necessarily fit, and what implications could that have in the world that you yourself are either setting up, or pretty much like, someone else has set up for you to kind of expand upon. Because it's kind of one of those things. It's like, hey, I want to do, hey, can I have it to where Kong gets frostbite in his arm, but we can invent like some kind of a, elixir, if you will, that, cures it, when he puts on this, mechanical glove. It's like, I mean, I guess you can, but I wouldn't recommend doing that, because that just raises like a whole lot of questions. Like, why would you like invent something like that for Titans as opposed to humans first? And second of all, how could that even be remotely possible? How could anyone even predict that there could be a Titan that breeds ice powers, pretty much? Like something that specific, pretty much.
I mean, where's the thing? Like, you would say that, but like, well, first of all, monsters exist, and most monsters we've seen in this universe have, powers that, ride on being magical, if not expressly scientific. Godzilla breathes nuclear radiation, Mothra can reincarnate herself, Ghidorah breathes lightning, so like, it's not far-fetched to assume maybe there's a monster out there that can breathe ice or create ice or something akin to that. Other than that, frostbite is like also just a natural thing that happens in any like sub-zero environment.
I mean, but I guess, but I don't know. I still think that if they wanted to incorporate the whole Beast Glove sort of concept, I honestly think that they could have, like what I kind of suggested was what I thought, the trailers were sort of like implying would be happening, which is like Kong just saying, like what I pretty much obviously suggest that instead of Shimo giving him frostbite, Scar King just like injures his arm to where he wouldn't be able to use it for combat, and so the Beast Glove administers like painkillers and what have you, as well as like a means for him to get back in the game, essentially. Something like kind of something that's like implements the Beast Glove in a way where there isn't really as many any like world building implications that or that would just that your audience would just kind of leave scratching their heads, just kind of going like, what? Because like painkillers for like like a major injury or something, like for an arm or a leg or something, that's out there. Like, it's actually something that you can buy as something that would exist. So something like that, for people, for humans. Like, we don't really need to be in a fantastical world to have something like that. So pretty much having that kind of story with telling a story about giant monsters where something like that does exist for them, or at least certain types of them. It's not that far of a loop. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Apparently, there is a drug that cures frostbite.
Is there?
Yeah. Although I think it was like recently discovered, or invented, or created, or recently approved.
Yeah. I don't. I probably would have to look into that.
It's called Illopros something. Illopros. Illopros. Medication. It's a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. So it relieves pain, decreases inflammation, and reduces fever. It's under treatments for frostbite.
What exactly is the source there?
I looked up frostbite treatments. It's one of the first things that came up. Let's see. Maybe clinic.
Are you trying to look for like the source for it, or is it just?
Yeah. I'm trying to look up
Okay.
sources right now. I looked it up. Let me see. Common brands.
Because if it's something from like an official like agency that says like, oh, by the way, we just got approved of creating this drug that could potentially cure frostbite, then that'd be one thing. Like I don't know, like
Ilopros.
Okay.
I mean, again, this is just me looking up, treatments for frostbite. It came up.
Yeah.
All right, I am back, and I kind of heard the end of that. If you're talking about Illipros, it treats frostbite. It does not cure frostbite. And with how it works, you could say it's similar to what we see in GVK because it's dilating the blood vessels, but all you see with Kong is his eyes dilate, which, like, again, huge leap, but yeah.
The one thing, I mean, if I were to like at least like play devil's advocate a little bit, is like if the blood vessels if blood vessels are meant to like dilate, but we just don't see it on Kong, it's like maybe maybe it just has something to do with the fur, around him. So it's like maybe
some warm IV fluids. Another treatment.
Like if you were to see Kong's eyes dilate as a result of the drug being administered into him, then you could infer that the blood vessels are probably doing the same thing, but we just don't see it because of the fur
Mm-hmm.
on him.
Mm.
But now we've come to the wonderful part in the stream where we actually talk about our own human characters. And obviously, Primo, since you are sort of the new person here to the round tables and to the streams in general, you want to kind of be the one to introduce us. And if you had like a human character you wanted to share, if you had sent that to me, I was looking for them.
Yeah, I've got quite a few actually. While I'm here, first of all, I'm gonna say it's a huge honor to be here. Really here, so I came up here hopefully like for some comeback and feedback. Not comeback. What am I saying? Feedback. For info and opinions from you all. So I do have. I can share them too if you want through the Discord. I have it on my iPad. I was just working on the detailing of the. I was just drawing them out, but I got the lore in the background. So
yeah, if you want to like DM them to me, or you can put them in the submission channel in the Discord. You can
submission.
Yep. I thought of these things.
I'm sending them through my iPad, so I'm like, I'm looking over with my glasses on right now.
Don't worry, I'm gonna be using my iPad as well to do these because for some reason my computer's Discord wants to floop. Yeah, it's like the same reason why I lost my mic.
That was easy. Okay, hold on, I got it right here. Submission. Okay, round table. Okay, yeah, there we go.
And I know Vic, you sent me some other stuff too. Send them into the submission channel as well, just to make it easier.
Submission. What channel is that?
It's right under the whip artwork channel in the art channel, like the arts category.
Okay, so this one, so she, I'm working on currently I'm working on a Kaiju verse. I think some of you are familiar with it's called the Omegalithic era.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be this new Earth called New Terra. And I'm actually still deciding whether it should be like a prehistoric age, but on the regular Earth, or it should be on a new planet called New Terra. But it's still in development. I've got my main Kaiju Aranu. This is the human character roundtable, so I'll show my human roundtables. But my main human character for this Kaiju verse is. For all of them, there's no humans, but they're humanoids, aliens, but they do take the form of humans. So it's one of those like they look like humans, but genetically they're not. But it's like what do we got here? This one's named Alayla, Princess Alayla. She Hold on, I'm trying to send it over right now. She is exiled from her home planet to the Earth during the Omegalithic era, where the world is inhabited by primitive gargantuas or kaiju, and this one.
Did you send it into the
I'm
Discord?
just seeing it now. I've got the full. I put it all. I put the picture refs and the current picture I'm drawing of her in that picture, so that way there's not like several files. But I'm sending it right now. If it'll load.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. There's someone else posted. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay. Right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's see if it works. She is a void.
There we go. Yeah.
I see your stuff.
I see it. Yeah, I know.
Okay. So what we got here is the middle one's the one I'm currently working on, but the one on my left is the first design I did on her back last year, and she was a princess on her island and banished. She was banished to the Earth, the primitive Earth, for a crime she did not commit, but she gets sent to the Earth as a way of banishment and punishment. So she's exiled for life there, and I don't have the ref with me, but she comes in short-haired and wears like some sort of like little like suit, some sort of suit she wears. But the thing is, during her transportation, she gets one of the judges sends like a signal to the guards to execute her during her transportation and make it look like an accident. And as they make it to the atmosphere, she does well. She succeeds in fending them off. But when the ship was entering the atmosphere, a passing avian gargantua passes by and hits the ship. So they crash land, leaving her and another guard survive the crash. And as the guard was about to end her life by pulling a blaster on her, gargantua, a little demi gargantua eats the guard and then chases her into the wilderness. But for several years she understands the environment, she survives, and she grows long hair. And what we see on the right one of that picture, a friend of mine drew that. She carries a rope, which is actually a gargantua spider silk, and she uses for climbing, and she uses as a rope to climb on things, to go over obstacles she can't climb over. But yeah, if you see it back on the left side, it's originally brown like regular rope, but I thought it'd be cool if it was just gargantua like spider silk from a gargantua. But yeah, the middle one's the one I'm currently doing for her now, so that'll be her like revamp. I think that's what I'm looking for. And then the next character I have, the same universe. She meets this character. I was just working on her while you guys were.
Yeah, they let's call it a picture for her too, or no?
Well, no, those are all the pictures I have of her.
Okay.
I'm sending the next character now.
Gotcha. I'm also bringing Tyrant in as well.
Oh, sorry. Is someone else next?
No, I just brought Tyrant on because I realized he was in the back. So.
Howdy.
Shalom, shalom.
Whoa.
Save. Okay, here we go. So this character she first meets on. This character is another transportee. He was also transported to the Earth from that planet. It's basically a prison where they use the Earth as a prison, and hold on, I'm setting it right now. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, I'm making you wait right now. Wait for this darn thing to load.
No, I just love the fact that my Discord on my computer is floopy, so that's why I'm using it for my iPad.
I think it's me because I've got so many pictures on this thing. Most of them reps. and it should be right about now.
There we go.
Okay, so this one's a sort of minister. This character is Alayla's mentor. He helps guide her through the ecosystem, and he introduces her to Aranu. And eventually, that's his role because he's a minister to the other transportees survivors that sort of like grow grow families because they know they're not going to get back to their home planet. So he sets up this community for other transportees, like a tribe sort of, and he's praised as like a minister who helps helps calm the people. And then so when he meets Alayla, he introduces her to Aranu. But then during the lore, he goes to the psychotic phase where he sees Aranu as not like a worthy, guardian of the realm, and he sees the villain of Aranu's villain, first antagonist Jake Hano, a lion Kaiju beast that hunts for pleasure. He sees him as a worthy successor of the true guardian of the realm than Aranu. So while he's thinking through that hypothesis, he starts getting through this psychotic phase, and eventually he brings Jake Hano to Aranu's hunting grounds through Aranu's home territory, and ambushes Aranu when he least expected. So then so basically this character, I'm sorry, I forgot to say his name. His name is Kaibo. I'm sorry. His name is Kaibo. Kaibo becomes the villain, the first human villain. Well, first human character to be the villain against both the Kaiju and other characters. I have one more, but I don't know if I should share it. But this is from a different Kaiju verse. I worked on someone, Ian from the Discord server.
Mhm.
I worked with his Hadougar verse, and he and I crafted. He and I crafted this character together, and I mostly drew her. Her name is Akio, and she's a. I'm sorry. I hold on. Send. What? File too? Oh god. Okay, I'm sorry.
I love that with Discord. It's like file is too large. It's like it's
Yeah,
just a picture.
no, I've struggled with that too. She's actually I believe his Ian's main Kaiju OC Hadougar.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically she's she's Hadougar's like main human character / healer that helps meditate with Hadougar. Where the heck is it? Come on, I just had it here. Files, albums. This will be the last one, and then I'll let someone else share. I got it right here.
I was gonna say after you share the last one, kind of give us like
no. This will be
like
last
you think
right
of like
about now.
writing arcs and stuff.
Yeah, I want you guys to share. I'm sorry for taking up the space, but yeah.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry.
So she is. I'm still developing it, but she's I just sent it. She helps meditate with Hadougar to help spiritually and physically heal his wounds during battle and during their lair. But she, I'm going through her lore right now, but she gets, she's a tribe, in futuristic India. She's part of a tribe that lives deep in the Indian wilderness when the Indian society has no interest looking deep in their wilderness. So there's like a small tribe that lives there. She's one of them, and she's during the beginning of the lore, she's a teacher, almost teaches the kids about the outside world and everything, and then Hadougar's villain, the tiger villain, attacks her village, and she's the only survivor. And that's all. That's all I got.
Mhm.
But and I'm still working out with him. But that's my collab with him, creating that character. So It was terrible.
Generally, like when you go about like designing your characters, what are like some kind of character archetypes that you like, or what kinds of like arcs do you like would find interesting in terms of the stories that you're working on?
Sorry, what was that?
Sort of like, what do you like? Are there any character arcs that you like, or sort of like
Oh,
human
that was a
stories that
question.
you?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was a question. I thought it was a compliment. I was like, oh, here comes the opinions. Okay. So for Akio, since I'm looking at her right now, she was actually based on a request from Ian when he thought it was a good idea if there was like a female character. Well, actually, no. My part was that she would be like the Pocahontas to the Lewis and Clark. So like Ian already made two male characters, and he had this like lore set up for the both of them. So he was still making the lore, and then I thought of this like sort of like Sacagawea, not Pocahontas, don't say Sacagawea sort of idea where this character is connected to both the kaiju and the humans as like almost like the Mothra twins almost, except she's like independent and pure hearted, almost like a perfect human being that balances both mythic and spiritual kaiju to the reality, like a great balancer. She doesn't judge, but she sees the hard reality of the world, but I've also read through studied some Buddhist mythology. So, and saying how like Buddhism is like the oldest religion there is. There you have a lot to invest, a lot of potential. So saying how like there's creatures from the ancient times, that's been here on this earth throughout, and it's helping nature grow. So that was for Akio, but for my Omegalithic characters, I've refed some of them, like how Annie from like the first King Kong movie, where she was just like a helpless like damsel. But for Layla, she's of royal blood, but she has a reason to survive, to go back to her planet, make things right. But she's being sent there as a transportee with all these other people, and gets a new life almost. And with her being of not only royal blood, but with her connection to a Ranu and the other good Gargantua kaiju, that makes her a leader of the new world. So that's why I'm sorry. I sort of lost focus of your question, but does that answer?
Yeah, that was kind of my main answers for like what kinds of characters you like doing, but also like essentially kind of described what I was thinking of, what I was thinking about, what you meant by arcs, or what I meant by arcs. Sorry.
Yeah, some some events that I based out to make the kaiju verse or the characters.
Mhm.
I would say maybe like Mowgli from Jungle Book. Some of it was also pretty underrated, but from the movie 65, where the humans are like they're not connected to the earth, but they just so happen to fall. But they look like humans. That's what I sort of based out of that too.
Mhm. Interesting. Anyone?
Sorry, you gone?
Oh no! If you have anything more to say, it's your
It's just
spotlight.
saying how blonde. It was not. She's not really blonde, but she has like a mix of blonde and white hair, and it's like, and with her bright eyes, none of her species are brown hair. So it's sort of like out of this world sort of heritage. But I was just being creative.
Mhm. Anyone got some thoughts? I know Vic, you like your female characters a lot, so I'm sure you have a lot of things to say about her.
Yeah, I really like the aesthetics of these designs you're doing, and I really like this main character here. I really like when you mentioned you went from like the original brown to the more white rope around her. I think that's a really good design choice.
Thank
Because
you.
it sort of like helps more contrast from her, like her top and her bottom fur outfit that she's got going on.
Yeah, I don't know
like
where.
the sort of
Yeah, sorry, go on.
tribal, like sort of like cave woman tribal aesthetic. I really like that.
Thank you.
Sea Monsters, any thoughts?
Yep, not much, but just that, yeah, it looks definitely a pretty neat concept. It kind of makes me think of like what if it's like, hey, what if we just like took like the concept of a story that follows the perspective of like something like, like I don't know, like you probably might be familiar with like the Hotula from the Polygon trilogy. It's like we focus on those characters and how they're going about living in this living in a world full of gargantuan beasts, and actually do something kind of cool and do something pretty neat with it. Yeah, aesthetically it looks nice.
Pyro, any thoughts? Or you're probably dead because you're muted.
No, I'm here. I was muted, so I wouldn't have my background noise killing y'all. I do like the aesthetic of it. I like the amount of effort you put into the characters themselves and not just the art. That's something I really do enjoy. I like how the story and the collaboration you're going for, y'all are working together, and it does show. In some of the ways the story comes together and some of the design processes, you've got 3 different drawings of the same character here. I can see the update and you guys working on it, and I can't wait to see more.
Thanks.
No problem.
And we'll have Vic be next.
All right, so I guess I'll sort of go with maybe a little bit of a speed run version of what happened last time because of the fire.
Yeah,
but
the fire.
This here is from a story that's I guess probably one of the first ones I wrote for the Kaiju verse that I'm doing. Where basically this is the first public instance of a Kaiju appearing to the public. And basically finding out that monsters and kaiju exist. And sort of catalyst is that there's this one girl here who is coming home to her hometown that's in a rural lakeside town, and she's coming home from college, and she's sort of a little depressed from the anxiety of school, and her arc is basically learning how to deal with change. And so on a summer break she's coming home because she wants to go back to reminisce about the good old days and just get back into a familiar environment. But something strange is going on beneath the surface. And also her town itself has changed since she's been away. So she's trying to find any semblance of her old life. But her family has new jobs. A lot of the people she knew are away at school or on vacation elsewhere. And then along the way she does have one good friend that's always there. And they're going on a good old hike. And then there's sort of inklings of something strange that's going on, and they eventually encounter a monster, and they're forced into this cave where they find an egg that belongs to another kaiju. And the relationship here is basically akin to Nick and Godzilla Jr. from the series, in which the baby hatches in front of her and imprints on her. And now that it sees her as its mother, it's going to protect her from the monster that's chasing them. And the story revolves around her learning to take care of this a new animal, and the reason she goes through with it because it also kind of reminds her of her old life when she used to have her pet dog that she was really in love with in that pet owner type of way. But before she went off to college, the dog passed away, and so now with Pocho, which is the name of this kaiju that she names, that's the kaiju fully grown. Throughout the story, like she learns to take care of him, and as he grows, and journeys with him, like she sort of like is in that familiar place of being, with a friend and bonding. And then she's also trying to solve, what's going on in this town, why are there creatures here, and one thing leads to another, kaiju battle ensues, and then eventually by the end of the story, she has to like come to gripes with, things are changing, but she has to roll with the punches. And then so I wrote her in a way to where like the events around her are constantly changing as she is trying to find that familiar feeling again, because she just wants things to go back to normal, but now there are kaiju in the world and she has to deal with that. And so there's the first story that sort of happens in this kaiju universe.
Interesting. Like it's very much kind of like an every girl kind of situation, and I think it definitely works out. Given like obviously a lot of breeders are probably going to be of a similar age, so they can connect on that angle. Since I think I ended with Pyro, so Pyro, I will let you take first comments, and then we'll go see Monster, then up to Primo.
Yeah, I like the just basic overall vibe of the story. It's nothing too complicated, and like Zim said, it's like that every girl, every man type of story where it's like, I can see myself in the shoes of this person. I don't have to be like some scientist or some military officer or like someone special. Like, this girl just came home and like discovered this like, I like that. I really like that. And then the kaiju design itself. I like the blend of old kaiju, old like atomic age monster type deal, like monster type design I see here. But then like you also take it and I kind of hate to say this, but like you take it in the taboo like dinosaurian route that hasn't really been touched since '98, and I really do like that. I appreciate my dinosaur looking kaiju, but like it's not dinosaur. I love it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Simonster.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty neat story, pretty much idea going on there. It kind of makes me, it could almost be kind of where it could go as far as like the like the emotional sort of stuff. The way I pretty much would say it kind of makes me think of like the cross between, you could say, Godzilla the series pretty much with the imprinting, or even like Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 2 with like baby Godzilla imprinting on that one scientist chick, and the movie Bumblebee, where where you got like this girl who meets like this encounters like this extraordinary thing, and then they just have like a budding relationship pretty much, where they're like the best of friends and they go through stuff, and then by the end there's like this very bittersweet but very heartfelt and very, and even somewhat kind of, you could say, rewarding ending pretty much to that particular story. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Like it. And as far as like the creature design, it looks, it gives me like it kind of gives me like a bit of like it looks like a bit of like 98 Godzilla, kind of a little bit in terms of stature, but but there is like some like kind of blendings of like, I think as I look at it, it almost kind of makes you think of like, at least in the head, it looks a bit like Anguirus, kind of, just a little bit, but right there. Looks pretty neat, and the story sounds sounds nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I know, since it's really quickly, because he was in the stream originally and he bounced out, Kraken said he wanted the show, a character that one of his friends is working on, which is a storm chaser. And the whole idea is that they're doing something similar to Godzilla 2000 where they're chasing Godzilla. And since obviously we're kind of going off of what Kraken is giving here specifically, and looks like his name is Joseph. So in this case, for everyone who is here, what would you say would be something interesting that you could add to this idea of a guy chasing Godzilla in terms of like motivations or personality that could make a character like this interesting? And while we do that, I will also bring on a Rick D. Squirrel, who is also here.
It's funny because you asked the question on what would make him an interesting character, like motivation-wise, and given the release of the latest MonsterVerse flick, the one word that comes to mind is Bernie. That like I would definitely love a movie with a I'd love me a movie with a Bernie-like character, and since the MonsterVerse didn't do it, there's an opportunity for this person to do it, where it's like, yeah, this guy has like some traumatic event with like Godzilla or a monster, and instead of doing like the stupid little talk show radio host, he does it. He goes and chases him in his truck. Like, I'd like a story like that. It's also like kind of feel like a -1 type thing, where it's like the dude's not getting over his fucking rage. Like, he's not getting over like the trauma that happened in his life, and you know, his case, he's literally chasing it down. I think that would be like a very decent story to tell. Like, this guy's chasing down the giant monster that killed his wife or son or whatever to do what? What is he gonna do? Hit him with the truck?
Please hit.
I would say like another like sort of angle to be kind of sort of taken that could sound pretty similar, if not the same as like what you probably said, is sort of like Twister, pretty much, where like where what's her Joe, pretty much, I think is her character's name. Like she's like chasing tornadoes, you know, not just to like study and understand them, but also because there's even like a little bit of like sort of like, you know, trauma as a result of like seeing her father like dying in the tornado, pretty much. And you know, all the while you know she meets back up with like her ex, Bill Paxton, who's kind of like who used to work with her, but you know, used to chase tornadoes with her, but obviously their you know, their marriage wasn't going that well. It's pretty much, and he kind of like pulls her back into like, you know, just sort of like not living in the past or letting it like, you know, take over every aspect of her life, and just have her realize what she's got. There could be something, you know, like that you could do with this type of character tracking down Godzilla or a Godzilla-like creature.
Like, you could also do a character who may not necessarily be like vengeful or getting over his trauma. It could also be that, like, considering the massive amount of danger that Godzilla poses, there are not too many like private citizens who are going to want to be anywhere near it. So someone who's able, outside of like the government, to provide almost a public service in terms of informing the public about Godzilla from another perspective could definitely be interesting, and kind of show like how he feels about people, but also like how he feels about Godzilla in terms of like what he's doing in terms of like tracking down Godzilla and being in these like terrible situations.
Yeah, not only that, but you pretty much have that, but also you could have like the character who's like, you know, as much as they would be really helpful to society, there would kind of come to a point where they where it's like off balance, pretty much. Like their job kind of more or less just kind of has them lose sight on like, you know, some other important stuff, like, you know, their personal lives, and just kind of, have some drama kind of come out of that.
Yeah, no, definitely. And what's it called?
If I may
Pyro,
say a
did you
quick
have
thing
any?
about it?
Oh yeah. Oh, I did not realize you hadn't said
No
anything. Like, I
problem.
thought you had. My bad.
Yeah, I really like the premise because, like, although it's definitely like an element of things we've seen in kaiju movies, like with 2000 and the what was it, the Jeep Trackers or Prediction Network, and then also GVK had some moments where like the characters are in the storm chasing van, and I would really love to see a movie like Twister that does that with kaiju. And storm chasing is a genre of YouTube video I like to see, and the characters in those videos, the people, are definitely like a thrill-seeking type of crowd that like just love to be in awe of the tornadoes. And like I think that's definitely an aspect that I think should be in like maybe Joseph here, or and maybe other members of his team maybe has that. And also just the activity itself, like there's videos of where like these people are literally in like right next to the tornado, and it's just so terrifying. And so imagining that with like a kaiju and what can be done there is like very thrilling just to think about. And then in terms of like character design, I think you should add some stuff to Joseph, because here it's probably just like a little concept thing, but like I think adding some like giving him some like carry-on gear or something, like a belt of some kind, or just some more gear on him to give him that like storm chaser vibe.
Well, actually, let's go crack its head. So he's not getting revenge or anything like that, as well as shows off a Godzilla design concept, which is pretty nice. And now we come to Pyro.
So, where to start? Like, my kaiju verse, it takes place on a version of Earth known as Old Terra, opposed to New Terra. This is Old Terra.
Oh shit!
No, I heard that in chat. I was laughing, like, "Oh yeah, Old Terra, New Terra." I love
I'm
it.
definitely changing it.
But yeah, this is the main character. His name is Jake, and here you have his dad. And Jake is kind of he's a loosey-goosey type guy. He doesn't really take anything really seriously. And his dad, on the other hand, is like, you know, he's every man's dad. He's that hard-working American. He put his life building his business, and what happens to it? It gets stepped on in the middle of a giant fucking kaiju attack, and his son takes a picture. That means he has time to go on this awesome road trip to get like a White Castle burger. I shit you not. That's like the main kickoff point for the plot I'm writing. Like, Jake really wants to go across the nation, like, get a sandwich, and his father doesn't want to because he has a business to manage, and now he doesn't.
They're called s'mores, Buzz.
It's like Tallahassee looking for a Twinkie.
I just love his face.
Yeah,
his face is beautiful. Bro, when this is on me, I swear.
That's the face I imagine most people in GXK had as they saw like a giant monkey fly into like the apartment building,
Right.
realizing they had no insurance whatsoever.
Well, no. Literally every Egyptian, the moment the pyramid just got hit, just like, bro, it's over. It's so over.
Were the Great Pyramids? Which wonder were they?
What's it called? The Greeks and the Romans when the pyramids got hit. Bro, we ballin'.
We ballin'.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Oh, what's up?
What's up?
I asked like which wonders. I know they're one of the great wonders, 7 wonders. What were the Great Pyramids? What number were they?
I don't think there is an actual number because there's not just 8 wonders of the ancient world. There's like 17, and any list will give you any number of the 17. The Great Pyramids make almost all lists that I've seen, but like there's not really like a tier list of like number 1, the Great Falls of number.
Yeah, like, I mean, would they have done it by year or like when they were constructed?
Probably, but like most
places
they just say it as like
the problem with doing it that way is like
Colosseum, Petra.
The problem with like trying to note it down by year of construction is because half of these ancient wonders, by the time they were known as ancient wonders, it's only because we had them from like history books. So like what was that? One of the great like statues, this giant dude with both of his legs on either side of the river. It's like we never saw that. We don't know when it was built, but we have plenty of historical record to be like, it was there once upon a time. Great wonder of the world.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
like if we're talking about modern world great
Yeah,
wonders,
Seven
well,
Wonders
then,
of the
yeah.
Ancient World.
Yeah, the ancient world is like I've seen a couple of lists for them.
Because I know
Mhm.
that we got calling the eighth wonder of the world. I just wanted to know which one was like if they had like a numbered one, like because you know he's right next to one of the wonders. So I was like, hey, that's kind of funny.
I think it's like I think the only reason why he's called the eighth wonder of the world is because he's from a prehistoric age, so that's why he fits within the idea of these seven wonders of the ancient world.
Right.
So that's why he's
and then, like-
specifically called the eighth. So like the only reason why they're called the seven wonders is because we specifically have 7 of them.
And then you got to
Right,
remember,
but-
like Kong is also the new discovery of them. So like you have the
Yeah.
original 7 wonders, and then
Mhm.
boom, Skull Island, King Kong, the 8th wonder, the newly discovered wonder of the world.
Yeah,
Just
like I think probably that would, if the world was to ever continue, it would make sense that like they would do something to where after Kong's discovery, they would actually probably start naming the wonders at that point if they added an 8th one. But that's if they actually
Alternatively,
found other ones.
Alternatively, Kong might just be the last wonder because, like, how the hell do you top Kong? Oh, another building. Ah, a statue. Ooh,
Yeah.
ah. How do you top a giant walking
Monkey.
gorilla?
8 is my favorite number.
But let me go back to the best face I've seen all night.
Wait, Pyro Tyrant, are you Pontifex Monstrum?
Yes, sir.
My prince.
I'm literally just the like
I thought you
meeting ground of
died.
everyone and their
Dude,
idols.
it's such an honor to be here. Like I said,
Unfortunately, I
This
did
happens
not
every
die.
stream.
Dude, I always want to say Tridontus has been one of my favorite kaiju. Lord.
Oh, finally! Vindication! It's finally happened! Yeah, hold up, let me mute real quick.
Yeah, no,
For the first time, you are my first. For the first time, I've heard, like, yo, Tridontus is one. I've made it. I'm there. I can die. Where's the bus that I need to hit me because I can finally die in peace? Thank you so much.
It's mostly thanks to I first met King Tyrannos, and then I saw your kaiju in one of his posts, and I was like, whoa, that looks fucking dope. I thought it was his, but then I look at and it's from your account, and I've been following you ever since, and I was like, this guy hasn't posted in a while. He barely like DMs or anything, but I've been following you. Fucking art style is awesome. I thought I knew that art style was familiar, and I was like, wait a minute, that's the one from one of my latest commissions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the recognition and the praise.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I got one of your commissions, the best ones I have. If I had anyway, yeah. Enough about me. I just want to say that it's an honor to have an audience with you. I can live in peace.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're playing some Halo 2 music, baby.
Yeah, buddy.
It's my favorite one too.
It's the best one. It's also good as like perfect background music. Now that I can play music in my streams, so. Yep. But Pyro, you got more men. You got
Yes,
this
I
handsome
do.
man with this mustache who
Um,
wants to grab.
This is Captain Matthew R. Luce of the USS Arctic. He and the next 3 characters we're going to go through are a part of a little group called the Lost Flotilla. They sailed off from the New Mexican Sea on a crusade to bring back the light of a dying world, and they were never heard from again. And all 17 of the ships were lost, and part of the beginning of my story is recounting the tale that happened aboard his ship specifically.
Cool.
I like his design, especially because it just fits a sea captain overall.
Yeah.
But are these guys part of the Navy that you've been constructing for your things, or was this like a separate operation?
Both.
Both? Okay.
There's a legend within the Navy, and he's in the legend.
Oh, okay. All right, because you're for everyone who's not aware, Pyro's universe spans a lot of years, so there's a lot of deep lore to go into.
Yeah, I saw your I saw Zemzilla's kaiju review on Tridontus, so I saw that one, and yeah, no, I understand. I understand. I'm not fully understand, but I know what you mean by how different it is. But yeah.
Well, things have changed since then, but
Yeah.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah, this guy, he's a cunt. Admiral Victor Prescott. This is Admiral Victor Prescott. He is, if you can guess by like the fancy helmet and the old timey jowls, he's the like the actual commander of this flotilla naval action. He's the guy that gets the ball rolling, and he is determined to keep this ball rolling no matter fucking what. So when the flotilla first sets off, it is not, the enemies that they have to overcome that take them out. They brush past those with, survivable losses, meaning 80% of the fleet has been lost already. So almost immediately they're on the run, and he is determined through hell and back to keep going. For whatever reason, he is determined to keep this fleet going.
Russell!
Bro, we nuke them. Simple as.
Oh, they would if they had nukes. Who is sucking on the bottom of an empty soda cup? It's gone. It's gone. Give it up, man.
Sorry, I was having a shake. I was just,
Your shake is gone, sir.
No, I wanted to finish it up. I didn't want to lose any last drop.
Look, do the Harlem Shake.
Every single drop.
Hey, yo. Pause.
He's draining that thing.
My man's over here being the suckinator. Just.
Oh my god.
Fucking Dracula.
My Pyro's face when he just hears the suck.
Yes, I lose all of my hair.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god, let me. This is Matthew Luce's boatswain for anyone. Oh my god, shut up!
The Suckinator sounds like a horrible, porn parody of Terminator. It's like
you sucks.
You will be suckinated.
Hasta la vista, sucker.
I'll be back with sex toys. You have been sexinated. This has devolved horribly. This is Bosun Robert Alderman. He serves as basically the deck captain or whatever the fuck you want to call it of a ship, second to the actual captain. He's the guy that makes sure the deck and shit of a ship is in tip-top order. He's on Luce's side for most of the mission, but he kind of plays that Uncle Iroh type character where he's like, are you sure you want to go through with this, son? He's that type of old fatherly figure. These are a cast of old men, and he's the oldest.
I vibe with that.
So it's like,
I'll do it.
A bunch of old guys, and he's the oldest.
Yeah. This is, Admiral Victor Prescott's boatswain, Richard Lynch. He's a reedy little shit. He's a reedy little sniveling shit. He doesn't have a spine for himself. He does what he's told, and he always looks out for himself. He will sell you out for a bag of crackers and a half-eaten carrot. Do not trust him. He's good with numbers, though. He's good
Bro
with
looks
numbers.
like a worm.
Yeah, I designed him based off of one of the Men in Black worms.
the Men in Black worms with the personality of Starscream.
Yes.
That's a good mix.
This is a colored photo of shut the fuck up.
I was gonna say his face reminded me of that one meme from Halo Infinite from that reveal trailer, that one brute.
Bro, I got Kaiju on my leg. Can't have shit in this economy.
This is the in the first photo that Zim looked at, the face that he just loves so much. This is the actual colored version of the character. His name is Grant. Again,
you know that one where in that reveal trailer where you just pause the frame and it's like he has this one weird face and he's just looking into the player's soul and stuff. I don't know. He's just kind of looking like he has that sort of like staring into your soul face.
He's a tired man.
Fair enough, I
Just
guess.
looking at you like, bruh.
I mean,
mailman.
like if you go back to the first picture, like this man has worked his entire life, and he's here. He's watching his like lowly wage job just get destroyed. If you go to the picture that's colored of him, you see him in his lowly wage job with one of like the malrachnids biting at his knee, and that's all he can do. That is all he can do. Because
that bug is the real suckinator.
You girl, let me give me that suck.
I lost my leg.
give
I
me
lost my
that
leg in the old
knee.
days. I can't feel shit down there.
You guys really do like talking about sucking a lot.
I hate all of you. I want you all to know that from the bottom of my heart.
I love this man so much.
I'm staying up way too late for this. I'm going crazy right now.
But like he's literally just like for a wagey, that's like just a vibe right there. That man understands it. Just like
Yeah, no, like I've based this scene off a real life experience where like I watched my mailman with like his big ass like sack of like undelivered mail that's been built up for 2 weeks have to walk down the street with this old woman's chihuahua just at his fucking ankle. He knows. He knows he cannot pepper spray the dog. He cannot shake it off because we live in a homeowners association and everyone's watching. It's a small dog. You just have to deal with it.
What's it called? Bro's just sitting here like, yo, this dog belongs to someone. If I was with the ATF, I'd be able to do something about it.
I should have become a police officer. I should have become a police officer. I should have become a police officer.
Keep trying, kid. Keep trying. I ain't feeling a thing in years. Good luck.
That knee is mine. Kaiju took my truck. Kaiju took my knee. Can't have shit. It's the guy.
I'm glad
Those bag of chips, man, they're loud.
I love that.
It's who, in the love of God. Jesus. This is Captain fucking James Riker.
I thought you were going to say James Roll for a second. I was like, holy crap, you're going to get EVG in this?
This is Captain James Riker of, United States Space Station 11.
I'm so
That's
sorry.
all I can. That is all I
God.
can actually say about this character without revealing a little bit, like not spoilers, but just going on a massive rant about like how Space Station 11 ended up on Old Terra and then what Old Terra is.
I like his suit design though.
Man.
This design's nice.
Like
But I have a
how the
question, though.
green. Like usually I have issues whenever I customize my characters. Like it's just green and red. It looks like a Christmas suit. But how you mix it with like dark red and then regular red to green. Like you put the dark red in the middle. That's a good blend. I have difficulties how I do it, but I think you did nicely here.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I have a question. Does he live up to the Don Fry mustache?
Yes, the way I envision him as a character. Okay, as a character, he's Invincible, that show, the hit TV show
Omni-Man.
Invincible. He's not Omni-Man. He's no. And I need to be very clear about what that means. He doesn't fly off the handle or he has like this hidden strength. No, he's just kind of a brash cunt like Nolan is. Like, but like he has such a stick up his ass because again, Space Station 11 should not be orbiting old Terra. It should be orbiting the planet Earth.
Look what you made me do. We're in the space station across a part of Earth and a time in Earth that isn't our Earth. Think, Mark.
Not so much as that. More like, what did you do, Mark? Where are we? What the hell is it? Like, he's literally just like his part in the story is just kind of to encapsulate the anger of being put in this situation and knowing you can't do anything about it except for like rage and yell and then like keep yourself alive.
Then he's
Dang, he sounds like a really angry character. I wonder who could play him.
Listen, J.K. Simmons, if
17
you're
more
watching,
years. I can always start again. Make another space station.
Make another space station.
I don't know, man. I think a certain nerd might be able to accompany you for that.
What 17 more years? I can always build another space. That's going in it. I like that.
Are we going to Earth or Old Terra? We're going to Old Terra. So you do know the difference.
You do know the difference.
Were you warping or were you time traveling? Answer me! I was warping, so you do know the difference.
You just take a chair and just throw it at somebody.
Are you a trier or are you a harder? Or are you on my fucking Terra?
I hate all of you.
You're welcome. We're here.
I am.
The fact
Love
that-
you
the fact
too.
that you can make memes about these characters is what makes them good.
Oh God, yeah.
If you keep messing up on my space station, I'm gonna stop being so nice. If you stand behind me again, I will end you.
Enough is enough. I've had it with this motherfucking mischievism in this motherfucking space station.
That's good.
Oh God. Her name is Valerie. She is one of two characters that I've called the Skyship Historians because they travel around in a rickety steampunk zeppelin, and what they are trying to do is figure out what the fuck happened to Earth, or what they remember Earth to be like, because they're one of the few people that know shit shouldn't be like this. South America should be South America, not like the second half of Gondwana. Like, where's Australia? What the fuck? Where radio silence? Like, they're the ones actually looking into this. So like, they're more seriously played characters. Also, again, old as shit.
It's funny that should we transition to this character because she just literally looks like she's done with all of our shit so far. Just
Yeah, she's literally like grumpy ass Mary Poppins. Like, go ahead. You've ever seen Nanny McPhee?
Yeah, like a long time ago.
Yeah, she's not like Mary Poppins. She's more like Nanny McPhee, where it's like she's the character to stand like, in front of like James and his weird sandwich obsession and just be like, Are you done yet? We have sandwiches at home. Like, there's a crisis, sir. We should be evacuated. She's the one like to kind of bring the senses all together.
Sir, this planet has been inexplicably changed. There are monsters everywhere. Time itself is shattering. We do not have time for sandwiches.
Well, I'm going to spoil the next image, but she's more along the lines of like when talking to like the president of the United States, she's the one that's like, "My dear sir, there are dinosaurs running around and Sasquatch is infesting your forest. Do you think this is the time to be worried about border skirmishes with neighboring nations?" She's the one that like actually just laid down how ridiculous this plot fucking is and asked like, "Are you really going to be concerned with illegal immigrants?" Like,
You want to say that again in her voice? Do it. Make my day or my night.
Do what?
Say it again, just in her voice.
Do it.
Do it.
Mr. President, there are dinosaurs roaming the Saharan desert and Bigfoot infesting your forest. Do you think now is the right time to be worried about illegal immigrants at the border? Gain some perspective, my man.
I'm not gonna lie, that's some pretty good voice acting. I might ask you
Yeah.
to do something.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I am the Senate.
I am the Senate.
You will die.
Something, Kaiju.
It looks like she's part of
Oh
the.
wow, that's
how
yeah.
movie
Did it do it
castle.
on its own like that? Oh, they did do it on its own like that. That sucks.
That really.
So you get
fucking-
pixelated. That's what you get.
Yeah.
It sounds
Okay, hold on.
it sounds like a you issue.
Sounds like a fucking me issue that I'm about to fix right now. Hold on.
Bro,
Hold
it's
on. That's
Yeah.
not about to fly. What's not about to fly is that bullshit. Why is it so small?
Why is? Oh no!
That's what
Why
she
is
said.
this? Why is it so small?
That's what she said.
Giggity.
Switch the binoculars, son.
Switch the binoculars. You're looking at it from the wrong end, Margaret. Is that any bigger? Again, what she said. Oh, go back to the dinosaurs.
Them dinosaurs. Yep.
Everybody do the dinosaur. Look at dinosaur.
Okay, so this is like the only character I'm going to give context on because the Corps Expeditionnaire de l'Oregon is fucking Frenchmen on dinosaurs. It's French cavalry on dinosaurs. There's no other way to explain it. They are French men on dinosaurs who are on an expedition in the northernmost part of the state of Oregon for some reason.
Bro, it's a Frenchman, a baguette boy, a croissant crumble, a
Yes.
fucking snail sucker on a
He is
T-Rex.
reading the Tyrannosaurus.
Monsieur, he's on the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Monsieur, he is on the behemoth.
Monsieur.
It is coming right at us. His mouth is open and nasty.
Sir Francisco de Pterodactyl. Sacre bleu.
Oh.
Oh, this is my soda powder.
Oh.
But yes, and this guy, Captain Jacques Baptiste Richelieu, is the commandant of the Corps Expeditionnaire de l'Orient. He also is a French. He has plans for when he decides to go east and, actually fight the United States. But for now, he is doing something with his forces that have yet to be unraveled. He's not out there by Union of Oregon order. He's out there basically AWOL.
Bro's like, I'm gonna stab you with my bayonet. It's triangular. Those holes ain't gonna be working. Those holes ain't get patched up soon.
Yes, sir. And that mishmash of characters, all residing on the planet or in orbit of the planet Old Terra, comes from my Kaiju verse, which can be found on Instagram at Pontifex Monstrum. Got that shilling, baby.
There we go. Well, you're gonna be showing at the end anyway, so you're getting the shilling in one way or another. But I guess we'll go to myself, and so that's that. These are literally all the color combinations I had done until I actually felt I there was something I liked. But overall, I kind of wanted to do a character that was pretty much an everyman, but I also really liked Halo, so I wanted something that had armor, cool armor, and essentially the best way I could justify a character that transitions out of an everyman into not a Spartan, the guy's not augmented in any way, is just going through absolute trauma. So he ends up helping a few people from a university called Miskatonic University with some caving and spelunking, and lo and behold, there's dinosaurs and shit down there. He ends up kind of forming a deep relationship with one of the other people working on this expedition that he takes part in. And by the end of the story, he ends up losing that person, which causes him to kind of go into like a depression of sorts, similar to that of Shikishima, but like not as like very kind of closed off kind of way. A lot of his anger is sort of directed at like the things that actually killed her. So, or he thinks killed her. So after probably thinking he's going to go back down there, he realizes that the government is watching at all times and all places, and he gets recruited and ends up training for a little bit of time in the Ark Foundation, which gives him this suit, which is the only reason why there's a hoodie there is due to the fact that this armor and these equipment is essentially being designed specifically for urban warfare and essentially to allow soldiers and civilians to transition into equipment that will soon be able to be worn underneath just regular civilian clothing, but they're still in a more bulkier phase at this point. So they end up going down there, and a lot of the future stories that I plan to do with this character involve a lot of magic and dinosaurs and shit. So yeah, that's kind of what I've got with like my main character right now, and people will be seeing that
Liberty. No.
Oh, what's it called? Speaking of Liberty, let me go down there. There are other people who wear similar armor, and yes, very Halo inspired, but essentially characters who wear similar suits are going to have that very Helldivers for Super Earth type vibe to them, because I do like that. But I also think there are other characters I want to bounce him off of who are more like soldiers and essentially kind of work around like a Band of Brothers style setup. But still thinking through some things.
For Super Earth. I like it.
For
I really do.
Super Earth. But it also looks like Sea Monsters has to go. So considering the fact that it is we went 5 hours and soon to be 5 hours and 30 minutes. I think it's an appropriate place to end it. At least for tonight. But
Yeah.
Hey, what did you guys? What was the conclusion? By the way, I don't know. I guess for me, it's racism is bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a building. Don't be a racist.
Don't be racist, these kids. They're bads.
Yeah.
Actually, wait.
Like
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine if you think Godzilla X Kong is a bad movie. That's perfectly fine, but actually know what you're talking about. Know what the movie actually did and what happened in it.
Yeah.
And like, don't say that Asian people are Indians. I don't know.
Yeah. Right. Just think before you act.
Mm-hmm. It's like this is just a problem that's ever since Dr. Skipper, or just -1. There's just a bunch of people that have just come into, the Godzilla family because we now have 2 movies just intertwined really recently. And it's just like they feel like they know what they're talking about, but they really don't. They don't do research, or the thing is that you want to like convey something, but sometimes they just like try to hide, factual stuff in order for something to be proven, like a narrative and stuff like that. Sometimes that's really frustrating.
Yeah,
but
like if you think the movie's bad, like give points that actually happen in the movie. Tell why you don't think they're good, and like also don't tell the audience that you're stupid for thinking it's good or they liked it. Because if you liked the movie but you didn't think it was good, that's fine. I enjoyed the movie. I thought it was great. if you guys didn't like it or anyone disagrees with me, that's perfectly fine. It's just a movie. But I love, I love -1 more. I love both these movies. I'm glad because honestly, these two were probably my favorites that came out ever since Godzilla came back. So
Yeah.
I mean, I pretty much, if I could, yeah, I could pretty much understand what you mean, but it's like, I mean, take it from me. Like, I liked GXK pretty much, but it's hard for me it's hard for me to deny that there's some things wrong with it that.
Well, I never said there were things wrong. Never there. I didn't say there was things that weren't wrong with it. Like I have my own problems. I had my own review. I don't think it's a masterpiece. Even then, I think all the positives that I have from it were spectacular. But it's most inconsistent CGI. I wish there was more to the human characters, more of that plot.
Sorry.
What is his face?
Sorry. No, I'm looking at the message he sent.
Oh.
Pyro, what did you do?
Sorry.
Yes. That's good. Pyro, you realize that's gonna be an emoji in the Discord now.
Yes.
This is now my property.
Yes, it's masterpiece right here.
Wait, 1 second.
Oh my god.
Now you want to talk a masterpiece? That right there, my friends. That is true art.
That is art.
Can't go wrong with that.
Wait a sec. Wait.
But I didn't know if you guys agree with what I basically said, but that's pretty much what sums it up. Like,
No, I completely
all the way, Rick.
I completely agree with you. GXK was a blast. -1 was legendary. That's that. It's already good enough. The directors, they literally met up and had an interview together. We should just sleep well with that.
I have a problem with some people in the fandom that are saying that they were like for some reason they thought that the director from -1 was just lying through his teeth, or he's just playing it to say oh, he's just pretending to love these movies for publicity and stuff like that. Maybe he just genuinely loves these movies, and even then he takes a lot from the MonsterVerse movies when he did -1. There's a lot of influence from those movies.
Yeah, well, he did technically. He did say the truth, and he said how he liked the MonsterVerse because his favorite one being like Kong and Godzilla having their own movie together, fighting each other, but at the end they fight Mecha Godzilla, which was his personal favorite or something. But he shared his thoughts, so that was such knowledge.
I'm just surprised there's a certain part of the fandom that one thinks he's lying, but two thinks even if he's lying, that the man is gonna just be it was an awful movie. They shouldn't have made it. Take Godzilla back from the Americans. No, he would have been more tactful than that, even if he wasn't lying. Dude was just telling the truth. There's just different things to like about both sides.
Also, you could just disagree with him.
Yeah,
yeah,
fair enough. Yeah.
I just like the idea that he's
really made
lying.
one good movie.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing is that I don't want this fandom to keep getting split apart. If anyone's actually happy that these two movies coming out causes so much discourse in the fandom, I don't know what to say. I don't feel like you're really wanting to have this franchise grow in a positive way. It's do you really want it to be in this niche franchise where nothing happens? Like what happened between 2004 to 2014?
I'm thankful and I'm hopeful that they're learning not to fucking listen to us, because sometimes we don't as a fandom, all fandoms do, we don't know what the fuck we want. We barely know what it was a couple weeks ago that it was on Zim's podcast, and I'm they listened to us several times and then we fucking complained about it. Like they're going to eventually stop listening to us.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta do what you think you just want to invest in. Sometimes it won't work for a majority of people, but that's just sort of the gamble that people take. It's like not everyone's going to 100% love something. Like no matter what we do, even when we say that water is the most healthy thing, people are going to disagree and just only drink soda. Like that's just a thing. So
Well,
it
that's
is
'cause
what it
soda
is.
healthier. Soda has electrolytes.
I mean, sure, but soda's well,
Carbonated.
It's carbonated. Besides, as someone
It
who
has-
has a problem with his liver, it's just like
There's sweeteners too in there. They freaky little bastards.
But it has electrolytes. It has what makes plants grow.
bro, you can get that from more healthier drinks.
I swear to God, if you guys literally don't understand the reference, I'm gonna feel so fucking old.
You are old.
I mean, you did
It has electrolytes. It's what makes water grow.
I mean, you did give off a good like old lady impression, so
Isn't
maybe it makes sense.
That's
that
not
you're old.
Idiocracy, is it?
It's idiocracy. Thank
It
you,
is.
Zim.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Thanks.
Like you're fucking Rick saying like how people know that like water's healthy for you, but they just don't want to drink it. It really did remind me of like the fucking Brando and like, well, yeah, that's what we water plants with. It has electrolytes. It helps plants grow. Like
now, yeah, because now that I remember that, now I feel old.
You want to know how you feel old?
Having a
When my
spinal
knees give
injury.
out.
Next month it's going to be the 10th anniversary of 2014.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes
Ugh.
me feel old, but that makes me also happy because that means like the MonsterVerse is like the second most successful fucking cinematic universe out there, which is I never thought I'd be able to say that about Godzilla.
Not just even the monster, it's just the franchise and like so many other movies that came out and TV shows that have spawned because of 2014 and Pacific Rim.
Oh no, I'm gonna say I'm limiting it to the MonsterVerse specifically because never in my wildest dreams did I think that as America, Hollywood, we would be able to do something like this with giant freaking monsters pummeling themselves into the city.
I never thought that when I watched 2014 that I would see Godzilla and King Kong in an anti-gravity hollow earth jumping around on rocks, punching things and like flying and freaking like evil orange monkey rapist and a ice lizard.
I'm not
ice cream.
A massive breeder. A massive breeder.
like not even doing that. Like I like 2014 came out. I honestly like I would not have expected there to be a Godzilla versus Kong. Like I just wouldn't have expected that.
I
But then,
felt
like,
I knew
here
like
we
I
are.
felt like they would have worked it out, and they did work it out.
Yeah,
I
no,
was
they
like,
did.
Homo without the sapiens.
Homo without the sapiens, bro.
It makes me hopeful that like if Legendary can secure the rights to some other big name kaiju from Japan, like there's opportunity there.
Megumi. I feel like they need to take it slow, like they have been, and just listen to like the actual good constructive feedback that we have and like other critics have, but don't like overdo it because let's be honest, even me, even as I love most of these movies, like they sometimes just take it too far and in the wrong way. That's usually how studios in Hollywood work, is they overcompensate for something and take the wrong lessons from things.
I feel like I feel like with the MonsterVerse that we just got, like the first phase or whatever you want to call it, like a lot of their biggest mistakes and their biggest criticisms have been when they overcompensated one like way too hard to the left or way too hard to the right. I think, and this is just my opinion, but like the only movie that actually managed to get the balance of like a human story, characters that you care about, and then like good monster action was Kong Skull Island. And they've been chasing that high ever since.
To me, I as someone who thinks that GXK is their favorite, I think the best, which I know is going to be controversial for all of you. I'm going to say like Kong Skull Island has like the best human characters if we're going to talk about, story and everything. But that's coming from the side characters and the main villain, human villain. Cuz Tom Hiddleston and Brie Larson are pretty much nothing characters in those things. I feel like if you had like a main character like Gia or like even Mark Russell in the as one of those like more interesting characters, that would have probably even elevated Colin Skull Island even more.
I honestly can't agree there. I think when it comes to the character, like Tom Hiddleston and Brie Larson, like they weren't the characters I was most interested in, but like out of the MonsterVerse, like they're more solid than most of them. Like they have actual goals that push them in places instead of the plot pushing them in places. Like
I feel like Tom Hiddleston's character was really underwhelming. At first, I thought he was going to actually be Hank Marlowe's son, but it didn't turn out that way.
Yeah. I mean, like, Tom Hiddleston's character for me was underwhelming because, like, he's Tom Hiddleston, and as a character, you could have really gotten any normal guy. Like, for me, like, watching Superstar, Loki, Tom Hiddleston, and he's just, like, some bummed out veteran. Like, he does not really fit that bill for me. Like, in a weird way, he's like too fucking handsome. And then like you get all these fucking grizzled war vets who think they're about to leave Vietnam, but then they got one last trip from their like disgruntled captain. It's like those guys look like the type of guy he should have been.
I think also like considering the fact that like he was still like very fresh off of like his performances as Loki. I just couldn't imagine him as any other characters besides Loki.
By the way, did you guys see the Loki TV show? That show is goated, by the way.
It's good.
I only saw the first season.
I'm not the biggest fan.
You should try season 2, at least. They finished it, by the way. It's really good.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, like I just think like when it comes to the MonsterVerse, like get back to Skull Island type shit. Like, tell a self-contained story that like doesn't necessarily need to end with the big triumphant roar off. Like,
I think here's the problem. I feel like ever since they like King of the Monsters, like almost bombed, but underperformed and was a box office disappointment. I feel like the reason why they even like had to put Godzilla in Godzilla X Kong was because they had to have both names, the two popular names, so that way it can generate the most like profit from it. So that way, it wouldn't bomb. So I feel like they're too. I feel like they're too afraid now.
I understand that from a corporate perspective. I also understand that it's fucking stupid.
I know that.
Like understanding the corporate perspective is stupid. Let's explain for the audience. Kong Skull Island did amazing in theaters. I won't say amazing, that's biased, but like it did good. It was a success. It was such a success that they felt the need to continue on a bigger budget with King of the Monsters. King of the Monsters flopped, and there were several good reasons. The story wasn't as good as Kong Skull Island. Like, comparatively, the last MonsterVerse film, the characters, people did not like half of these characters. There were one or two that people actually liked. And then one of the biggest complaints that I've seen from even non-Godzilla fans is like, bro, why are you interrupting some of these battles? Why are we cutting away? Kong Skull Island didn't do that. Kong Skull Island showed Kong punching a skull crawler. Why did you change the good formula? They had a good formula. They had people running in the middle of the battle so you could show these big ass wide shots. But then King of the Monsters is like, nope, we can't do that. They're too big.
You want to know what's so funny about that is because when Kong Skull Island came out, like there was such a polarizing reception to it because the Godzilla fandom was only talking about the end credits scene, and you just have YouTube critics saying, "Oh, this is just trying to copy Marvel and all that stuff." Like you get negative reviews like Chris Stuckman. and
And like all of
everything.
like a lot of the reception to Kong Skull Island when it first came out, like you said, it wasn't focused on the movie. It was focused on the end credit scene where you saw the cave painting and like, ooh, cinematic universe time.
Or
And
they
it's like,
just said that the movie was dumb or something. Like I know people were saying, "Oh, it's too goofy and stuff." So in retrospect, whenever people say that, "Oh, I missed 2014 and Kong Skull Island for being like these deeply serious things," I'm like, "What are you guys talking about?" Like the second trailer literally went into like the first trailer. Sure, that was like a deep serious thing, like it was 2014 themed. Like in
I'm not
tone.
even gonna lie. Anyone who tries to tell me that like that movie was a deeply serious movie, like you're fucking out of your mind. One of the biggest moments in the trailer was,
"Is that a monkey?"
And freaking like, I saw that freaking Twitter thing from some random Twitter bozo. It was like, I miss when the MonsterVerse was like this horror theme thing. They have like Skull Island and freaking King of the Monsters. Like, bro, what movies were you watching? Was it because jump scare at 2 points in the movie, or it's like, oh, 2 characters got scared or something, or creepy music played at one point? I don't know.
yeah, like I like Skull Island. I think it's like the best of the MonsterVerse films. I won't say it's like this deeply serious movie. Like it covers a few decent topics, but like it does it in kind of a campy-ish way.
It's a really good like B movie. Well, what's music?
Oh, I've literally been having music the entire time. I just want to.
Yeah, but this music just caught me off guard. I was like, whoa, what is this?
It's from Turok Evolution.
You mean the one that goes rah?
The
meme with the Velociraptor. The
Yeah.
dinosaur on the cover.
Yep.
Guys, it's literally on Bernie's shirt. That's why he's so goated, man. In GXK, if you don't know, you look at the screenshot of Bernie, like it's on his vest.
I love Bernie.
I adore Bernie. He's great. I love the actor for him. He's great. I love him.
One of the things I will say I really don't like about like everything past Kong Skull Island is how like y'all have good characters, but y'all just push them in the background for some reason. Why? Hell, even Kong Skull Island did this because like y'all had Randa, and then you killed him.
Well, what's it called? Have you ever seen the Honest trailer for Kong Skull Island?
Yes, of course I have.
Like, I love the fact that that Jordan Vogt Roberts actually went on to like talk about like the issues he even had with his own film.
Mm-hmm. Like it was a dig at the whole Sins thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when he did that and people were like getting on him for being like triggered or whatever, but I'm just like, nah, it takes a real decent director to be like, no, even I have problems with my own film. You guys are just stupid. Like, I'll tell you what I think and I know I did wrong. Your sins are just dumb.
Yeah, well, okay. I think I'm going to have to dip right now. It's like 1:30 in the morning where I'm at right now. So
It's 1:30 where I am too.
This is where it ends.
This is probably where it ends, gentlemen.
Well, at least I got what I wanted to talk about out of the way.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I will switch
Right.
over and I will let everyone do their.
I appreciate you letting me on, Zimzola. Pyro, awesome to meet you, man. Everyone else, thanks for helping me out with my human characters. I hope we do it again.
Yeah, no, we're gonna do
next
more.
time. I don't know. I
I'd say-
definitely want to join more. Hopefully, they're not as long as this one because my butt is really sweaty and it's gonna probably leave a stain on this chair. But God forbid.
I think what I'm gonna do next time is
Don't
definitely
wanna
not
get any
do.
cysts.
I'm not gonna do like a starting video that's like an hour long.
Yeah.
I'll probably do like a video that's like 10 minutes and then just go into like the workshop stuff. So there's that. The next topic for the roundtable is gonna be environments. So
Is it be what?
environments.
Oh,
So-
environments. Yeah, no, I definitely need some help on that, so I'll definitely join.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm also going to be working out either the Godzilla or Kaiju short story or flash fiction contest, which I do plan to have a cash prize. I already have money set aside for that, so if people are interested in joining that, they can.
Yeah, Zimzo, I forgot to say, I was afraid to DM you, but since I have you here, I've got to ask, do you have time to discuss a future Kaiju review with me?
Yes.
Okay, because I know I was like talking to you like mid-process, but I think I got the short story done. I've got the whole Kaiju verse fixed out, so I just like let me know when I can share that stuff when you're
Always
available.
send it whenever, and if there's any changes, just send them to me, because that way, then I kind of already know that I have it, and I don't have to ask again. I do know that right now I am working on the Kilo Kaiju review because he was next in line, and then I have a few other things I'm working on as well. But yeah, I'm definitely down to do that. And like I said, I'm gonna probably be doing a community post tomorrow in regards to the short story contest, or I'm probably gonna make it a flash fiction contest so that people can write these in a decent amount of time. So
What's the flash fiction contest?
Flash fiction, so flash fiction are just really, really short stories. They're shorter than literal short stories in terms of their word count.
Okay.
And at the moment, I already took out $200 and set aside. So winner gets $200, and
you might as well give it to me because I'm going to win, baby.
There you go.
So mercy.
I need the money. I need to buy more Gamer Girl merch.
Don't make me, please.
I think what I am gonna do is I am debating on how I'm gonna want to do the judging system for it. But yeah, so I'm working on all that stuff. All the cash is ready there. So again, $200 is gonna be the what's it called? Is gonna be first place. Although it may end up being 150 is the ultimate first place, and $50 goes to second place. And I'm thinking about what I want to do for third place.
$10. $10.
No, probably like 20. If I'm gonna do like 150. No, if we're doing first, second, third, probably 150, 50, 20. So that just means I'm gonna have to take out another 20 another week after I get paid. So, yeah.
Gotcha.
Guys, for having me on for whatever time that was necessary. I hope to do it again sometime, and it was a little enjoyable, I suppose.
Yeah. But actually, we can do all the shill stuff. So, obviously, since Sea Monster was the first day, he's got to go. Shill yourself, good sir.
Okay, all right. So this has been your guest, the Sea Monster. I basically make videos talking about monster movies. Not just Godzilla, but I also talk about Universal monsters and other type stuff. But I also have a live stream sort of thing going on called Sea Monster Live. In fact, I have one scheduled for tomorrow evening, Thursday, April 18th, 4 p.m., where I'm going to be talking about just the Heisei era of Godzilla movies in general, because I'm kind of in a bit of an arc with that, particularly with Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. And I may even have a certain special guest come on there. So,
who shall that be? Maybe me?
Who knows? Who knows? It could go anywhere. Who even knows?
But the imaginations of your mind are an enigma.
I don't know. Maybe I should chill out my Heisei Godzilla, the best version of the character YouTube video analysis.
Yeah, that's good too. Anyways, I gotta go. All right. Have a good night, folks. Thanks for having me on. Bye.
That transitions into the Squirrel of Rick.
Well, I already said my piece about it, so thank you all for enjoying, or not, I suppose. I'm probably not that entertaining anyway. So anyways, take care, and you stinky, I'm binky.
Is the Hyro Tayat.
Thank you for having me and let me be one of the few late showers to this. I'm glad I got to make y'all laugh with some of my characters and shit, and actually just show some of this shit off for once instead of just keeping it in my backlog. You guys can find me at Pontifex Monstrum on Instagram. I'm gonna post a link to that in the YouTube chat. Follow me or don't. I post at an irregular schedule. My last post was on the 7th of April. I don't know what my next post is going to be, honestly. But if you want to see more of my universe and, you know, the world of Old Terra, be sure to follow, because I do got some of that I'm actually looking to post in the next couple of days.
Ballin'. And Zavik.
All right, thank you again for having me. It was a fun time. With regards to the overall stuff we looked through in today's stream, I think it's just important that we write what we love and write it in a way to make others love writing. And you can find me as JaCrispyVic on Instagram and Twitter, as well as Vic Monstrous or Vic's Monstrosities on Twitter for my main art account, where I have commissions open for original characters, kaiju characters, fan art, all the like. Working on a raffle there too soon to celebrate 250 followers on that account. My YouTube is Kaijunaut, where I do videos on all kaiju related things, some 98 videos. Currently working on a video going into why I think escapism as a genre has value and merit. So look forward to that. And overall, thank you for having me.
And the primo.
Yeah, thanks for letting me on here. It's my first time here, but yeah, no, it's been fun working with y'all, talking to y'all. And you know, if you don't like JXK, you know, that's your opinion. Movies are meant to be out of an escape to this reality. It's supposed to be fantasy. I thought it was fun. If you don't, well, there you go. So I love JXK. You don't have to use wand if you want. My name is Primo. My Instagram is Disturber of the Peace. So if you want to check out my kaiju lore and, you know, characters of all that stuff, and if you want to know more about Aranu, the last Tarzanians, you can follow me on DeviantArt as Aranu's Jungle and Arts, or I recommend you follow me on my main Instagram. My name is Disturber of the Peace. I might change it back to Primo, Mrs. Handy. But anyway, thank you for the feedback, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. Zim, thanks for letting me on here. Pyro, I love you. Yeah, thanks, guys.
Of course. Thank you very much, everyone who was on. It's really the combination of all the guests here who make this stream the best it can be. And thank you to the viewers who stuck with me for the entire time. Again, thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome.
Oh, wait, I got one more thing to say.
Yeah.
I just slammed my penis inside of a car door.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, so you get definitely for all you guys, stay posted about the short story or technically flash fiction contest and what I'm going to want to do with that, and among other things. Like I said, the next stream is going to be a probably it's going to be another roundtable, although if there's any big videos I'm going to do different for the stream. But I have something big planned for the 22nd, so that's going to be fun. But yeah, thank you all for just chilling with me and having a good time, guys. And once again, thank you to Monstrosities for the one and only $5 super chat. That means a whole lot. Makes me happy, boy. I made money off the channel. But yeah, I'm Zimzilla, and I'll see you all next time. Peace.